Finding Daddy Christmas by Tyla Walker.
What's the best way to spread holiday cheer?
Spending the holiday with your ex-husband after a year.
At least that's what Maya has to do when her 7-year-old son says it's the only thing he wants for Christmas.
Owen knows that his Hollywood career is what ruined his marriage with Maya.
Could this Christmas be his chance to make things right?
Or is Maya better off on her own?
To get the dirty details, go to tylawalker.com and get the unabridged audiobook for 40% off with code SAVE40.
Don't forget that subscribing to the channel will keep you in the loop on all the newest releases.
Plus, becoming a subscriber, liking videos, and commenting to share your thoughts is what keeps this channel running.
Without your support, these free full audiobooks wouldn't be possible.
This is Tyla Walker's Finding Daddy Christmas. Chapter 1. Maya. The smell of vanilla frosting hangs in the air as I race around the kitchen, adjusting party supplies and double-checking my mental to-do list. The cupcakes are done, topped with little green dinosaurs that match the jungle-themed paper plates stacked neatly on the counter. The cake is chilling in the fridge, a Stegosaurus Jackson insisted on, though I'm sure my attempt at sculpting its spikes will earn me a few giggles. The house is quiet, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic beyond the towering glass windows. I glance at the clock. Only 2 hours left before the guests arrive, and there's still so much to do. The decorations aren't up yet. The balloons need inflating. The gift table isn't set. My heart pounds in time with my hurried footsteps. The house feels massive and hollow, a stark contrast to the warmth I'm trying to create for Jackson's birthday. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the sprawling living room beyond the kitchen. Everything gleams: polished marble floors, minimalist furniture, perfectly staged artwork that looks like it belongs in a gallery instead of a home. It's Owen's house. His dream. He loved the idea of a sleek modern mansion in the hills. It's perfect for us, he'd said when he convinced me to sign the papers. By us, he meant him, his image, his rising stardom. To me, it feels more like a cold stage, a place to be seen rather than lived in. But I hadn't fought him on it. Not back then. I'd been too caught up in his enthusiasm, his magnetic smile, the way his eyes lit up when he talked about our future here. Now those memories feel like scenes from someone else's life. A naive woman who believed in fairy tales and Hollywood endings. The house had been another prop in Owen's carefully curated life, and I'd played my part perfectly until I couldn't anymore. I shake off the thought and focus on the task at hand, pulling a stack of green and gold streamers from the counter. Streamers, balloons, tablecloths. I mutter to myself, mentally ticking off each item. The decorations clash with the sleek aesthetic of the house, but I don't care. This is Jackson's day, not a photo shoot for the Architectural Digest. "Hey, Mom?" Jackson's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I turn to see him standing in the doorway, his curls tousled and a dinosaur Lego set clutched in his hand. His big brown eyes, so much like mine, light up when he sees the cupcakes. "Are those for my party?" The sight of him makes my heart swell. Even with Owen's jawline starting to show through, he's still my baby boy, excited about birthday treats. He shifts from foot to foot, unable to contain his energy, a habit he definitely got from me, not his camera-ready father. I crouch down to his level, brushing a curl away from his forehead. "They sure are, buddy. What do you think?" His face lights up with a grin as he bounces on his toes. "They're awesome. Can I have one now?" "Not yet," I say with a laugh, tapping his nose. "We have to wait for your friends to get here. Besides, don't you want to help me finish getting everything ready? You know the party planner always gets first dibs on the leftovers." He nods eagerly, bouncing even higher on those restless feet, and I hand him a stack of streamers. "Okay, go put these on the mantle in the living room. You remember how we practiced yesterday? Nice and even, just like we talked about. Yeah. He darts off, the sound of his tiny footsteps echoing through the cavernous space. The pitter-patter reminds me of when he was younger, when those same feet would chase me around the house playing monster. I pause for a moment. Watching him disappear around the corner, my stomach doing that familiar twist it always does on his birthday. At least he's excited. That makes one of us. The thought of dealing with Owen and his Hollywood smile for the next few hours makes me want to hide in the kitchen with the rest of those cupcakes. I glance around the kitchen again, my eyes catching on the stainless steel appliances and the perfectly aligned bar stools at the island. Everything here feels like a set piece, like it's waiting for a director to yell, "Action!" I rub the back of my neck, trying to ease the tension I feel at creating the perfect party for Jax, and turn back to the cupcakes. They're a little lopsided, but they're real. That's what I want for Jackson today. A real celebration, filled with laughter and love, even if the house doesn't quite match. As I start tying a gold ribbon around a stack of party favor bags, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the gleaming backsplash. My dark hair is pulled into a messy bun, and there's a streak of green frosting on my cheek. I swipe it off with the back of my hand and sigh. This is fine. I've got this. Even if I have to do it alone. I've done it alone so many times. My fingers tremble as I dial Owen's number. 1 ring, 2 rings. The sound of rustling paper and distant voices filters through before his voice comes on the line. Maya? What's up? Where are you? The party starts in 2 hours, and I could really use your help setting up. I press the phone between my ear and shoulder, struggling with a tangled string of balloons. Party? There's a pause, followed by the sound of him clearing his throat. What party? The balloon string slips from my fingers. Jackson's birthday party? The one we've been planning for weeks? My stomach twists as silence stretches across the line. Please tell me you didn't forget. Damn it. Papers shuffle in the background. Maya, I can't make it. The premiere for Dark Horizon is tonight. The whole cast needs to be there. Are you kidding me? Today is your son's birthday. I lower my voice to a furious whisper as Jackson's footsteps echo from the living room. He's been talking about nothing else for days. I know, but this is important too. The studio's counting on this premiere. More important than your son? That's not fair. His voice hardens. You know how this business works. One wrong move and... Fine. The word comes out sharper than I intend. Go to your premiere. But you better come straight here afterward. Jackson's going to want to see you before he goes to bed. Of course. I promise I'll be there as soon as it's over. He pauses. Tell little man I love him, okay? Just don't be late. I slam the receiver down before he can respond, letting the phone clatter onto the counter. The kitchen suddenly feels colder, emptier. Through the archway, I can see Jackson carefully arranging streamers, completely unaware that his father has failed to prioritize his birthday again. The phone feels as heavy as my heart as I set it down. My fingers trace the cool granite countertop, searching for stability as I try to compose myself. A soft padding of feet announces Jackson's return before I see him. Mom, I finished with the streamers. He bounds into the kitchen, his sneakers squeaking against the marble floor. Was that Dad on the phone? Is he coming? The hope in his voice makes my chest tight. I turn to face him, forcing my lips into what I hope is a reassuring smile as I fight back angry tears. Dad's got to work a little bit first, baby, but he promised he'll be here as soon as he can. Jackson's shoulders drop slightly, but his smile doesn't fade completely. Is he doing another movie thing? He climbs onto one of the bar stools, his legs swinging back and forth. That's okay. He'll still make it for cake, won't he? Of course he will. The words taste like lies on my tongue, but I push through. You know your dad wouldn't miss your birthday cake, especially not after you picked out that awesome Stegosaurus design. Yeah. He perks up, craning his neck toward the refrigerator. Can I see it again? Not yet, mister. It needs to set. I ruffle his curls, grateful for his resilience. How about you help me blow up some balloons instead? The corners of his mouth twitch upward. Can we use the helium tank this time? I nod, and his face lights up like a firework as I help him get the tank from the closet. I send up a silent prayer that Owen will keep his promise this time. For Jackson's sake, he has to. I stack magazines in neat piles, trying to impose some order on the chaos of party preparations. Jackson's helium-altered voice resounds through the living room as he entertains himself with balloons, singing the theme song from his favorite dinosaur cartoon. The glossy cover of Entertainment Weekly catches my eye, and my hands freeze, mid-sort. Owen's megawatt smile beams up at me, his arm draped casually around Angelina's waist. They're both dressed to the nines, him in a tailored black tuxedo that makes his blue eyes pop, her in a shimmering silver gown that hugs every perfect curve. The headline screams, Hollywood's hottest duo. Blake and Voltaire sizzle in Dark Horizon. My stomach twists. I know it's just PR. I've been in this world long enough to understand how the game works, but seeing them together, looking like they've stepped out of a fairy tale. Mom, Jackson calls out. Help me, the balloon got stuck in my hair. I shoved the magazine to the bottom of the pile, grateful for the interruption. Now, how on earth did that happen? The image lingers in my mind, though. Owen's hand resting on the small of Angelina's back, the way they fit together so effortlessly. The same way we used to, before Hollywood consumed him whole. What is going on with them anyway? Mom, Jackson's voice snaps me back to reality. You okay? Just thinking about where to put these magazines. I force a smile, moving toward him to help with the balloon situation. Now, let's see what trouble you've gotten yourself into. Owen, you'd better deliver this time.
Chapter 2. Owen. Camera flashes burst like lightning strikes around me as I step onto the red carpet. The roar of the crowd hits me like a physical force. Screaming fans pressed against barriers, waving phones and posters. Same old song and dance. Owen! Over here! Mr. Blake, this way! I turn, giving them my practiced $1,000,000 smile. The one that's graced magazine covers and movie posters for the past decade. The photographers eat it up, their cameras clicking frantically. Looking sharp tonight, Owen, someone calls out. I adjust my Tom Ford tux, midnight blue, perfectly tailored. Thanks. Figured I should dress up for you all. That gets a laugh. They love the casual charm, the easy banter. It's what's made me America's sweetheart, after all. I work that crowd like a pro, signing autographs and posing for selfies. You killed it in this movie, man. Thanks, buddy. Wait till you see the ending. It'll blow your mind. More photos, more waves. The premiere coordinator appears at my elbow. Time to head inside, Mr. Blake. Just a few more, I say, turning to a group of teenage girls practically vibrating with excitement. Their squeals pierce the air as I approach. Oh my God, oh my God. Can you sign this? You're even hotter in person. I give them my full attention, signing posters and taking photos. Their joy is infectious, and for a moment I remember why I fell in love with this life in the first place. The ability to make people happy just by showing up. The coordinator clears his throat. Sir, we really need to Yeah. I flash one last smile at the crowd. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the movie. The screams follow me as I stride down the carpet toward the theater entrance. Tonight, I'm king of the world, even as something nags at the back of my mind. My smile falters as I slip through the theater's side entrance, away from the screaming crowd. Jackson's face flashes in my mind. Those big brown eyes, just like Maya's, always lighting up when I walk into the room. Some father I am forgetting his own kid's birthday. Everything okay, Mr. Blake? A production assistant hovers nearby, clipboard in hand. Yeah, just... I pull out my phone, scrolling through my gallery. There he is, Jackson at the park last month, perched on my shoulders like I'm his personal superhero. Maya caught that moment on camera. She's got an eye for those little perfect moments, always has. Need anything? No, I'm good. I wave them off, still staring at the photo. Maya's probably got the house decked out in whatever theme Jackson's obsessed with this week. She always goes all out, makes everything magical for him. I tap my phone against my chin, mind racing. There's gotta be a way to make this right. A trip to Disneyland? No, too generic. A private screening of that animated movie he's been begging to see? Better, but not enough. Then it hits me. Jackson's been talking non-stop about space lately thanks to that documentary series Maya's been watching with him. I know a guy who knows a guy at SpaceX. Maybe pull some strings, get a private tour. Mr. Blake, the production assistant, is back. They're ready for you inside. Hold on. I fire off a quick text to my agent. Get me Elon's number. Need a favor. Then another to Maya. Save me some cake. And I promise, gonna make this up to both of you. Big time. The guilt still gnaws at my gut as I pocket my phone, but at least now I have a plan. Maya and Jackson deserve better than half-assed apologies and empty promises. This time I'm going to show them they're more important than all this Hollywood crap combined. Angelina appears at my side, stunning in a red dress that probably costs more than most people's cars. The cameras go absolutely nuts. Ready to give them what they want? She whispers through her perfect smile. Let's get this over with. I position myself next to her, one hand respectfully at her waist. Owen, Angelina, look this way. Are you two dating? What about those dinner dates? I resist, rolling my eyes. The tabloids love spinning their fairy tales about us. Hollywood's newest power couple, or whatever they're selling this week. Truth is, Angelina's cool as hell. But she's about as romantically interesting to me as a houseplant. You seem distracted tonight, Angelina murmurs between poses. It's Jackson's birthday. Damn it, Owen. Why are you even here? Because my agent would have an aneurysm if I skipped this premiere. I shift my stance for another round of photos. Maya's handling it. Of course she is. That woman's a saint to put up with you all the time. Angelina gives me a pointed look. You know, if you spent half as much time actually being with your family as you do talking about them. Yeah, I know. The guilt churns in my stomach. Maya deserves better than this Hollywood circus. She's real. The kind of beautiful that comes from within, lighting up rooms with her laugh and making everyone feel seen. Not this manufactured glamour crap we're selling. Mr. Blake, Miss Voltaire, one more for Vanity Fair? I plaster on my signature grin, but my mind's back home. To Maya's warm brown eyes and the way she looks at me when I've really screwed up. Not angry, just disappointed. That's always worse. A firm grip catches my elbow before I can follow Angelina into the theater. Mike materializes beside me, his cologne hitting my nostrils like a punch to the face. Owen, my boy, got some fantastic news. His weathered face splits into that shark-like grin I've come to dread. Make it quick, Mike. Movie's about to start. Forget the movie. The after-party. That's where the real magic happens tonight. He leans in closer, lowering his voice. Got word Spielberg's gonna be there. And that new hotshot from Netflix, the one making all those billion-dollar deals? I shake my head. Can't do it. Promised Maya I'd head straight home after the premiere. It's Jackson's birthday. Birthday? Mike waves his hand dismissively. Kids have birthdays every year. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My son is turning 3, for Christ's sake. Listen. Mike's grip tightens. You skipped this party. You're passing up connections that could set you up for the next decade. We're talking franchise deals, streaming contracts. I said no. I jerked my arm free. My family's counting on me. Your family counts on the paycheck you bring home. You think Maya bought that fancy house with her little books? His words hit like ice water. One night of networking could secure Jackson's college fund. Don't. My voice drops dangerous low. Don't you dare use my son to manipulate me. I'm trying to help you, kid. You really want to throw away? I'm going home after the premiere. End of discussion. I straighten my jacket, already moving toward the theater entrance. And Mike? My wife's little books paid for that house. I just picked the neighborhood. Mike trails after me like a desperate salesman, his polished shoes clicking against the marble floor. Look, you're not thinking this through. Your boy's got what? 80 more birthdays ahead of him? Jesus Christ, Mike. I spin around, my hands clenching into fists. You really want to play this game? All I'm saying is Maya's a reasonable woman. She knows how this business works. He spreads his hands, all innocence. She married a star, didn't she? She knows what comes with the territory. The temperature in the lobby seems to drop 10 degrees. What exactly are you implying about my wife? Come on, kid. You know what I mean. She's benefited plenty from your success. The house, the lifestyle. You mean the house she bought with her own damn money? The one I barely spend any time in because you keep booking me for crap like this? Mike's face hardens. You're being emotional. Think about your career. One night of networking could... My career? I step closer, towering over him. Let me make something crystal clear. My career exists to support my family, not the other way around. And if you ever suggest Maya married me for money again, you'll be looking for a new client. Don't be hasty. We're done here. I check my watch. I'm watching this movie, then I'm going home to my son. And if you try to stop me, I'll walk right out those doors right now, premiere be damned. The threat hangs in the air between us. Mike knows I mean it. He's seen me walk away from bigger opportunities before. Finally, he raises his hands in surrender. Your call, kid. Just don't come crying to me when Spielberg signs someone else. Mike's words echo in my head as I watch the movie's credits roll. The thought of missing Jackson's birthday twists my gut, but maybe the bastard has a point. Maya's always talking about Jackson's future, about giving him every opportunity possible. Just imagine, Mike leans in, his breath heavy with scotch. Your boy meeting Spielberg himself. Think what doors that could open. I loosen my bow tie, the fabric suddenly too tight. Maya's gonna kill me. She'll understand. Hell, she's a businesswoman herself. She knows sometimes you gotta sacrifice the small moments for the big picture. The theater empties around us, but I remain glued to my seat. Jackson's face swims in my mind, that gap-toothed smile when he shows me his latest Lego creation. But then I think about college tuition, about giving him everything I never had growing up. You're right. The words taste bitter in my mouth. Maya would want me to do this. For Jackson's future. Mike claps my shoulder. That's my boy. Trust me, this'll be huge. Word is... Netflix is looking to launch a whole superhero franchise. You could be the next Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. I pull out my phone, thumb hovering over Maya's number. Let me just call. Mike snatches the phone. No time. Car's waiting. You call now, she'll talk you out of it. Better to ask forgiveness than permission, right? I let him guide me toward the exit, telling myself this is what a good father would do, what Maya would want me to do. The lie sits heavy in my chest, but I swallow it down. Trust me, Mike says, steering me toward the waiting limo. You won't regret this.
Chapter 3. Maya. Paper plates crunch in my hands as I angrily shove them into a garbage bag. The house is quiet now, save for the distant sound of Jackson's soft snores from upstairs. My son cried himself to sleep, waiting for his father who never showed. Did you see Owen and Angelina at the premiere? The whispered conversation from earlier echoes in my head. They looked so perfect together. I heard they've been spending a lot of time together offset too. I slam another pile of plates into the bag. The gossip shouldn't get to me, but it does. The magazine cover from earlier seems to mock me from the coffee table. Owen and Angelina, both perfect and polished, looking like they belong together. My phone buzzes. A text from Owen. Sorry, babe. Got caught up at an after party. Important people to meet. Make it up to you both tomorrow. I throw my phone onto the couch. An after party, of course. Because that's more important than watching your son blow out his birthday candles. For the first time he's old enough to understand what it means, I pick up Jackson's new toy truck from the floor, the one he barely played with because he kept running to the window, asking, "When's Daddy coming?" My throat tightens as I set it on the shelf. The house feels too big, too empty, too much like a movie set, all surface, no substance. Just like our marriage has become. No, they wouldn't do that to you. I mutter to myself, gathering up streamers that mock me with their cheerful colors. Owen wouldn't. But he already is, isn't he? Maybe not with Angelina specifically, but he's choosing everything else over us. Over his son. Over me. Every missed dinner, every forgotten promise, every "I'll make it up to you" that never materializes. They all tell the same story. A story where we're just supporting characters in the Owen Blake show, waiting in the wings while he basks in the spotlight. I grab my phone again, thumb hovering over Owen's message. What can I even say? That he broke our son's heart? That I'm tired of making excuses for him? That Jackson spent an hour practicing his lines just to perform for an empty chair? The words stick in my throat like thorns. Instead, I set the phone down and keep cleaning. The silence of the house presses in around me, heavy with all the things left unsaid. It's becoming our new normal. This crushing quiet, these hollow spaces where Owen's promises used to live. I gather up another handful of decorations, wondering how many more disappointments I'll have to sweep away before I finally stop hoping. The front door clicks open at 2 a.m. I'm waiting in the kitchen, arms crossed, as Owen's expensive leather shoes tap against the marble floor. His hands go up defensively the minute he sees me. "Before you say anything," he starts. "Before I say anything, you missed your son's birthday party to schmooze with Hollywood bigwigs." He loosens his bow tie. "Maya, this was important," Mike says. Mike says. When was the last time you made a decision without Mike's input? My fingers dig into my arms. Your son waited for hours. He practiced a whole speech to tell you about his day at school. I'll make it up to him. Like you made up missing his school play or his soccer game. I gesture at the mess of party decorations. While you were posing with Angelina, I was here explaining to our crying child why Daddy couldn't make it. Again. Owen runs his hands through his perfectly styled hair. That's not fair. You know Angelina and I are just colleagues. This isn't about Angelina. It's about you choosing your career over your family every single time. My voice cracks. When I was writing my first novel, did you ever once offer to take Jackson for the day so I could focus? Number I wrote between his naps. During his play dates, after he went to bed. I made it work because that's what parents do. That's different. How? Because your dreams are more important than mine? No, because this could be huge for us. For our future. He steps closer, reaching for me. These connections could set us up for life. I step back. We're already set up for life. What we need is a father who shows up. Damn it, Maya. I'm trying to give you both everything. We don't want everything. We just want you. You're never here anymore. My hands shake as I grip the kitchen counter. And when you are, you're distracted, always on your phone, always texting someone. What are you implying? Owen's jaw tightens. Those photos with Angelina, the way you look at her, the chemistry everyone keeps talking about. The words taste bitter. The late nights, the missed calls. Jesus Christ. Owen slams his palm against the counter. You actually think I'm sleeping with her after everything we've built? I don't know what to think anymore. You're different. The Owen I married would have never missed his son's birthday for a networking event. I'm not having an affair with Angelina or anyone else. He steps closer, his cologne different from his usual, making my stomach turn. I'm nauseous just looking at him now. You want to know where I've been? Reading scripts, doing press, trying to secure our future. Stop saying our future like you're including us in these decisions. I wrap my arms around myself. The truth is, I don't trust you anymore. And it's not even about Angelina. It's about all of it. The lies, the broken promises, the way you let Mike dictate your every move. Maya, no. I jab an angry finger into his chest as I back him into the counter. You know what hurts the most? I don't even know if you're telling the truth about Angelina, because I can't remember the last time you were honest with me about anything. The silence between us stretches, filled with all our unspoken disappointments. Owen's face crumples for a moment before his movie star mask slides back into place. I've never lied to you, he says quietly. Maybe not directly, but lies of omission are still lies. I turn away, unable to look at him. And right now, I don't know which Owen is real anymore. The one who promised to always put family first, or the one who lets his agent run his life. The weight of everything crashes down on me at once. My hands shake as I grip the counter, and the tears I've been holding back all night finally break free. I can't do this anymore. The words come out in a broken whisper, and I hang my head, a wave of overwhelming sorrow washing over me. Maya! No, listen to me. I straighten up, wiping my eyes. I hate this life. I hate this house with its cold marble floors and empty rooms. I hate having to dodge paparazzi just to take our son to the park. I hate watching you slip away from us piece by piece. I hate that you have a separate life away from us. All the time. Owen reaches for me, tears in his eyes, but I step back. We can fix this. I'll talk to Mike about scaling back. You don't get it. My laugh comes out harsh. I don't want to fix this. I want out. I want a divorce. The word hangs between us like shattered glass. Owen's face goes slack with shock. You don't mean that? I do. My voice grows stronger with each word. I want to somewhere where I can write, without everyone dissecting my marriage in gossip columns, where Jackson can have friends whose parents don't try to use him to get to you, where I can breathe without feeling like I'm suffocating under the weight of your spotlight. This is crazy. You're upset about tonight. Tonight was just the final straw. I fold my arms across my chest. Do you know what it's like to watch your son practice a speech for hours, knowing his father probably won't show up to hear it? To see him checking his phone between bites of birthday cake, hoping for a message that never comes? Maya, please. His voice cracks. We can work this out. No, we can't, because you'll always choose this life over us. And I can't keep pretending it doesn't kill me every time you do. Owen paces across the kitchen, his expensive shoes clicking against the marble with a now desperate rhythm. Listen, what if we take that trip to Disney World Jackson's been begging for? I'll clear my schedule for 3 weeks. You can't fix this with a vacation. I grip the edge of the counter, my knuckles white against the pristine marble. The same marble he'd insisted on during the remodel, saying only the best would do. Just like everything else in his life. or with expensive gifts or grand gestures. God knows we've been down that road before. Then what about another party? Something huge, with that superhero theme he loves? His eyes light up with that familiar spark, the same one that's charmed millions of fans, the same one that used to work on me. Stop. The word comes out sharper than I intended, slicing through his enthusiasm like a knife. My chest aches with the weight of years of disappointment. You still don't get it. This isn't about one missed birthday or one broken promise. It's about all of them. Every single time you said, "Next time," or "I'll make it up to you." They add up, Owen. They've been adding up for years. He runs his hands through his hair, messing up the perfect styling. I know I've screwed up, but I can change. I'll talk to Mike tomorrow. Scale back on projects. You said that after missing Christmas last year, and after skipping his school play, and when you promised to coach his soccer team. Each memory hits like a physical blow. Nothing changed then, and nothing will change now. That's not fair. I'm trying here. No, you're panicking because, for once, throwing money at a problem isn't going to make it go away. I straighten my spine, finding strength in the truth of my words. Jackson deserves a father who shows up, who puts in the work every day, not just when it's convenient. And I deserve better than empty promises and a husband who treats his family like a PR opportunity. Maya, please. We're done, Owen.
Chapter 4. Owen. The harsh studio lights beat down as I step away from the green screen. My muscles ache from the repeated takes of the same action sequence. 14 hours of filming for what'll probably be a 3-minute scene. Cut! That's a wrap, people! Director Davis claps his hands, his silver hair catching the studio lights. Outstanding work, everyone. Especially you, Owen. That sequence was pure magic. I couldn't have asked for better. I force my signature grin, the one that's graced 1,000 magazine covers and movie posters. My jaw aches from holding the same damn expression all day. Thanks, man. Couldn't have done it without your vision. The words come automatically, the same practiced crap I've been spouting for 15 years. The crew bustles around, breaking down equipment while Davis approaches with his hand extended. His excitement is genuine, which makes me feel like even more of a jerk for being so jaded. It's been an absolute honor working with you. The way you brought Marcus to life, phenomenal. You've got Oscar buzz written all over this performance. The honor's mine. The words taste stale in my mouth, rehearsed from countless similar conversations. My shirt clings to my back with sweat, and all I want is to get the hell out of here. We should grab dinner sometime, Davis says, pulling out his phone. I've got another project in development that'd be perfect for you. Perfect. Another 16-hour day, another character who saves the world while looking impossibly good doing it. Another missed birthday, another argument with Maya. Maya. I'll have my agent reach out, I say, already backing away. A makeup artist swoops in to dab at my face and I wave her off. Really appreciate the opportunity. Owen Blake, everyone, Davis announces to the crew, triggering a round of applause. I acknowledge it with a wave, but my mind's already somewhere else. In a different life, where I'm reading bedtime stories to Jackson instead of memorizing lines, where Maya's writing her novels instead of playing the perfect Hollywood wife. Your car's ready out back, a PA informs me, tablet in hand. And Mike called, twice, says it's urgent. Of course it is, it's always urgent with Mike. Another party, another premiere, another chance to be seen with the right people. Tell him, I'll call tomorrow. The words come out sharper than intended, but I can't bring myself to care. The exit door beckons, promising escape from the artificial world of the soundstage. The sun beats down on my face as I step out of the studio and I loosen my tie. December 1st, and it's still 75 degrees. Maya used to hate this about LA, said it felt wrong, like the weather was lying to us. My phone buzzes. Another text from Mike about some hot new script. I ignore it and slide into my leather seat, letting the AC blast against my face. "Where to, Mr. Blake?" my driver asks. "Home." The word feels hollow. My place in the hills is twice the size of the house Maya and I shared, but it's just space. Empty space. The car glides through traffic, past palm trees that never change color, past tourists taking selfies on every corner. Maya would have had our old place decorated for Christmas by now. She dragged boxes from the garage while Jackson bounced around, begging to help with the tree. "Actually, pull over at that coffee shop." I need something stronger than the green juice in my fridge. Inside, the barista's eyes go wide. "Oh my God, you're... just a black coffee." I slide my card across the counter before she can finish. The TV mounted on the wall plays entertainment tonight. My own face stares back at me, younger, with Maya on my arm at some premiere. They're doing one of those "Where Are They Now?" segments about celebrity couples. "Can you change the channel?" I ask the barista. "Oh, of course, I'm so sorry." 6 years. 6 years since I chose this life over them. Since I believed Mike when he said I could have it all. The coffee scalds my tongue, but I barely notice. Some days the memories fade to a dull ache. Today they're sharp as broken glass. The knot in my stomach doubles in size as I take a swig of the bitter black liquid and push open the shop door. Back in the car again, my phone vibrates against the car's seat, Mike's name lighting up the screen. I let it ring twice before answering. "Kiddo, you're not gonna believe this." Mike's gravelly voice fills the car. "Remember James Morrison? The guy who did Midnight Run?" "Yeah, what about him?" "He's starting pre-production on his next project. Big budget, action romance thing. Studio's already committed 9 figures. I drum my fingers on my leg. And he wants you for the lead, Owen. Said he wrote the part with you in mind. Bull. But my pulse quickens. Morrison's last 3 films were Oscar nominees. Would I lie to you? Get this. Word is he's eyeing Angelina for the female lead. You two had incredible chemistry in your last project. The memory of those tabloid headlines about me and Angelina flashes through my mind. Maya holding that magazine, hurt in her eyes. Listen, Mike. Before you say anything, this is exactly what your career needs right now. Morrison, you, Angelina. It's box office gold. Critics will eat it up. We pull into the driveway, my driver killing the engine. When does filming start? Early next year. Morrison wants to meet with you first, feel things out. What do you say? The house looms before me, dark and empty. 6 years ago, I'd have jumped at this chance without hesitation. Now, keep me posted, I say finally. Sounds like a great opportunity. That's my boy. I'll set up that meeting. I end the call and sit in the darkness of my car for a moment, Morrison's name dancing in my head like a neon sign. It is a great opportunity, the kind most actors would kill for. So why does it feel like I'm about to make another mistake? My phone rings again, and I groan at the caller ID as I begin walking slowly up toward the front door. Hi, Mom. Darling, I just saw the news about Morrison's project. This is exactly what we need right now. I sink deeper into my leather seat. We? Your image, sweetheart. The divorced dad angle was sympathetic at first, but it's getting stale. People want to see you doing something big again. Mom, and speaking of the Morrison project, Angelina would be perfect. You two already have chemistry on screen, and the public loves you together. The remnants of my coffee turn toxic in my mouth. I bite back a sharper retort as I clench my teeth. For the 100th time, Angelina and I are just friends. Neither of us wants anything more than that. Don't be naive, Owen. This isn't about what you want. It's about what sells. A power couple like you and Angelina. The media would eat it up. I'm not using my personal life as a PR stunt, Mother. Oh, her voice sharpens. Because that worked out so well last time. Living your authentic life with Maya. The mention of Maya's name hits like a punch to the gut. That's different. Is it? Look, I've been in this business longer than you've been alive. I know what I'm talking about. The industry's changing. Audiences want their stars accessible, relatable. They want the fairy tale. Then they can watch Disney+. I pace across my living room past the wall of awards that suddenly feel hollow. I'm not dragging Angelina into this. Just think about it. That's all I'm asking. Morrison's project could be the start of something bigger than just another movie. We done here? She sighs, that familiar sound of disappointment I've heard since childhood. For now. But don't dismiss this, Owen. Sometimes the best decisions are the ones we don't want to make. I end the call and toss my phone onto the couch beside me. My life feels even emptier now, echoing with possibilities I don't want to consider. My phone screen lights up with a notification, another tabloid article about me and Angelina. The headlines never stop, each one more ridiculous than the last. Opening my laptop, I type Maya Thompson author into the search bar. Her latest book cover appears, a psychological thriller that's been on the bestseller list for weeks. The author photo shows her exactly as I remember, confident, beautiful, with that slight half-smile that always made me wonder what she was thinking about. Jackson's 9 now. My chest tightens. Does he still play baseball? Does he still have that Captain America backpack he insisted on taking everywhere? The last time I saw him, he was crying, the look on his face so disappointed at yet another baseball game I had failed to attend. My hand tightens on the coffee cup, crumpling the thick paper as I ball it up and throw it across the room. Damn it, why the hell couldn't things have worked out differently? I should have the opportunity to watch Jackson grow up too. After all, I am his father. I click through to Maya's author website. There's a schedule of upcoming book signings, one tomorrow at Barnes & Noble in Santa Monica. My heart races. It would be so easy to just show up, to see them from across the room. You're being pathetic, I mutter to myself, closing the laptop. But the thought lingers. I walk through the living room, too big and too quiet. My chest aches with the hollowness of this place. Maya would have hated it. All chrome and glass, no character. She always said houses needed to tell stories. I pick up my phone again, scrolling through old photos I've never had the heart to delete. There's one from Jackson's 2nd birthday. Maya's got cake frosting on her nose, and Jackson's laughing so hard his eyes are squeezed shut. I'm behind them both, looking at them like they're my whole world. They were my whole world. And I threw it away for what? Another action movie? Another fake relationship for the press? The Morrison project suddenly feels like a lead weight in my stomach. More headlines about me and Angelina. More missed birthdays. More choosing the camera over real connections. Maya was right to leave. She deserved better than half a husband, and Jackson deserved better than half a father.
Chapter 5. Maya. The winter wind whips around me as I stroll down Main Street, pulling my wool coat tighter. After 6 years in Reading, I still can't get enough of actual seasons. My boots crunch through patches of snow, and my breath creates little clouds in the air. Such a difference from LA's eternal summer. I'm glad for the changes, and that Jackson gets to experience them with me. I pause at Anderson's books, my heart skipping a beat at the window display. There it sits, my latest novel, Midnight in Manhattan, prominently featured with a local author banner draped across the corner. 3 bestsellers in 2 years? Not bad for someone whose ex-husband once called writing a cute hobby. If it isn't the queen of romance herself, calls out Sarah, the bookstore owner, stepping outside with a steaming cup of coffee. Just put up that display this morning. It looks amazing. My fingers trace the glass, just above where my name is embossed in gold lettering. Still feels surreal sometimes. Surreal, please. You earned every bit of this. She takes a sip of her coffee. The book club ladies are already fighting over who gets to host the discussion night. Tell them I'll bring cookies if they let me sit in. Careful what you promise. Mrs. Henderson still talks about your chocolate chip cookies from last time. A group of teenage girls exits the store, one clutching my book to her chest. They whisper and point in my direction. "Oh my God, are you Maya Thompson?" one finally asks. Guilty as charged. "We love your books. They're so real, you know. Not like those fake romance novels where everything's perfect." I smile, remembering all those nights writing at my kitchen table after Jackson went to bed. Sometimes the best stories come from real life. Sarah winks at me. And sometimes they win you spots on the New York Times bestseller list. The girls scamper away with their signed books, and I can't help but laugh at the cosmic joke. Here I am, writing sweeping romances that end in happily ever afters while my own marriage crashed and burned. "You've got that look again," Sarah says, leaning against the doorframe. "The one where you're overthinking everything." Just remembering how Owen and I met. Talk about a meet cute straight out of a romance novel. Spilling coffee all over America's favorite rising star at that cafe in Venice Beach. And now you're writing bestsellers about love while living in small-town America. Life's funny that way. I shake my head, watching my breath cloud in the cool winter air. You know what's really funny? I used to think that was the perfect start to our story. The charming actor, the struggling writer. But real life isn't about perfect moments frozen in time. No regrets though, right? How can I regret anything when it gave me Jackson? And this. I gesture to the peaceful street around us, where nobody's taking my picture or speculating about my marriage in tabloid headlines. He has friends here who like him for him, not because his dad's Owen Blake. I can write without worrying about being judged as just an actor's wife. We have game nights and movie marathons where we actually watch the whole thing instead of having to pause for press calls. Sarah hands me her coffee cup, and I take a grateful sip. Speaking of Jackson, better head home soon. He's got that science project due tomorrow. The volcano. He's been working on it all week. Even turned down video games last night to perfect the eruption formula. Sounds like he's finally learning time management. Yeah, I smile, thinking of my son's determined face as he measured baking soda. We've built something good here, something real. I wave goodbye to Sarah and make my way down the snowy sidewalk toward the community theater. The old brick building stands proud against the gray December sky, its vintage marquee advertising upcoming shows. Through the glass doors, I spot Jackson in the lobby, surrounded by his theater friends. My breath catches. The way he gestures while telling a story, commanding everyone's attention, it's pure Owen. That natural charisma that draws people in. But unlike his father, Jackson uses his charm to make others feel included, not to further his own agenda. He's all heart, my boy. The doors burst open, and Jackson races toward me, his winter coat unzipped despite the cold. Mom, you'll never believe it. Zip up that coat before you catch pneumonia. I reach for his zipper, but he playfully bats my hand away. What's got you so excited? I got the lead in the Christmas play. His eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Ms. Peterson said I nailed the audition. That's amazing, honey. I pull him into a hug, breathing in the scent of his apple shampoo. You worked so hard practicing those lines. Did you hear that part where he said he got the lead? Calls out Tommy, one of Jackson's theater friends, from the doorway. He hasn't shut up about it for the past hour. Can you blame me? Jackson shoots back with a grin. This is my first leading role. Well, this calls for a celebration. I adjust his scarf, finally managing to zip his coat. How about hot chocolate at Mel's Diner? With extra whipped cream? Only if we can have it with some chocolate chip pancakes. He winks with a grin that's distinctly his father. I think being cast as your play's lead role definitely earns you breakfast for dinner. Jackson pumps his fist in the air. Best day ever. He turns to wave at his friends. See you guys tomorrow. Break a leg, Jax! They chorus back, and my heart swells seeing him so happy, so supported by real friends who care about him, not his last name. The bell above Eva's diner door chimes as Jackson bursts in, the warmth inside a welcome relief from the December chill. The familiar scent of coffee and maple syrup wraps around us like a comfortable blanket. If it isn't my favorite customer, Eva calls out from behind the counter, her blonde curls escaping from her messy bun. And his mom too, I suppose. Very funny. I shake slushy snow from my boots. Your favorite customer just landed the lead in his Christmas play. Eva's eyes light up. The lead role? That's amazing. Well, then you better park it right here at the counter where I can properly spoil you. Jackson scrambles onto a stool, practically vibrating with excitement. Can I get chocolate chip pancakes? And hot chocolate with extra whipped cream? Eva's already reaching for the cocoa. Like I'd let you celebrate with anything else. You know us too well, I say, settling onto the stool next to Jackson. 6 years of feeding you two, I better. Eva slides 2 steaming mugs of hot chocolate across the counter, mountains of whipped cream threatening to spill over the edges. These are on the house. Can't charge a thespian star now, can I? Jackson dips his finger in the whipped cream. Does this mean I get free breakfast forever? Don't push your luck, kiddo. Eva winks at him. But today, sky's the limit. The pancakes arrive shortly after, chocolate chips still melting, creating perfect little pools of sweetness. Jackson dives in while Eva leans against the counter, watching us with that maternal smile that makes her diner feel more like home than just another restaurant. So tell me all about this audition, Eva says, refilling our hot chocolates without being asked. Did you knock their socks off? Jackson launches into the story between bites, complete with dramatic hand gestures that send drops of syrup flying. Eva doesn't even flinch when one lands on her pristine counter. She just wipes it away with practiced ease, never taking her eyes off Jackson as he recounts every detail. Jackson pushes his empty plate away and fidgets with his napkin, a telltale sign he's working up to something. Mom, I was thinking, maybe Dad could come see the play. My fork freezes halfway to my mouth. Eva busies herself wiping down the counter, but I catch her concerned glance. And Jackson continues, his voice getting smaller. Maybe we could all spend Christmas together, like we used to. The pancakes turn to lead in my stomach. 6 years of carefully constructed boundaries and separate holidays, all challenged by my son's hopeful eyes. Jackson, please, Mom. I know you guys aren't together anymore, but he traces patterns in the leftover syrup with his fork. Tommy's parents are divorced too, but they still do Christmas together sometimes. And Dad's never seen me in a play. I really want him to. Eva slides a fresh cup of coffee in front of me, squeezing my shoulder as she passes. The gesture steadies me. Honey, it's complicated. But it doesn't have to be. The words burst out of him. Dad asks about you, you know. When we video chat, he always wants to know if you're happy. My hands tighten around the coffee mug. Of course, Owen asks about me. He's always been good at saying the right things. Doing them, though? I just want one Christmas where I don't have to feel like I have to make a choice, Jackson whispers, and my heart cracks. I reach over and smooth down his cowlick, buying time to steady my voice. I'll talk to your father about coming to the play, okay? And we'll see about Christmas. Really? His whole face lights up, and I'm already regretting making even that small promise. Really, but Jackson. I wait until he meets my eyes. I don't want you getting your hopes up about anything else. Sometimes parents work better when they're apart. He nods, but I recognize that spark in his eyes. It's the same one Owen used to get when he was determined to make something happen, no matter the odds.
Chapter 6. Owen. The camera flash burns my retinas for what feels like the millionth time today. My jaw aches from holding the same smile for hours. Just one more, Mr. Blake. The photographer adjusts his lens. Give us that signature smolder. I resist rolling my eyes and comply. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner I can get home and crash on my ridiculously expensive couch that I barely use. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Mike with another career-defining opportunity that'll keep me away from any semblance of a personal life. But when I check the screen, my heart skips a beat. Maya, can we video chat when you're free? It's about Jackson. My fingers hover over the keyboard. 6 years of mostly silence between us, broken only by necessary communication about Jackson. And now she wants to video chat. Mr. Blake, are you ready? Actually, we're done here. I grab my jacket from the chair. Send the proofs to my agent. But I said we're done. In my trailer, I run a hand through my hair, trying to tame it back to something resembling normal rather than the artistic mess the stylist created. My phone feels heavy in my hand as I type out a response. Me. Of course. Give me 10 minutes to get somewhere quiet. Her reply comes instantly. Thanks. That single word shouldn't make my pulse race like this. I faced down the toughest directors in Hollywood, handled rabid paparazzi, and dealt with method actors who stayed in character for months. Yet one text from Maya has me feeling like a rookie at his first audition. I settle into my armchair by my desk, making sure the lighting isn't too harsh. The video call connects and my breath catches. There's my son, but he's not the little boy from my memories. His face has lost its baby fat, and his eyes, Maya's eyes, sparkle with excitement. Dad, you'll never believe what happened. Hit me with it, buddy. The words come out rougher than intended. My throat feels tight. I got the lead in the Christmas play, like the actual lead. I'm the main character. Maya sits beside him, and despite everything, her proud smile matches mine. That's incredible, Jackson. That sounds like a really amazing role. Jackson's excitement radiates through the screen, but Maya's hesitation is clear in the way she shifts in her seat. Actually, there's something else, Maya says. Her fingers drum against the table, a nervous habit she's never broken. Jackson was hoping... well... Mom, can I tell him? Jackson bounces in his chair. At Maya's nod, he continues. Dad, would you come see my play? Both you and Mom? Together? The hope in his voice hits me like a physical blow. I glance at my calendar on the wall, covered in red-inked commitments and shooting schedules. But for once, the answer is simple. Of course I'll be there. Wouldn't miss it for anything. Maya's eyebrows lift slightly. Really? Because if you're busy... I'm not. I lean forward, meeting her gaze through the screen. When is it? December 23rd, Jackson says. 7 o'clock. You promise you'll come? I promise, buddy. The words come out firm and sure. I'll clear my schedule right now. You don't have to, Maya starts. Yes, I do. My tone brooks no argument. Some things are more important than Hollywood. Jackson's face lights up like Times Square on New Year's Eve. This is gonna be the best Christmas play ever. Maya clears her throat, and I recognize that look, the one she gets when she's about to drop something big. There's more, Owen. Jackson's eyes dart between us through the screen, practically vibrating with anticipation. More? My stomach does a weird flip. Well, Maya starts, her hand absently touching the silver necklace she always wears. Jackson was hoping... tell him, honey. Dad, could we maybe spend Christmas together? Like, all of us. Jackson's words tumble out in a rush. As a family. The air leaves my lungs. I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. You mean? Like we used to, Jackson says, his voice small but hopeful. Remember when we'd make those giant gingerbread houses? And Mom would always say they looked more like earthquake shelters than houses? Maya's lips twitch, fighting a smile. They really did, though. Hey, architectural integrity wasn't the point, I defend, falling into our old patterns so easily it scares me. It was about the creative vision. Is that what we're calling collapsed roofs now? Jackson's laugh rings through the speakers, and damn if it isn't the best sound I've heard all year. So, will you, please? I look at my son's eager face, then at Maya. She's trying to keep her expression neutral, but I can read the tension in her shoulders. This isn't just about Jackson's request. It's about trust, about whether I can be counted on after all these years. Nothing would make me happier, I say, meaning every word. If that's okay with your mom? Maya meets my gaze through the screen. We can try for Jackson. I can be in Reading by tomorrow afternoon, I say, already pulling up my calendar on my phone. I'll have my assistant cancel everything for the next few weeks. Jackson's eyes go wide. Really? You mean it? Damn straight I do. The calendar notification for tomorrow's photo shoot blinks at me. Delete. The meeting with that pretentious indie director. Gone. I got more than enough vacation days saved up. Maya's eyebrows arch. She's clearly suspicious. What about your new movie? Wrapped filming today, actually. I lean back, loosening my tie. Perfect timing, right? But don't you have press tours, or... Let Mark handle it. The thought of my agent's inevitable meltdown almost makes me smile. He's been dying to prove how indispensable he is. Hell, he'll probably spin this into some heartwarming PR story about family values. Jackson bounces in his chair, practically vibrating with excitement. Can we go skating, and build snowmen, and have snowball fights, and make hot chocolate with those little marshmallows? Slow down, buddy. Maya's hand settles on his shoulder, but I catch the slight upturn of her lips. Even trying to be stern, she can't hide that she's warming up to the idea. Let's not overwhelm your father. Overwhelm me? I scoff, already pulling up flight options on my phone. First-class tickets are scarce this time of year, but I'll make it work. Please. I just spent 3 months doing my own stunts in a superhero movie, getting thrown through fake walls and jumping off buildings. I think I can handle a little winter fun with my kid. The last time you went skating, you spent more time on your butt than your feet. I was finding my center of gravity. For 2 hours. It was a very complex center. Jackson's laughter fills the space between us, bridging 6 years of distance in an instant. This is gonna be awesome. I book the earliest flight I can find, ignoring the first-class options for once. Coach will get me there just as fast, and right now speed matters more than legroom. Text me your address. I'll grab an Uber from the airport. Maya nods, and for a moment I see a flash of the woman who used to believe in fairy tales, the one who'd stay up late reading romance novels, dreaming of her own happy ending. Just don't make promises you can't keep, Owen. Not this time. The words come out harder than intended, carrying the weight of 6 years of regret. My jaw clenches as memories of missed birthdays and broken promises flood back. I'm done letting Hollywood run my life. And I mean it. Mike can throw all the scripts he wants at me. Nothing's more important than this chance to make things right. After ending the call, I lean back in my trailer's leather chair, the reality of what just happened sinking in. My phone lights up with Maya's text. An address in Reading I've never been to. Their new home. The thought stings, but there's something else mixing with that pain. Hope, maybe. I pull up my calendar again, systematically deleting everything for the next 3 weeks. Mike's going to have an aneurysm. My mother will probably disown me. The studio will throw a fit. I don't give a damn about any of it. My phone buzzes. Speaking of the devil, it's Mike. Listen, kid, about that blockbuster I mentioned. Not now, Mike. I'm taking some time off. Time off? He sputters like I've suggested setting fire to the Hollywood sign. What do you mean? Time off? The director wants to meet next week and... Cancel it. Cancel everything through New Year's. Have you lost your mind? This could be... my son's starring in a Christmas play. The words come out firm, final. I'm going to be there. And after that, I'm spending the holidays with him and Maya. Silence crackles over the line. Then, Maya? Your ex-wife Maya? Owen, think about what you're doing. The tabloids. We'll have to find someone else to write about. I start packing up my stuff, phone wedged between ear and shoulder. I've missed enough of Jackson's life because of this industry. Not anymore. But... Merry Christmas, Mike. I'll call you in January. I hang up, tossing the phone onto the couch. Through the trailer's window, I can see the bustling movie set, crews dismantling equipment, extras heading home, the artificial world being packed away into neat little boxes. For the first time in years, I feel like I can breathe. My phone pings with another message from Maya. Jackson's already planning the entire holiday schedule. Hope you're ready for ice skating lessons. I find myself grinning at the screen like an idiot. Yeah, I'm ready for all of it.
Chapter 7. Maya. I adjust the pillows on the couch for the 5th time, knowing it's just busy work to keep my hands from shaking. The house is spotless. I've been cleaning since dawn, though I'm not sure why I care what Owen thinks of our home. Is Dad here yet? Jackson bounces down the stairs, practically vibrating with excitement. His theater script is clutched in his hand, wrinkled from constant reading. There's a grass stain on his jeans from yesterday's recess. But I can't bring myself to make him change. His enthusiasm is too pure. Not yet, honey. My stomach twists like I've swallowed broken glass. Remember, he's driving from LA, so it might take... Can I wait outside? He's already inching toward the front door, unable to contain himself. God, he looks so much like Owen when he's excited about something. It's 40 degrees out there. I cross my arms, trying to channel some maternal authority, but I know it's a losing battle. Please? He draws out the word, giving me those puppy dog eyes that are pure Owen. I'll wear my jacket. His fingers are already on the zipper of his blue winter coat, the one I bought him last month. I sigh, my resolve crumbling like it always does when he looks at me that way. Fine, but stay on the porch. And don't get your hopes up too high, I want to add, but I bite my tongue. While Jackson races to get his coat, I catch my reflection in the hallway mirror. I've changed outfits 3 times already, finally settling on jeans and a cream sweater. Simple, casual, not like I'm trying too hard. My hair is pulled back in its usual neat twists, and I've kept my makeup minimal, just mascara and a hint of lip gloss. The last thing I need is Owen thinking I got all dolled up just because he's coming over, even if that's exactly what I spent the last hour doing. Mom, Jackson calls from outside. I think I see his car. My heart stutters. Through the window, I spot a sleek black rental turning onto our street. Of course, Owen wouldn't bring one of his flashy LA vehicles to small-town Redding. Did you know Dad was in that new superhero movie? Jackson asks, pressing his face against the window. Tommy at school says he's really good in it. That's nice. I force a smile, though my chest aches. 6 years of carefully constructed walls feel paper thin right now. Maybe we can watch it together. As a family. The hope in his voice makes me want to cry. We'll see, sweetie. One thing at a time. The car pulls into our driveway, and Jackson rockets off the porch. I remain frozen in the doorway, watching my son run toward his father, script fluttering behind him like a flag of surrender. Owen steps out of the car, and my breath catches. Time has been unfairly kind to him. His jawline seems sharper, shoulders broader beneath his casual leather jacket. The hint of silver at his temples only adds to his appeal. Damn him. Jackson crashes into Owen's legs. Dad, you're here. Hey, buddy. Owen scoops him up like Jackson weighs nothing, though our son's getting too big for such displays. Man, look at you. You're gonna be taller than me soon. Did you really drive all the way from L.A.? Sure did. And Owen sets Jackson down and opens the passenger door. I might have brought a few things with me. Jackson's eyes go wide as Owen pulls out a large gift bag. Early Christmas presents? Well, I figured since I missed a few birthdays. Owen catches my eye for a moment, and I see genuine regret there before he turns back to Jackson. Want to see what's inside? Yes. Jackson bounces on his toes as Owen pulls out several wrapped packages. This one's from the set of my latest movie. Owen hands over a box. The prop department let me keep it. Jackson tears into the paper, revealing what looks like some kind of high-tech prop weapon. No way! Is this the sonic blaster from Galaxy Force? The very same one I used in the final battle scene. This is so cool. Jackson aims it at an imaginary enemy. Can I show Tommy at school? Maybe keep it at home, I suggest, not wanting any calls from concerned teachers. Owen pulls out another package. And this is something special I had made just for you. It's a leather-bound script holder with Jackson's name embossed in gold. My son runs his fingers over the lettering in awe. For all your future performances, Owen says softly. I hear you're following in your old man's footsteps. I watch Owen shower Jackson with expensive gifts, and my jaw clenches. Same old Owen, thinking material things can patch up years of absence. The familiar frustration bubbles up inside me. Look, Mom. Jackson holds up the script holder. Isn't it amazing? It's very nice, honey. I keep my voice even, though my fingers drum against my crossed arms. Why don't you take your things upstairs and get ready for dinner? Once Jackson disappears up the stairs, Owen turns to me with that megawatt smile. He's grown so much, I can't believe. Really, Owen? A prop gun and an overpriced leather folder? His smile falters. I thought he'd like them. That's not the point. I step closer, keeping my voice low so Jackson won't hear. You can't just waltz in here with expensive presents and expect everything to be okay. This isn't one of your movies where throwing money at problems makes them disappear. Maya, I'm trying here. No, you're doing exactly what you always did. Big gestures, grand gifts, anything to avoid actually being present. The words tumble out before I can stop them. Remember Jackson's 5th birthday? You sent him a whole playground set to make up for missing it. Or that Christmas when you had Santa himself? Or at least some poor actor show up at our door because you were too busy filming to come home. Owen runs a hand through his hair. That's not fair. I'm here now, aren't I? Only because Jackson asked. And what happens after the holidays? More presents in the mail while you're off shooting your next blockbuster. Mom, Jackson calls from upstairs. Can I show Dad my room? I close my eyes, forcing down the anger. We'll finish this conversation later. Owen steps closer, his cologne bringing back memories I'd rather keep buried. Come on, Maya. You know why I really came back, don't you? That reality has long since passed. I step back, crossing my arms. Jackson's waiting. Let me show you to the guest room. I lead him upstairs, hyper aware of his presence behind me. The guest room is at the end of the hall, far from my bedroom. A deliberate choice when I bought this house. Your bags? I ask, not turning around. Still in the car. I'll grab them later. His voice drops lower, that intimate tone he used to use just for me. Maya, it's really good to see you. You look... Stop. I spin to face him, keeping my voice down so Jackson won't hear. Let's get one thing straight. We're doing this for Jackson. That means acting civil, maybe even friendly when he's around. But don't mistake that for something it's not. I wasn't. Yes, you were. You've got that look in your eye, the one you get before launching into one of your charming speeches. My hands clench at my sides. Save it for your movies, Owen Blake. We're not a couple anymore. We're just two people trying to give our son a nice Christmas. He studies me for a moment, then nods. You're right. I understand. Good. I turn to leave, but his voice stops me. For what it's worth, I really do want Jackson to have a good Christmas. No agenda, no Hollywood act, just being here for him. And for you, if you'll let me. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest ache. I hope you mean that. For Jackson's sake, of course. I shift my weight, studying the man who once knew every inch of my heart. Look, I do want to thank you for coming. It means everything to Jackson. Of course. Owen leans against the doorframe, his presence filling the narrow hallway. He's my son. I'd move mountains for that kid. You've said that before. The words slip out before I can stop them. Maya. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. I wrap my arms around myself, creating a barrier between us. I want to believe you mean it this time. I do. His voice carries that gravelly intensity he gets when he's not acting, when he's speaking from somewhere real. I know I've screwed up. Missed birthdays, school plays, everything that actually matters. But I want to do better. Dad! Jackson's voice echoes from his room. I found my theater awards. Owen's eyes stay locked on mine. I'm not just saying this for show. I mean it. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tight. Part of me wants to believe him, the same part that fell for him all those years ago. But I've watched too many of his performances to trust what seems real. Actions speak louder than promises, Owen. I step back, needing space from his magnetic pull. Show Jackson you mean it. That's all I ask. I will. He straightens up, squaring those broad shoulders. I swear I'll prove it to both of you. Dad, Jackson calls again. Are you coming? Be right there, buddy. Owen gives me one last meaningful look before heading toward our son's room. I watch him go, remembering all the times he's made similar promises. My writer's mind can't help but see the scene playing out like one of my novels. The prodigal father returns. Love conquers all. But real life isn't that simple. And Owen Blake has always been better at playing roles than living them.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 8. Owen. The bell above Eva's diner door chimes as we walk in. The aroma of fresh coffee and something sweet baking hits me immediately. Jackson practically bounces beside me, tugging at my sleeve. And then in the play, I get to wear this really cool costume with a robe and everything. That sounds awesome, buddy. I slide into the booth across from Maya, while Jackson squeezes in next to me. You're playing the lead role, right? Yeah. I'm this old grumpy guy. I have to talk to Christmas ghosts and learn lessons about kindness and stuff. Maya catches my eye for a brief moment before looking away. He's been practicing his lines nonstop. Mom helps me every night, Jackson says, grabbing a menu. But sometimes I mess up the big speech at the end. Everyone messes up sometimes, I tell him. You know, in my last movie, I had to do this one scene 27 times because I kept saying the wrong word. Jackson's eyes widen. Really? But you're famous. Being famous doesn't make you perfect. Maya's voice carries a sharp edge that isn't lost on me. A woman with salt and pepper hair approaches our table, her expression warming when she sees Jackson but cooling considerably when she spots me. This must be Eva. What can I get for my favorite customer? She asks, focusing solely on Jackson. Can I have chocolate chip pancakes, please? Jackson looks at Maya hopefully. It's almost dinner time, Maya starts. Come on, let him live a little. The words slip out before I can stop them. Maya's jaw tightens and I immediately regret speaking. Dad, you should have come to play practice tomorrow. Jackson changes the subject, oblivious to the tension. We're doing the scene where I first appear through this trap door. It's so cool. Maya excuses herself to the restroom, leaving me alone with Jackson. The whispers start almost immediately. Eva leans over the counter, speaking in hushed tones to Maya as she stops by the counter. Both seem to be whispering while shooting glances my way. Dad, can you help me practice my lines later? Jackson pulls out a wrinkled script from his backpack. Sure, buddy. I'd love to. I ruffle his hair, but my attention keeps drifting to Eva's not-so-subtle conversation. Shows up after 6 years. Eva's words carry across the diner. Thinks he can just waltz back in. Jackson remains absorbed in his script, but my jaw clenches. I've been in enough movies to recognize when I'm the villain in someone's story. Eva's protective stance behind the counter, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, tells me everything I need to know about what Maya's shared with her friend. You want more chocolate milk? Eva asks Jackson as she comes back to the table, her warm tone a stark contrast to the ice in her glance toward me. Yes, please. Coming right up, sweetie. She moves to the kitchen, muttering something that sounds suspiciously like Hollywood hotshot under her breath. The whispers continue, spreading through the diner like wildfire. It's different from Hollywood gossip. More personal, more cutting. In LA, they speculate about my love life with faceless starlets. Here, they know exactly who I hurt. Maya returns to the table, and Ava materializes instantly with Jackson's chocolate milk. They exchange a look that speaks volumes. 6 years of friendship, of shared secrets, of picking up the pieces I left behind. A teenage girl approaches our table, phone already raised. Oh my God, you're Owen Blake! Can I get a picture? Of course. I flash my signature smile, the one that's graced countless magazine covers. Jackson watches with wide eyes as I stand and pose with the fan. My friends are never going to believe this. She taps frantically at her phone. Could you do the line from Midnight Chase? You know, the one where you... Time doesn't wait for heroes, I deliver it with practiced ease, adding the slight head tilt that made the scene famous. That was so cool. Jackson bounces in his seat. Dad, can you teach me how to do that? Maya stabs at her salad. I'm sure your father has plenty of lines memorized. More people gather around our table. Phones appear like magic, along with napkins and receipts for signing. I keep my public persona firmly in place, giving each fan my full attention. Your latest movie was amazing. When's the sequel coming out? Are you really dating Angelina Winters? I deflect the last question with a practiced laugh. No comment on that one. Dad's way better than Angelina, Jackson pipes up. He's gonna help me with my play. Maya pushes her plate away. We should probably get going. Just a few more minutes, I say between signatures. These folks were kind enough to wait. They're always kind enough to wait, Maya mutters, but only I catch it. Once the crowd finally disperses, I turn my attention back to my family. Jackson's still sipping his chocolate milk, and Maya's pushing the remains of her salad around her plate. So, I saw your latest book at LAX, I say, leaning forward. Third bestseller, right? Maya's fingers stop fidgeting with her fork. You noticed. Hard to miss when it's taking up half the window display. The series really took off after the second book. Her eyes light up, and something in my chest tightens. My editor wanted me to stick to the original outline, but I knew Sarah's character needed more depth. So I rewrote the entire middle section. That must have taken forever. 3 weeks of nothing but coffee and typing. She gestures with her hands as she speaks, something she always did when excited. But the readers connected with it. The letters I get. These women see themselves in Sarah's journey. Mom's books are awesome, Jackson chimes in. She lets me read the non-mushy parts. Maya laughs, a real laugh this time, not the guarded ones from earlier. Which means he reads about 10 pages total. The fight scenes are cool, though. Your mom always did have a way with words. I catch her eye. Remember that poem you wrote me when we first started dating? She ducks her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We are not discussing that. It was pretty good. It was terrible, and you know it. The way her eyes dance when she talks about her work, the slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth, it hits me like a punch to the gut. I'd forgotten how she comes alive when she's passionate about something, how her whole face transforms. My next book actually releases in February, she says, then catches herself getting excited again and straightens in her seat. But you probably don't want to hear about all that. No, I do. And I mean it. Tell me more. Oh, Dad, we need to make gingerbread houses. Jackson slams his hands on the table, making the silverware jump. Mom bought all the stuff already. She says we can't mess up her kitchen, though. Maya raises an eyebrow. Because last time someone thought frosting belonged on the ceiling. That was an accident. Jackson turns to me, eyes bright with possibility. And we gotta go ice skating. There's this really cool rink downtown that plays Christmas music and has hot chocolate and everything. The enthusiasm in his voice hits me right in the chest. When was the last time I did something as simple as ice skating? Between film schedules and press tours, my Decembers usually involve fancy charity galas and stuffy industry parties. We need a tree too, Jackson continues, practically vibrating in his seat. A real one. Mom says we can get one this weekend, and then we'll decorate it together and make popcorn strings and... Slow down, buddy. I laugh, but my throat feels tight. We've got time. Promise we'll do all of it. He looks up at me with those earnest brown eyes, Maya's eyes. The gingerbread houses and skating and everything. Every single thing, I say. We'll even make 2 gingerbread houses if you want. 3, he corrects. 1 for each of us. Maya's watching me carefully, probably waiting for me to make excuses or check my phone for important calls. But for once, there's nothing more important than this moment. 3 it is. I meet her gaze steadily. and I promise not to get any frosting on the ceiling. As we head toward the exit, it's like watching a small-town parade where Maya and Jackson are the stars. Every patron seems to know them personally. "See you at book club next week, Maya," a woman calls from her booth. "Jackson, don't forget your science project's due Thursday," another reminds him. "Thanks, Mrs. Henderson." Jackson waves back. An elderly man reading a newspaper looks up. "Hey, kiddo, still on for chess at the library Saturday?" "You bet, Mr. Roberts. I've been practicing." Ava emerges from behind the counter, wrapping Jackson in a tight hug. "Come back soon, mijo. And remember, no more chocolate milk before dinner." "But Aunt Ava," Jackson protests with a grin. "Don't. But Aunt Ava me." She ruffles his hair, then turns to Maya. "Call me later." Maya nods, and I catch the meaningful look that passes between them. In LA, everyone knows my name, but here, they know my family, really know them. A teenage waitress runs up with Jackson's forgotten backpack. "Here you go, buddy. Break a leg at rehearsal tomorrow." The door chimes as we step out into the crisp evening air. No paparazzi waiting, no fans asking for selfies, just people going about their lives, treating my son and ex-wife like they belong. Because they do belong. The library's right across the street. Jackson tugs at my sleeve. "Want to see where I play chess with Mr. Roberts?" I watch Maya chat with a woman walking her dog, both of them laughing about something I'm not part of. This is what I missed while chasing spotlights. The simple rhythm of a life where everyone knows your coffee order instead of your IMDb page. "Dad?" Jackson's still waiting for an answer. "Yeah, buddy, show me everything."
Chapter 9. Maya. I pull the door shut to Jackson's room, throwing a finger up for silence as the two of us walk quietly down the hallway. "He always go to sleep that easily?" "Logically," Owen asks, his voice incredulous. "He's had some nights, especially after the move. For the most part, though, it's bonding time for the two of us," I say quietly. "Not that you've been here to witness any of that." The kitchen's quiet hum fills the awkward silence between us as I pull 2 mugs from the cabinet. "Chamomile okay?" "Still your go-to, huh?" Owen leans against the counter, his presence taking up more space than it should in my modest kitchen. "Some things don't change." I drop the tea bags in and pour the hot water, watching the steam rise. "Though plenty of other things do." "Like what?" "Like me, learning to function without someone's help." The words come out sharper than intended, and I busy myself with stirring honey into my tea. Owen accepts his mug with a slight nod. "Your books are doing well. I saw the displays at Barnes & Noble." "You actually went into a bookstore?" I can't help the hint of surprise in my voice. Contrary to popular belief, some of us actors do know how to read. He takes a sip, wincing at the heat. Though I admit, most of my recent reading has been scripts. The familiar scent of chamomile fills the space between us. I wrap my hands around the warm mug, grateful for something to do with them. "Jackson's really happy you're here." "Yeah." His eyes light up at the mention of our son. "He's grown so much, got your smile." "And your dramatic flair." I find myself smiling despite myself. "The theater thing? That's all you." "God help him." Owen chuckles, then his expression turns serious. "Maya, about what happened?" "Don't." I hold up a hand. "We're not doing this tonight. We're here for Jackson, remember?" He takes another sip of tea, watching me over the rim of his mug. "Right. For Jackson." The clock on the wall ticks away the seconds, marking time in this strange limbo we've created. The tea grows cooler in my hands as we stand there. 2 people who used to know everything about each other, now struggling to find common ground beyond the child sleeping upstairs. We migrate to the living room, settling on opposite ends of my worn leather couch, The distance between us feels both too far and not far enough. Owen runs his finger along the rim of his mug. This is different from our old place. That's the point. I tuck my feet under me, creating a barrier with my knees. No marble countertops or infinity pools here. It's nice, cozy. His eyes scan the room, landing on the collection of Jackson's artwork adorning the walls. You've made a real home. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tight. We managed. Maya, don't start. I take a sip of tea to steady myself. We're not doing the whole what went wrong conversation. Then what are we doing? He shifts, angling his body toward mine. The movement sends his familiar cologne drifting my way. Because this awkward dance isn't exactly screaming happy family for Jackson. What do you suggest? That we pretend the last 6 years never happened? No, but maybe we could. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. Try to be friends. The laugh that escapes me is more bitter than I intend. Friends? Owen Blake wants to be friends with his ex-wife? Is that so hard to believe? Considering you couldn't even be a husband? The words slip out before I can stop them. His jaw tightens. That's not fair. Neither was missing every important moment in our son's life. I set my mug down harder than necessary. But here we are. Silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken accusations and regrets. The clock on the wall ticks away, marking each second of this uncomfortable reunion. Look, I finally say, softening my tone. For Jackson's sake, we need to find some middle ground. But friendship? That's asking a lot. Let's start with a commitment to kindness. How about that? Deal, he says with a swift nod, sipping his tea. I tuck my feet under me more comfortably, studying Owen's profile in the soft living room light. So, tell me about your latest project, the one you just wrapped. Oh, Owen waves his hand dismissively. Big budget action flick, lots of explosions, car chases, the usual. That's it? Last time you talked about a movie, I couldn't get you to shut up about the artistic vision and groundbreaking cinematography. He shrugs, tracing patterns on the couch arm. It pays the bills. Since when do you need to worry about bills? I raise an eyebrow. Last I checked, you were Hollywood's golden boy. Still am, according to the trades. His smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Got another big one lined up for next year. Mike's already pushing for me to take it. And you don't want to? Didn't say that? He takes another sip of tea. Just, sometimes I wonder if there's more to life than memorizing lines and dodging paparazzi. The admission catches me off guard. This isn't the Owen I remember. The one who'd spend hours practicing scenes in our bedroom mirror, who'd light up talking about his latest audition. What happened to living the dream? I ask, keeping my tone light. Dreams change. He meets my eyes for a brief moment before looking away. Or maybe we just wake up. The silence that follows feels weighted with something I'm not ready to examine. I clear my throat. Well, at least the fans at the diner seemed excited to see you. Yeah? His laugh sounds hollow. Always nice to be recognized for pretending to be someone else. I did catch your latest one, I admit, tracing the rim of my mug. The one where you played the ex-military guy, turned private investigator. Owen perks up. Yeah? What did you think? The fight scenes were impressive, much better than Zombie Surfer Squad. He groans, dropping his head back against the couch. Oh God, you remember that one? How could I forget? You spent 3 weeks practicing how to stand on a surfboard in our pool, and still looked like a drunk penguin in every beach scene. Owen shakes his head, laughing. The director kept yelling, "More swagger. You're fighting the undead, not doing taxes." At least that was better than space ninjas from Mars. I set my mug down, unable to contain my grin. Remember that awful green screen work? Don't remind me. The special effects budget must have been about $12. Owen leans forward, eyes sparkling with amusement. And those costumes? I swear they were made from aluminum foil and spray paint. The scene where our character had to dramatically remove his helmet, and it got stuck halfway. We both burst out laughing at the memory. You had to deliver that serious monologue about saving Earth with the helmet covering one eye. Mike nearly had a stroke when that went straight to DVD. Owen wipes at his eyes. But hey, everyone's got to start somewhere, right? True. Though I'm pretty sure Attack of the Killer Garden Gnomes wasn't a necessary step in your career path. Hey now, that one got me my SAG card. He points at me accusingly, but he's still grinning. Besides, you wrote that vampire cowboy romance novel your first year. That manuscript is buried where no one will ever find it. Thank you very much. The laughter between us feels natural, like old times. And for a moment, I forget all the reasons we're supposed to keep our distance. Watching Owen laugh, his head thrown back against my couch, something tugs deep in my chest. The corners of his eyes crinkle the same way they did that night at the tiny indie film festival, back when he was still doing movies with titles like Vampire Surfer and Attack of the Killer Garden Gnomes. Remember that awful premiere party for Space Ninjas? I ask, tucking my legs closer. The one where the caterer mixed up the orders? God, yes. Owen leans forward, eyes bright. Nothing but hot dogs and those little cocktail weenies. Mike was on the warpath. But you just grabbed 2 hot dogs, piled them high with everything, and announced they were cosmic delicacies from the Andromeda Galaxy. And everyone believed it. Started eating them with pinkies up, talking about the complex flavor profile. His impression of those pretentious partygoers sends me into another fit of giggles. It's the same charm that had me agreeing to coffee after the festival, despite my rule about not dating actors. The same easy smile that turned coffee into dinner, dinner into breakfast, and before I knew it, we were planning a wedding right before Heroes Dawn hit theaters. The memory of our whirlwind romance settles in my stomach like lead. Those early days, when we'd curl up on a secondhand couch in his tiny apartment, dreaming about his breakthrough role while I worked on my first manuscript. How everything changed when those dreams actually came true. I watch him now, relaxed and laughing in my living room, looking so much like the B-movie actor who used to practice his lines while helping me cook dinner, before red carpets and magazine covers, before Hollywood stole him away one premiere at a time. Those were simpler times, I say softly, more to myself than him. Owen's laughter fades, his expression shifting to something I can't quite read. Yeah, he agrees, his voice equally quiet. They were... Owen sets his mug down, his expression softening. You know, I've been meaning to tell you, you've done an amazing job with Jackson. He's thoughtful, well-spoken, nothing like the entitled Hollywood kids I'm used to seeing. Thanks. I fidget with a loose thread on my sweater. Though I can't take all the credit, he's just naturally good-hearted. And your books. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. 3 bestsellers? That's incredible, Maya. I always knew you had it in you. The sincerity in his voice makes my stomach flutter. Even when I was writing terrible plots for vampire cowboys. Especially then. His eyes catch mine, holding them with an intensity that makes my breath catch. You've always been talented. I'm just glad the rest of the world finally sees it too. The warmth of his praise settles over me like a familiar blanket. For a moment, I see glimpses of the Owen I fell in love with, the one who used to read my rough drafts late into the night, who celebrated every small writing victory with takeout and dancing in our tiny kitchen. Maybe the thought sneaks in before I can stop it. Maybe we could try again. Maybe older and wiser versions of ourselves could make it work. Maybe. No, I shake my head slightly, dispersing the dangerous notion. This is exactly how it started last time. His charm, his sincerity, the way he makes me feel like I'm the only person in the room. But charm doesn't make up for missed birthdays and broken promises. Still, as Owen launches into a story about Jackson's impressive knowledge of Shakespeare at dinner, the traitorous thought lingers in the back of my mind, refusing to be completely dismissed. Get it together, Maya. You've been down this road before, and it's likely to end in tragedy again.
Chapter 10. Owen. Jackson sits cross-legged on the living room floor, script pages spread out around him like fallen leaves. His brow furrows in concentration as he studies his lines. "Dad, can you help me practice?" "Of course, buddy." I settle onto the couch, picking up the extra script he hands me. The pages are already well worn, with highlighted sections and penciled notes in the margins. Which scene? The one where Mr. Scrooge discovers the magic of Christmas. Jackson flips through his pages. It's the hardest one. All right, let me see. I scan the dialogue, noting the stage directions. Want me to read all the other parts? Yes, please. Jackson bounces up, positioning himself center stage in our makeshift living room theater. Okay, let's take it from Scrooge's entrance. I clear my throat, channeling my best Ghost of Christmas Present voice. Well, Ebenezer, what have you learned from your travels? Jackson steps forward, his expression perfectly capturing the magic of the scene. I need to appreciate the people in my life. All of them. And remember that I am to give rather than to receive. Do you really believe that? I deepen my voice, remembering my own theater days before Hollywood. Or are you speaking from a place of fear? It's just... Jackson pauses, consulting his script. It's just that Christmas hasn't felt magical since my mother and father split up. The line hits closer to home than I expected. I swallow hard before continuing with the ghost's response. We work through the scene several times, with Jackson growing more confident with each run-through. I offer tips on projection and timing, drawing from my years of experience. That was great, Jackson beams after our final read-through. You're way better at doing the other voices than Mom is. Well, I've had some practice. I ruffle his hair. But you're the real star here. You've got your lines down perfectly. Really? His eyes shine with pride. Do you think I could be an actor like you someday? You can be anything you want to be, buddy. But right now, let's focus on making this the best Christmas play Reading has ever seen. Try that line again, but this time think about what Tiny Tim means to Scrooge. I lean forward, watching Jackson's expression shift as he processes the direction. He's not just some kid on the street. He represents everything Scrooge has been missing. Jackson nods, his face scrunching in concentration. Like how I'd feel if I couldn't play with my friends anymore? Exactly. Use that feeling. My chest swells with pride at his instinctive grasp of emotional motivation. From the top. Please, sir. Jackson's voice wavers perfectly, his small frame hunching as he embodies the character. I don't want much for Christmas. Just a chance to walk like the other children. Damn, I whisper under my breath, caught off guard by the raw talent. That was perfect. The slight tremor in your voice? That's exactly what directors look for. Really? He perks up, breaking character. Really? You've got natural timing, too. The way you paused before walk. That wasn't in the script, was it? No, I just, He shrugs. It felt right. That's called instinct, buddy. Can't teach that. I tapped the script. Want to try the next scene? Can you show me how you do it first? Sure. I stand, taking center stage. Watch how I use my whole body to tell the story, not just my voice. As I demonstrate the monologue, Jackson studies every movement with laser focus, the same intensity I used to see in the mirror during my early acting days. Like father, like son. I can't believe I missed this. I want more, so much more with him. Through the corner of my eye, I catch Maya in the kitchen, a soft smile playing on her lips as she chops vegetables. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board creates a steady rhythm that matches our line reading. And God bless us, everyone. Jackson delivers the famous line with perfect timing. That's my boy. I high-five him, then notice Maya's smile growing wider. She quickly ducks her head, focusing on the carrots in front of her. Mom, Jackson calls out. Did you hear that? Dad says I have natural talent. I heard. Maya's knife pauses. And he's right. You've got something special there, baby. The domesticity of the moment hits me hard. The scent of herbs and cooking chicken wafting from the kitchen. Jackson's excited energy. Maya's quiet presence. It feels like stepping into a warm bath after being out in the cold for too long. Hey, Shakespeare. Maya points her knife at Jackson. Clear those scripts off the floor before lunch. I made your favorite chicken stir-fry. With the snow peas? Jackson scrambles to gather his pages. Would I forget the snow peas? She winks at him, then catches my eye. For a brief moment, we share a look of pure parental pride. Need help? I ask, standing up. You can set the table. She hands me 3 plates from the cabinet, her fingers brushing against mine. Unless you've forgotten where everything is. Some things you don't forget. I reach past her for the silverware drawer, catching a whiff of her coconut shampoo. Like how you always keep the forks on the left side of the drawer instead of the right, like a normal person. Says the man who puts milk in before cereal. That's the proper way. Jackson giggles at our banter, and I realize this is exactly what he's been missing. His parents just being parents. Together. Normal. Lunch becomes a time of laughter, witty banter, and reliving old memories that cause a pang of longing in my chest that is as warm as it is uncomfortable. What is happening to me? Mom, I gotta run through my lines one more time. You have to be Mrs. Cratchit. Jackson waves his script at Maya as she loads the dishwasher. Dad's already doing like 5 parts. I don't know, sweetie. These dishes won't wash themselves. I grab a dish towel and start drying. Come on, the dishes can wait. When's the last time you did any acting? That would be never. Maya stacks plates with practiced efficiency. Unless you count pretending to be interested in those Hollywood parties. Those weren't your best performances. I nudge her playfully with my elbow. But seriously, Jackson needs to practice with different voices. It'll help him get ready for the real thing. Maya pauses, dish soap bubbling on her hands. Fine, but only because our son needs the practice. Yes! Jackson thrusts a highlighted script into her hands, leaving wet fingerprints on the pages. You just have to read the parts in yellow. Hold on, let me dry my hands first. Maya wipes her hands on my dish towel. And you're helping with these dishes after, mister. Deal. I set down the last dried plate. From the top. We gather in the living room, scripts in hand. Jackson positions himself center stage again, practically vibrating with excitement. Remember what I said about projection? I prompt. Yes, stand up straight and speak from my diaphragm. Jackson demonstrates, puffing out his chest. Maya settles onto the couch, crossing her legs under her. All right, direct me. What's Mrs. Cratchit's motivation? She's worried about money, Jackson explains seriously. And Tiny Tim being sick. But she tries to be happy for everyone else. Sounds familiar. Maya's eyes meet mine for a moment before dropping back to her script. Okay, let's do this. As we read through the scene, Maya's natural storytelling ability shines through. Her voice shifts seamlessly between concern and forced cheerfulness, bringing Mrs. Cratchit to life. Jackson responds to her energy, his own performance growing stronger. "You're a natural," I whisper during Jackson's monologue. "Shh." She elbows me, but I catch her smile. I'm trying to stay in character. After several more run-throughs, Jackson collapses onto the couch between us, script clutched to his chest. "That was so fun. Can we do it again tomorrow?" "Of course we can, buddy." I ruffle his hair, my heart swelling at his enthusiasm. The simple joy of helping my son practice his lines feels more rewarding than any blockbuster premiere. Hell, I'd take this over walking another red carpet any day of the week. "Mom, you're getting better at the voices too." Jackson turns to Maya with a serious expression. But Dad still does a better Ghost of Christmas Past. I can't help the satisfied smirk that crosses my face, even as Maya shoots me a challenging look that could freeze hell over. After years of voice acting and character work, I damn well better nail those supernatural voices. Though watching Maya try her hand at it, getting more animated with each reading, makes me want to hear what other voices she's got hiding in that creative mind of hers. Maya laughs, the sound warming the room. Well, I'll leave the spooky voices to the professional actor in the family. "Hey, what time is it?" Jackson jumps up suddenly. "Ava said she'd help me with my costume after school." Maya checks her phone. "You've got 20 minutes. Go get ready." Jackson races upstairs, his footsteps thundering above us. The energy he brings to everything amazes me, whether it's acting or just daily life. Maya turns to me, her voice soft. "Thank you for this, for helping him with the play. It means everything to him." "He's got real talent." I lean back, still processing the afternoon we've shared. And not just because he's my son. The way he understands character motivation, timing, it's impressive. Maya hesitates, fidgeting with the corner of her script. "Thank you for being present, for actually being here with him, not just throwing money or gifts his way." Her words hit home. She's right. I used to think expensive presents could make up for my absence. But nothing compares to this. Simply being here, helping our son grow. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. For the first time in a long time, I mean it.
Chapter 11. Maya. The winter chill nips at my face as we walk down Main Street. Owen's pointing out the window displays to Jackson, their matching grins making my heart skip. "Mom, look at that train set." Jackson tugs my sleeve, dragging me toward the antique shop window. "Pretty impressive," I say, watching the miniature locomotive wind through a snowy village. "Reminds me of the one Grandpa had." "Really?" Jackson presses his nose against the glass. "Can we go inside?" Owen's already got the door open. "After you, buddy." Inside, we spend an hour exploring dusty shelves while Jackson tells Owen about every single thing that catches his eye. It's nice watching them together like this. Later that week, we're sprawled across my living room floor, surrounded by cookie decorating supplies. Jackson's determined to make the perfect gingerbread family. "Dad, you're putting way too much frosting on yours." Jackson laughs. Owen raises an eyebrow. "There's no such thing as too much frosting." "That's what you said about the popcorn garland yesterday," I counter, carefully piping a sweater pattern onto my cookie. "And now we have enough to decorate 3 trees. Hey, that was quality father-son bonding time." Jackson beams at the word father-son, and my chest tightens. I catch Owen watching me, his expression soft, before he quickly looks away. The days blur together in a whirlwind of winter activities. ice skating at the community rink where Jackson shows off his improving skills, hot chocolate at Eva's diner, movie nights where we pile onto the couch with blankets and Jackson insists on watching Owen's old B movies, much to Owen's mock horror. Oh God, not Attack of the Zombie Surfers. Owen groans as Jackson puts in the DVD. It's a classic, Jackson declares. I can't help but laugh. Remember when you insisted this was going to win you an Oscar? I was young and delusional, Owen chuckles, throwing a piece of popcorn at me. These moments feel dangerous, too comfortable, too familiar, like we're a real family again. But when Jackson falls asleep between us during the movie, his head on Owen's shoulder, I can't bring myself to move him just yet. Eva corners me in the kitchen while Owen and Jackson are out getting hot chocolate refills from the front of the diner. He's different, she says, wiping down the counter. Less Hollywood. I stack the empty plates. For now. Maya Thompson, I saw how you looked at him during breakfast, the way he made you laugh about that ridiculous commercial he did. That's just Owen being Owen. He's always been charming. No, this is Owen being real. When's the last time you saw him go 3 hours without checking his phone? Or actually listen to every word Jackson says instead of just nodding along? The observation hits home. Owen hasn't been posting on social media or taking business calls. Instead, he's been fully present, helping Jackson with homework, fixing that squeaky door hinge I've been meaning to get to, even offering to cook dinner tomorrow night. He made Jackson's bed this morning, I admit quietly, and knew exactly how to fold the corners the way Jackson likes them. Because he's paying attention. Eva pauses her wiping. Look, I'm not saying jump back into anything, but maybe give him a chance to show you who he is now, not who he was 6 years ago. The bell above the door chimes as Owen and Jackson return, their cheeks pink from the cold. Jackson's telling some elaborate story, complete with wild hand gestures, and Owen's hanging on every word. And then Sarah said the prop dragon actually caught fire during rehearsal last year. No way! What happened next? Well, I watched them settle back into their booth, this new version of Owen who seems content with small-town life and family dinners. Part of me wants to believe it could last. The other part remembers all those broken promises, all those times his career came first. But when he catches my eye and gives me that gentle smile, not his camera-ready grin, but something softer, more genuine, I feel my walls crack just a little. Later that night, I find Owen in my home office, studying the photos on my wall. His presence fills the small space in a way that makes my skin tingle. Is this from Jackson's first play? He points to a framed picture. Yeah, he was a tree that wouldn't stop dancing. Owen laughs, deep and genuine. Sounds like him. He moves closer, shoulder brushing mine as he examines another photo. You've built something amazing here, Maya. The warmth in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. We have. Jackson and I know I wasn't. He stops, runs a hand through his hair. I should have been here. You're here now. The words slip out before I can stop them. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment I forget how to breathe. This isn't the polished movie star who graces magazine covers. This is the Owen I fell in love with. Rumpled shirt, guard down, completely real. Help me with something? I step back, needing distance. I've got these boxes of Christmas decorations that are too high for me to reach. Sure thing, short stuff. I am not short. You're just unreasonably tall. He grabs the boxes easily, biceps flexing. Whatever helps you sleep at night. We sort through ornaments, trading stories about Jackson's artwork and school achievements. It feels natural, like we're friends who never lost touch. But then Owen's fingers brush mine as we reach for the same decoration, and that old electricity zaps through me. Remember this one? He holds up a tacky star we bought our first Christmas together. From that street fair in Venice Beach, I smile despite myself. You insisted it was charming. It is charming. Look at those googly eyes. You're impossible. But I'm laughing, and he's looking at me with that soft expression that makes my heart do somersaults. I need to remember why we ended, need to keep my walls up. But watching him carefully wrap that ugly star in tissue paper, treating it like something precious, it's getting harder to remember why I shouldn't let him in again. I'm working on my laptop at Eva's diner the following afternoon when Owen and Jackson burst through the door, their laughter filling the space. Jackson's clutching his script, gesturing wildly as he talks. Mom, Dad helped me figure out the perfect way to deliver my big monologue. Owen slides into the booth beside Jackson. Your son's got some serious acting chops. You should have seen him nail that emotional scene. Did you cry when I practiced the sad part? Jackson asks, practically bouncing in his seat. Almost did, buddy. You got me right here. Owen taps his chest. Eva appears with 2 hot chocolates. I heard someone had a great rehearsal. The best? Jackson spreads his script on the table. Dad showed me how to use different expressions for each line. Watch this dash. I catch Owen's eye as Jackson launches into his performance. The pride on Owen's face is unmistakable, and something warm unfurls in my chest seeing them like this. The director said I'm getting way better, Jackson says between sips of cocoa. Can Dad keep picking me up from practice? As long as he wants to, I say carefully. Every day, Owen promises, ruffling Jackson's hair. Wouldn't miss it for anything. Even though some of the other kids' parents keep asking for your autograph? Owen laughs. Hey, I'm just another drama dad when I'm there. Though Mrs. Peterson did try to get me to join the parent volunteer committee. She's just mad because Dad said no to being in the play himself, Jackson tells me. She wanted him to play the ghost of Christmas future. And steal your spotlight? No way. Owen winks at our son. This is your show, buddy. I watch Owen help Jackson practice his lines, their heads bent together over the script on my kitchen table. The morning sun streams through the window, catching the silver at Owen's temples. When did that happen? It suits him, somehow makes him look more distinguished than his perfectly styled red carpet appearances. That's it, buddy. Now try it with more surprise in your voice. Owen coaches, and Jackson's face scrunches in concentration. My coffee's gone cold, forgotten as I pretend to work on my laptop while secretly watching them. The truth is, I'm glad Jackson pushed for this. Seeing them together, the easy way they've fallen into a routine, it fills a hole I didn't realize was still there. Mom, watch this part. Jackson stands, throwing his arms wide for his big scene, practically vibrating with excitement. His script pages flutter to the floor, but he doesn't even notice. I'm watching, sweetie. I close my laptop with a definitive click, giving him my full attention. God knows I've missed enough moments already, buried in deadlines and chapters. Owen catches my eye across the table, a private smile playing at his lips. Not his magazine cover smile, the one that's graced 1,000 billboards, but the real one. The one that used to make my knees weak back when we were young and everything seemed possible. Back before Hollywood and contracts and carefully crafted public images got in the way. Pretty good, right? Owen's voice is soft with pride, his eyes never leaving our son. He's got natural talent. Wonder where he gets that from, I say dryly, but can't help smiling. The sarcasm doesn't quite land. We both know exactly where Jackson's dramatic flair comes from. Obviously from his mother's storytelling genes. Owen's response is quick, playful, and for a moment it's like the last decade never happened. Damn him for still knowing exactly what to say. The compliment catches me off guard, warming me from the inside out. It's moments like these that make me grateful Jackson didn't let me say no when he asked for this family Christmas. Watching Owen be the father I always knew he could be, seeing Jackson light up every time they're together. It's worth the risk of letting Owen back into our lives, even temporarily. Again, Jackson demands, and Owen laughs, turning back to their impromptu rehearsal. I hide my smile behind my coffee cup, savoring this peaceful moment and trying not to think about how empty the house will feel when it's over.
Chapter 12. Owen. The scent of pine and fir fills my nostrils as we walk between rows of Christmas trees. It's different from the artificial ones I'm used to having my assistant set up in my LA home. Here at Miller's Tree Farm, everything feels authentic, from the crunch of frost under our boots to the way Jackson darts between the trees playing hide and seek. "Dad, what about this one?" Jackson pops out from behind a towering Douglas fir. "Too big, buddy. Your mom's ceiling isn't quite that high." Maya laughs beside me. "Remember that time you got that massive tree for our first Christmas? The one that wouldn't fit through the door? Hey, I made it work." I nudge her shoulder playfully, even if we had to trim it down right there on the doorstep. "And track pine needles through the entire house." "This one!" Jackson calls out again, this time from behind a modest-sized tree. His cheeks are bright and rosy from the cold, but he looks so happy. I'd do anything to make sure that expression stays on his face year-round. I walk around it, inspecting the stout, thick branches. "What do you think, Maya? It's got good symmetry." She circles the tree, her breath visible in the cold air. "Looks full enough. No bare spots. That one doesn't look like it'll drop a ton of needles either." "Can we get it, please?" Jackson bounces on his toes, his excitement contagious. "Hold up, sport." I grab the trunk and give it a shake. Only a few needles fall. That's a good sign. Fresh cut. Smells great. I put my nose as close to the trunk as I can. Smells like a tree, too. Jackson giggles, swatting at me playfully. "Oh, Dad!" Maya runs her fingers along a branch. "The needles are soft, too." "So?" Jackson looks between us expectantly. "I think we found our winner." I grin at his victory dance. "Now you want to help your old man cut it down?" "Yeah." Maya hands me the saw from her bag. "Just don't cut yourself. I'd rather not spend Christmas Eve in the ER." Such faith in me. I wink at her, and for a moment, I catch something in her expression, a softness I haven't seen in years. I position myself on the ground, saw in hand. "All right, buddy, you're gonna help me with this. Get down here." Jackson drops to his knees beside me, practically vibrating with excitement. "What do I do?" "Hold the trunk steady while I cut, and keep those fingers back." The saw's teeth bite into the bark as I start cutting. The fresh pine scent intensifies. "Can I try?" Jackson asks. "Maybe next year, sport." The saw's rhythmic back-and-forth motion fills the crisp air. This takes more muscle than you'd think. Maya circles around us, phone in hand. "Jackson, smile. This is definitely going in the Christmas album." "Mom," Jackson groans, but his grin widens anyway. The trunk starts to give. "It's about to fall. Stand back, both of you." "Timber," Jackson shouts as the tree tilts. "Shh." Maya laughs. "We're not lumberjacks in the forest." "Speak for yourself." I grab the trunk before it hits the ground. "I think I pulled off that flannel pretty well." "Of course you would say that." Maya rolls her eyes, but there's warmth in her voice I haven't heard in years. Jackson runs his hands over the fresh cut, bending down to smell the wood. "It's perfect." "You picked a good one, kid." I ruffle his hair. "Now help me get this to the car." We manage to secure it to the roof of Maya's SUV, and I catch her watching me as I double-check the ropes. The way she used to look at me, back when everything was simpler. When I was just a B-movie actor with big dreams, and she was the only one who believed in them. Mom, Dad, I don't want to go home yet. Can we stop and get hot chocolate from the stand over there? Jackson bounces up and down excitedly, pointing as his breath crystallizes in the air around his rosy cheeks. What would tree cutting be without hot chocolate? Maya grins as we make our way over to the stand, the sound of Christmas carols wafting from the booth as we walk together. The hot chocolate stand steam billows into the frosty air, carrying the rich scent of cocoa and cinnamon. Jackson bounces ahead of us, his footsteps crunching in the light frost coating the ground. 3 hot chocolates, please, Maya says, reaching for her wallet. I've got this. My hand brushes against hers as I pull out my own wallet. The brief contact sends a jolt through me that has nothing to do with the cold. You don't have to. Let me. Our eyes meet, and for a moment, I see the same spark I used to see years ago. Jackson grabs his cup with both hands, breathing in the steam. Can we walk around some more? I want to see the reindeer display. Sure, honey. Maya wraps her hands around her cup, and we fall into step behind our son. The path winds through displays of wooden reindeer and twinkling lights. Maya walks close enough that our arms keep touching. Each brush of contact makes my fingers itch to reach for her hand, to pull her closer against the December chill. But I know better. We're here for Jackson, not to rehash old feelings. Remember when we used to do this in L.A.? Maya's voice is soft, meant just for me, while Jackson runs ahead to inspect a particularly sparkly display. You mean when we drive 2 hours just to find a decent tree farm? And you'd complain the whole way. Hey, I had legitimate concerns about paparazzi hiding in the trees. She laughs, the sound warming me more than the hot chocolate. Our fingers brush again as we walk, and this time it doesn't feel accidental. The urge to wrap my arm around her shoulders, to draw her close like I used to, is almost overwhelming. But I keep my hands firmly on my cup. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed, no matter how much I want to. The winter air nips at my face, but I barely notice it. I'm too busy watching Maya out of the corner of my eye. She keeps stealing glances when she thinks I'm not looking, just quick flickers of those dark eyes in my direction before darting away. Each time she does it, my heart kicks against my ribs like some lovesick teenager. Jackson runs ahead to touch a wooden reindeer display, giving me the perfect opportunity to catch her in the act. She's doing it again. That subtle head tilt, eyes sliding my way. This time I turn and catch her gaze directly, letting a knowing smirk spread across my face. Maya's composure breaks. Her eyes widen slightly and a warmth spreads across her cheeks as she quickly looks away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. See something you like? I keep my voice low enough that Jackson can't hear. Don't flatter yourself. She takes a sip of her hot chocolate, but I catch the slight upturn at the corner of her mouth. Wouldn't dream of it. I step closer, close enough that our shoulders brush. Though you're not as subtle as you think. Neither are you. She shoots back, raising an eyebrow. The familiar spark between us ignites something in my chest. 6 years ago, I was too caught up in my own world to appreciate what we had. Now, watching her laugh with our son, seeing how she's built this beautiful life for them both, I realize just how much I've missed, how much I want another chance. I'm not the same man who chose premieres over birthdays. The Hollywood glamour has lost its shine. But Maya, she's only grown more radiant. Dad! Mom! Come look at this! Jackson waves us over to a particularly elaborate light display. Maya starts to move away, but I catch her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze before letting go. Her fingers curl slightly against mine before we separate, and the gesture sends hope coursing through me. Maybe, just maybe, there's still something worth fighting for here. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Mike with more details about that blockbuster, the one that could push my career even higher. But watching Maya help Jackson check the tie-downs on the tree one last time, I hesitate to check it. This simple moment feels more real than any movie set I've been on. Need a hand? I move to help secure the last rope. I've got it. Maya's fingers work deftly at the knot. Been doing this solo for a while now. The words sting, but they're fair. Maya, oh my God, it's Owen Blake! A high-pitched squeal cuts through our moment. I paste on my signature smile, turning to face a group of teenagers with phones already raised. Hey there! Could we get a picture? One of them bounces on her toes. My mom's gonna die when she sees this. Of course. I drape an arm around the first girl's shoulders, flashing that million-dollar grin I've perfected over the years. Everyone squeeze in. Maya steps back, creating distance between us as more people notice and gather around. I catch her expression, a mixture of resignation and something else. Disappointment, maybe. Mr. Blake, could you sign my phone case? Your latest movie was amazing. Is it true you're doing a project with Angelina next year? The questions come rapid fire as I sign various items thrust my way. Jackson watches from beside Maya, his eyes wide with pride. But it's Maya's carefully neutral expression that catches my attention between autographs. Sorry, folks. That's all for today. I start backing toward our car, keeping my signature smile in place while gently but firmly creating space. Gotta get this tree home with my family. I rest my hand on Jackson's shoulder, giving it a light squeeze. Christmas won't decorate itself. The word family slips out naturally, like it belongs there, and I see Maya's mask crack slightly. For a split second, I glimpse the warmth underneath, that same softness I remember from years ago, before she turns away to open the car door. Hell, if that tiny glimpse doesn't make my chest tighten. She might try to hide it, but I know that look. I've been waiting to see it again. My phone buzzes again. Mike's name flashes on the screen, probably with news about the movie that could make me even bigger in Hollywood. But looking at Maya helping Jackson into the car, I realize I'm tired of being bigger. Maybe it's time to be better instead.
Chapter 13. Maya. The scent of cinnamon and vanilla wafts through the house as I pull another batch of cookies from the oven. Through the kitchen doorway, I watch Owen and Jackson wrestling with the tree lights. Dad, they're all tangled. Jackson groans. That's because someone... Owen shoots me a playful look. Just threw them in a box last year without wrapping them properly. Don't look at me. I bring over a tray of hot chocolate topped with whipped cream. I was busy writing deadlines. Always the writer's excuse. Owen takes a mug, his fingers brushing mine. The stereo plays All I Want for Christmas, and Jackson starts singing along while hanging ornaments. I notice Owen mouthing the words too, just like he used to do years ago. Remember this one? I hold up a clay ornament shaped like a wonky star. Jackson made it in kindergarten. My masterpiece, Jackson declares. Pure artistry, Owen agrees, ruffling our son's hair. Though I think your acting's better than your sculpting. I dig deeper in the box. Oh my God, look what I found. I pull out a tacky plastic surfing Santa. From that Christmas market in Venice Beach. Back when Dad tried to teach you surfing, Jackson says. Tried being the operative word. Owen laughs. Your mom spent more time in the water than on the board. Hey, I stood up. Once. I toss a handful of tinsel at him. It catches in his hair, making him look ridiculous and adorable at the same time. Mom, you're making a mess. Jackson tries to sound stern, but he's grinning. The tree needs more on this side, Owen says, reaching around me to adjust a branch. His chest presses against my back for a moment, and I catch the familiar scent of his cologne. Here. I step away quickly, handing him another ornament. Make yourself useful. The room fills with the warm glow of Christmas lights as we work. Jackson's laughter mingles with the music, and for a moment, it feels just like old times, like we're still that young family who believed in Hollywood dreams and happily ever afters. The tree lights cast shadows across Owen's face as he helps Jackson untangle the last strand of garland. My fingers trace the rim of my now empty cocoa mug, watching them work together. Like this? Jackson holds up the end of the garland. Perfect. Now wrap it around. Yeah, just like that. Owen guides our son's hands, his patience surprising me. The Owen I remember would have taken over by now, wanting everything done his way. Mom, look! Jackson beams. Dad showed me how to make it spiral perfectly. I see that. My voice comes out softer than intended. Owen catches my eye and holds it for a moment. The warmth in his gaze makes my stomach flip in a way it hasn't in years. Hey, buddy, Owen says. Why don't you grab those candy canes from the kitchen? As Jackson dashes off, Owen steps closer to me. You've done an amazing job with him. He makes it easy. I set down my mug, needing something to do with my hands. He's got your natural charm. And your heart. Owen's fingers brush my arm. Maya, I got him. Jackson bursts back in, candy canes clutched in his arms. Owen steps back, but the electricity from his touch lingers on my skin. I watch as he lifts Jackson onto his shoulders to reach the higher branches, their laughter filling the room. The sight stirs something in my chest, something I've been trying to ignore since he arrived. This isn't the same man who chose Hollywood over his family. The Owen before me now looks at our son like he's the biggest star in the world. And the way he looks at me, I shake my head, trying to clear it. But the truth sits heavy in my heart. I'm falling for him all over again. After Jackson goes to bed, I find myself alone on the back porch, wrapped in a blanket against the December chill. The Christmas lights from inside cast a soft glow through the window, illuminating the wooden deck boards. Owen steps out, 2 steaming mugs in hand. Thought you might want some tea. Thanks. Our fingers touch as he passes me the mug. Had way too much hot chocolate in the last few days. Jackson was really happy today. He's not the only one. Owen settles into the chair next to mine. I forgot how good this feels. Just being here. Being us. The words catch in my throat. Being us. There hasn't been an us in 6 years. You've changed, I say, studying the steam rising from my mug. Had to. Losing you and Jackson. He takes a slow sip. It made me realize what matters. And what matters now? The next big movie? The next premiere? You know what's funny? He turns to face me. I got offered this huge role. Big director, big budget. Working with Angelina again should be everything I want. My stomach tightens at Angelina's name. But sitting here, drinking tea with you? Helping Jackson with his lines? He shakes his head. That feels more real than any movie set. Owen, I know what you're thinking. I'm still that guy who chose Hollywood over his family. His voice drops lower. But I'm not him anymore. Ask me anything. I'll prove it. The sincerity in his voice makes my heart race. This is the Owen I fell in love with, the one who existed before the fame took over. But Hollywood has a way of changing people. I've seen it happen once before. What happens when the holidays are over? I whisper. When you go back to L.A.? He doesn't answer right away, and in that silence I hear all my fears echoing back at me. Owen and I tiptoe up the stairs, the old wood creaking beneath our feet despite our best efforts. The hallway glows with the soft light from Jackson's superhero nightlight spilling under his door. Should we peek in? Owen whispers. I nod, easing the door open. Jackson lies sprawled across his bed, one arm dangling off the side, his script from the play clutched in his other hand. He fell asleep reading his lines again. I step into the room, careful not to disturb the scattered action figures on the floor. Owen follows, picking up the script and placing it on the nightstand. Like mother, like son. Remember how I used to find you passed out with manuscripts all over the bed? Shh. I adjust Jackson's blanket, tucking it around his shoulders. Our son mumbles something in his sleep but doesn't wake. Look at this. Owen picks up a framed photo from Jackson's desk. It's from one of Owen's movie premieres years ago, the three of us dressed up and smiling. He keeps this by his bed? My throat tightens. He misses you. I miss him too. Owen sets the photo down and brushes Jackson's hair back from his forehead. I miss both of you. The tenderness in his voice makes my chest ache. I watch as he bends down to kiss our son's forehead, and for a moment I see the man I married, not the movie star, just a father who loves his son. We should let him sleep, I whisper, backing toward the door. Owen nods, following me out. We stand in the hallway, the quiet of the house wrapping around us like a blanket. Thanks for letting me be part of this, he says softly. You're his father, Owen. You'll always be part of this. His eyes meet mine in the dim light, and something electric passes between us. Back in the living room, Owen settles onto the couch while I grab fresh tea from the kitchen. When I return, he's stretched his arm across the back of the couch. The invitation is clear, and despite my better judgment, I sit closer than necessary. Remember that tiny apartment we had when we first got married? Owen asks, his fingers absently playing with a loose thread on the couch near my shoulder. The heat from his body radiates against my side. That place was barely big enough for two people. But we made it work. His voice drops lower. Those were good times. Before Hollywood went to your head, the words come out softer than intended, lacking their usual bite. My heart races a little faster as memories of our early days flood back when we were young and stupidly in love, before red carpets and flashing cameras became our reality, before I forgot what mattered. His hand shifts, not quite touching my shoulder, but close enough that I can feel its warmth. The familiar scent of his cologne wraps around me, and I hate how comfortable it feels. I was an idiot. Can't argue with that. I take a sip of tea to hide my smile, grateful for the momentary distraction. The ceramic mug is warm against my palms, giving me something to focus on besides his proximity. You know what I miss most? His voice has that gravelly quality it gets when he's being completely honest. The one I used to hear every morning over breakfast. What? This. Just talking. No cameras, no scripts, just us. The raw sincerity in his words makes my stomach flip, and I grip my mug tighter. It would be so easy to fall back into old patterns, to believe things could be different this time. I turn to face him and find his eyes already on mine. The Christmas lights cast shadows across his face, highlighting the angles I used to trace with my fingertips. Maya. He leans in slightly and my breath catches. My heart pounds against my ribs. It would be so easy to close the distance, to let myself fall back into him. Too easy. I should get to bed. I stand abruptly, nearly spilling my cup. Early morning tomorrow. Jackson's got rehearsal. Right, of course. Good night, Owen. I practically run up the stairs, not stopping until I'm safely behind my bedroom door. My hands shake as I set the mug down on my nightstand. The truth hits me like a physical blow. I'm still in love with him. The realization sends my pulse racing even faster. What am I going to do about it? Chapter 14. Maya. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, pulling me from a restless sleep. The screen shows 3 texts from Eva, the last one in all caps. Call me now. Below that is a link. My stomach drops as I click it, and the headline fills my screen. Hollywood's Owen Blake spotted in small-town romance? Rekindling with ex-wife? The article shows Owen carrying our Christmas tree, his hand brushing mine. Another shot captures us walking together at Eva's diner, Jackson between us. The worst is the candid of me watching Owen help Jackson with his lines, caught through our living room window. My phone rings. Ava. Of course she'd be calling. She's probably been up since dawn scanning every gossip site. Did you see it? She demands, not even bothering with hello. I'm looking at it now. My free hand grips the bedsheet so tight my knuckles turn white. The photos mock me from my screen, turning our private moments into tabloid fodder. How did they even find us? We're literally in the middle of nowhere. Someone must have tipped them off. You know how these vultures work? They probably paid good money for these shots too. Eva's voice softens, that maternal tone she uses when she knows I'm about to spiral. You okay, honey? Want me to come over with coffee and those chocolate croissants you love? The words stick in my throat as I scroll through more photos. This is exactly what I was afraid of. The press, the invasion of privacy. It's happening all over again. Want me to come over? I can bring those chocolate cherry croissants you like. No, I need to talk to Owen first. I hear movement downstairs. They got pictures of Jackson, Eva, through our windows. Those sons of Eva catches herself. Sorry, just be careful, okay? Don't let all that Hollywood glitz and glamour cloud your judgment. I won't. But as I hang up, I wonder if it already has. I sink onto my bed, memories flooding back. The article's photos trigger a cascade of past headlines. Owen Blake's wife shows baby bump. Blake baby on the way. Hollywood's next power family. My hand drifts to my stomach, remembering how vulnerable I felt at 7 months pregnant, waddling through a sea of cameras outside our favorite LA restaurant. Mrs. Blake, how does it feel carrying Hollywood's most anticipated baby? Maya, over here. Are you worried about losing your figure? Sources say you're having twins. Care to comment? The flashbulbs had been blinding. I'd stumbled, and Owen wasn't there to catch me. He was filming across town. My doctor had warned me about stress during pregnancy, but there was no escaping it. Even grocery shopping became an event. I couldn't buy tampons without seeing my swollen face plastered across some tabloid, speculating about my marriage, my weight, my ability to be a mother. Your baby shower cost how much? Is it true you're hiring 3 nannies? Maya, what do you think about Owen's steamy scenes with his co-star? The questions never stopped. They followed me everywhere, even into the bathroom stalls at restaurants. One particularly aggressive photographer had climbed a tree outside our bedroom window. That night, I'd cried myself to sleep, one hand protectively curved around my belly, wondering if this was the life I wanted for my child. Owen had promised it would get better, that they'd lose interest eventually. But they never did. I'd retreated into our mansion, but they found ways in. Drones hovering outside our bedroom window. Long lens photos of me in our backyard. Our security team found 2 different paparazzi hiding in trees on our property. The day my water broke, someone had tipped off the press. The hospital entrance was a circus. Owen had to sneak me in through the service entrance, while his publicist created a diversion at the front. I wrapped my arms around myself, the phantom sensation of those invasive eyes crawling over my skin. After Jackson was born, it got worse. Every shopping trip, every playground visit, every mommy and me class became tabloid fodder. Is Maya Blake struggling with postpartum depression? Sources say the new mom is jealous of Owen's rising star. Trouble in paradise? Maya spotted without wedding ring. Now it's starting again, here in Redding, my safe haven, my sanctuary. And this time, they're not just after me, they're after my son, my family. I press my palms against my temples, forcing myself to take deep breaths. The initial surge of panic subsides, replaced by a dull resignation. Of course this would happen. Owen Blake can't sneeze without it making headlines. "Mom," Jackson's voice carries up the stairs. "There's people with cameras outside." My heart rate spikes again, but I keep my voice steady. "Stay away from the windows, honey. I'll be right down." I throw on a robe and head downstairs, where Owen's already drawing the curtains. His jaw is set, phone pressed to his ear. "Yeah, Mike, I know it's great publicity, but..." He catches my eye, his expression darkening. "No, I don't want you to spin this. I want you to shut it down." A pause. "Figure it out." He ends the call with more force than necessary. "Maya, I'm so sorry. I should have known they'd..." "It's fine." The words come out sharper than intended. "This is what you do, right? Create buzz, stay relevant." "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" I gesture toward the window where camera flashes still penetrate the curtains. "This is your world, Owen. I just forgot what it feels like to be caught in its orbit." Jackson appears between us, clutching his script. Does this mean Dad has to leave? The hope draining from his face makes my chest ache. I exchange a look with Owen, seeing my own conflict mirrored in his eyes. "No, buddy," Owen says, kneeling to Jackson's level. "I'm not going anywhere." I want to argue, to remind him how this ends, but I can't bring myself to break our son's heart. Not again. "Your dad's right," I say, forcing a smile. "We knew people might recognize him. It's just part of who he is." The words taste bitter, but they're true. This is who Owen is, who he's always been. I knew that when I fell in love with him, knew it when I left him, and know it now as I watch him pull our son into a protective hug. The question is, can I learn to live with it? I push through the grocery store's double doors, clutching my paper bag of last-minute ingredients for dinner. The December air bites at my exposed skin, and I pull my jacket closer. That's when I hear them. Maya Thompson. "Mrs. Blake, over here." Camera shutters click rapid fire as reporters materialize from behind parked cars. My steps falter as they crowd around me, microphones thrust toward my face. Is Owen here to promote his new movie? The timing seems convenient with Family Ties hitting theaters next month. Are you and Owen getting back together? I grip my grocery bag tighter, trying to reach my car. No comment. Sources say he's dating Angelina Voltaire. Care to respond? My keys slip in my trembling fingers. A camera flash temporarily blinds me. Is this a publicity stunt? Using your son's Christmas play to generate buzz? The grocery bag tears. Oranges spill across the parking lot, rolling between expensive shoes and camera equipment. As I bend to gather them, the questions keep coming. How does it feel to be replaced by America's newest sweetheart? Did Owen choose his career over your marriage? Your latest book is about second chances. Is art imitating life? I clutch what remains of my groceries to my chest and run. My boots slip on the icy pavement as I weave between parked cars, desperate to escape the clicking cameras and shouted questions. Just one comment about Angelina. Your new book, is Owen the inspiration? The words chase me, each one a needle under my skin. My car is too far. I duck behind the hardware store instead, pressing my back against the cold brick wall. The paper bag crumples against me, a few surviving oranges rolling to my feet. My phone vibrates. A text from Owen. Where are you? Starting to get worried. I peek around the corner. The reporters are spreading out searching. One spots me and raises his camera. There she is. I bolt down the alley, abandoning the groceries. Eva's is only 2 blocks away. My lungs burn in the December air as I sprint past the post office. Past old Mr. Henderson's antique shop. The diner's back door comes into view just as I hear footsteps gaining on me. Ava stands in the doorway, waving frantically. Her salt and pepper curls bounce with each motion. Move it, girl. Get your butt in here. I dive through the entrance, my jacket catching on the metal frame. Ava slams the door behind me with enough force to rattle the windows, throwing the bolt with practiced efficiency. Those vultures. She guides me to a seat in the empty kitchen, her hand warm and steady on my back. Never know when to quit. Here, drink this. The water glass trembles in my hand, ice cubes clinking against the sides, my heart still racing from the chase. They asked about my book. What about it? If it's about... I can't finish the sentence. My latest novel follows a woman giving her first love a second chance. A story that hit the bestseller list 3 weeks ago. I wrote it before Owen came back into my life, before these confusing feelings resurfaced, before every little interaction with him started making me question everything, before I started hoping again, like some lovesick teenager. Eva's expression softens, those kind brown eyes seeing right through me. Oh, honey. She pulls up a chair beside me, close enough that our shoulders touch. I can't do this again. My voice cracks. I can't let him break my heart twice. Maybe he won't. You don't know that. The glass clinks against the metal prep table. You didn't see how easy it was for him to choose his career over us before? What happens when the next big role comes along?
Chapter 15. Owen. I look up from helping Jackson with his math homework as Maya bursts through the front door. Her hands tremble as she sets down her grocery bags, and her usually perfect braids are disheveled. What the hell happened? I stand up, moving towards her. Did you get my text? Your fan club found me? Maya kicks off her shoes with more force than necessary. They were waiting outside the store like vultures. Damn it. My jaw clenches. Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. She paces the kitchen, her keys jangling in her tight grip. They were asking if we're getting back together, if you're using our family for publicity stunts, if you're dating Angelina. Mom? Jackson peers around the corner. Everything's fine, buddy. I gesture for him to go back to his homework. Just give us a minute. Once Jackson's out of earshot, Maya whirls on me. This is exactly why I left L.A. I can't do this again, Owen. Having cameras shoved in my face, strangers dissecting our lives. I'll handle it. I reach for her, but she steps back. Handle it? Like you handled it before? Her voice cracks. They're suggesting you're only here to promote your movie. The one about a family reunion. Please tell me that's not true. The accusation stings. You really think I'd use our son like that? I don't know what to think anymore. She wraps her arms around herself, looking smaller than I've ever seen her. This was supposed to be about Jackson. You think I'd use our son to promote a movie? My hands curl into fists at my sides. That I'd orchestrate this whole thing as some publicity stunt. Maya's eyes narrow. It's awfully convenient timing, isn't it? Your movie about a broken family coming back together releases next month. Jesus Christ. I run a hand through my hair. You really think that low of me? What am I supposed to think? She gestures at the window. The paparazzi showing up right when your movie needs buzz. I came here for Jackson. My voice rises before I catch myself, conscious of our son in the next room. For you, not some damn movie. Then why didn't your mother publicist shut this down? Maya crosses her arms. She usually has photographers on a tight leash. The truth hits me like a punch to the gut. She didn't know I was coming here. What? I didn't tell her. I stepped closer, needing Maya to understand. Because I knew she'd try to turn it into exactly what you're accusing me of. Some PR move. Maya's shoulders dropped slightly. You didn't tell your own mother? No, because this isn't about Hollywood or movies or my image. I meet her eyes. This is about our family, about getting to know my son again. About... The words catch in my throat. About getting to know you again, too. The timing really is just coincidence. Her voice wavers. I slam my hand down on the counter harder than intended, making Maya jump. Those blood-sucking parasites. I'll have my legal team on them by morning. Owen. No. Listen to me. I close the distance between us, my hands itching to reach for her. These past weeks, helping Jackson with his lines, picking out that crooked Christmas tree, watching you both laugh at my terrible hot chocolate, that's real. That matters. Maya's eyes search mine. The timing, though. Screw the timing. My voice comes out raw, honest. You think I give a damn about some movie when I finally get to see my son's face light up every morning? When I get to hear about his day? Hell, Maya. I've learned more about his favorite dinosaurs in 2 weeks than I have in 6 years. She takes a shaky breath. I want to believe you. Then believe this. I grip the counter, anchoring myself. Every premiere, every award show, every fancy Hollywood party. None of it comes close to sitting on that couch with you two, watching Jackson try to pronounce Tyrannosaurus for the 100th time. A ghost of a smile touches her lips. He's been practicing, and I get to be here for it. The truth of those words hits me hard, settling deep in my chest like an anchor. No cameras, no scripts, no PR stunts. Just us, our family. Damn, that sounds good. Better than any line I've delivered on screen. Maya's shoulders relax slightly, and I catch a glimpse of that softness I remember from years ago. You really didn't tell your mother you were coming? Tamara Blake's probably having a panic attack right now, trying to figure out where I disappeared to. I crack a smile, imagining my mother's perfectly manicured nails tapping frantically against her phone screen. She's probably called every contact in Hollywood twice by now. I shrug, meeting Maya's eyes. Worth it. Totally worth it. Dad, Jackson calls from the other room. Can you help me with this last problem? I look at Maya, waiting for her permission. She nods, and something in my chest loosens. Be right there, buddy, I call back. Maya's shoulders slump as she leans against the kitchen counter. I'm sorry for snapping at you, I just forgot what it was like. The constant scrutiny, the invasion of privacy. Hey. I grab 2 mugs from the cabinet, needing something to do with my hands. You got your own paparazzi problems these days, Miss New York Times bestseller. Please. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of pride in her expression. My problems consist of the occasional book signing and one very persistent book club that keeps trying to get me to join. Don't sell yourself short. I pour coffee into both mugs, sliding one her way. Your latest book's been on the shelf at every airport I've been in for the past month, which is saying something, considering my shooting schedule. You noticed my books at airports? Hard to miss when your name's bigger than the title. I take a sip of coffee, watching her over the rim. Face it, Thompson, you're practically Hollywood royalty now. A laugh bursts out of her, genuine and warm. Right. I'm sure that's exactly why they followed you here. She picks up her mug, her fingertips brushing mine as she takes it. Owen Blake's ex-wife writes steamy novels. Stop the presses. Maybe that's my secret plan? I lean closer, dropping my voice to a conspiratorial whisper that makes her dark eyes spark with interest, tracking down the elusive Maya Thompson for an exclusive interview. God knows you're impossible to get hold of these days. She matches my playful tone, but there's an edge of something else there. Maybe wariness, maybe amusement. Hard to tell with Maya these days. And here I thought they were just trying to get to me through you. She tilts her head, studying me with that sharp gaze that always made me feel like she could see right through my nonsense. The perils of having a famous ex, right? The familiar banter feels good. Natural. Like slipping into a favorite jacket you'd forgotten you owned. That must be it. I grin. I'm just your stepping stone to literary fame. Finally figured out my master plan. Her eyes dance with amusement. Took you long enough. Maya's laughter fades into a comfortable silence, and for a moment, we're just standing there in her kitchen, sharing coffee and space like we used to. The tension from earlier dissolves like sugar in hot coffee. It's familiar territory, this dance we do, and damn if I haven't missed it. I really am sorry about what happened at the store. I set my mug down with a soft clink against the marble counter, watching the dark liquid swirl. I'll make some calls, get those vultures off your back. Trust me, I know how to handle the press these days. You better. She tucks a stray braid behind her ear, the gesture so quintessentially Maya it makes my chest tight. I've got a reputation to maintain. Can't have my book club thinking I'm some Hollywood drama queen. Her lips quirk up at the corners, and I catch myself tracking the movement. Besides, my readers expect a better plot twist than local author spotted with movie star ex. Huh, Dad, Jackson's voice carries from the living room. I'm stuck on number 8. That's my cue. I pause at the kitchen doorway, drinking in the sight of Maya one last time. Damn, even angry, she's beautiful. Though between you and me, I think you'd make a great drama queen. You've got the attitude down pat. She throws a dish towel at me, and I catch it with a grin. Her aim's as good as ever. Go help our son with his homework before I change my mind about letting you stay. The words hold a warning, but there's a hint of amusement in her eyes that gives me hope. Maybe we're not as broken as I thought. Walking back to the living room, my chest tightens at her words. Our son. Those 2 simple words hit me like a punch to the gut, reminding me of everything I've missed. I find Jackson sprawled across the carpet, pencil tapping against his math worksheet, his feet kicking back and forth in the air. Looking at him now, concentrated and frustrated just like his mother gets when she's working through a problem, that same little furrow between his brows. I make a silent promise. No more photographers, no more headlines, no more Hollywood circus disrupting their lives. I've let the spotlight steal too many moments already, and I'll be damned if I let it take one more second from my family. I'd give up every red carpet in the world to protect this. My son's furrowed brow as he tackles long division, Maya's laughter echoing from the kitchen, the simple peace of a Tuesday afternoon helping with homework. All right, buddy. I sit cross-legged beside him. Show me what we're working with here.
Chapter 16. Maya. The winter air nips at my nose as we walk Jackson to rehearsal, his script clutched tightly in his mittened hands while he practices his lines. Owen walks close beside me, our shoulders occasionally brushing. The contact sends sparks through my coat. And then the ghost of Christmas past shows up and Jackson's excited chatter cuts off as camera flashes explode around us. Owen! Owen Blake. Maya Thompson. Jackson, look over here. The paparazzi materialize from behind parked cars and alleyways, surrounding us in a suffocating circle of clicking cameras and shouted questions. My heart pounds as they press closer. Is this a family reunion? Are you two getting back together? Jackson, how does it feel to have your dad back? Jackson shrinks against my side, his small hand gripping mine. Mom! Back off! Owen's arm wraps protectively around both of us. He's just a kid, for Christ's sake. Owen, is this a publicity stunt for your new movie? Are the rumors about you and Angelina true? Jackson, do you want your parents to get back together? I pull Jackson closer as the cameras keep flashing. The questions blur together into a roar that makes my head spin. This is exactly what I'd been afraid of. That's enough. Owen's voice cuts through the chaos like a knife. You want a statement? Here it is. Leave my family alone, or I'll have my lawyers make your lives hell. He guides us through the crowd, using his body as a shield. Jackson trembles against me, and rage burns in my chest at these vultures terrorizing my son. Mom, I can't see, Jackson whispers. Close your eyes, baby. We're almost there. Owen leans down close to my ear. My car's around the corner. We'll drive him to rehearsal instead. We're almost to Owen's car when a photographer jumps out from behind a tree, his camera thrust in Jackson's face. The flash blinds my son, making him stumble. Just one more shot of the happy family. Owen's entire demeanor shifts. The easygoing movie star vanishes, replaced by something darker, more dangerous. He steps between us and the photographer, his shoulders rigid. You want to make it in this industry? Fine. Let me tell you exactly how this works. Owen's voice drops to a low growl. I've got friends at every major network, magazine, and studio in Hollywood. One word from me and you'll never get within 100 feet of a red carpet again. The photographer lowers his camera. Come on, man. I'm just doing my job. Your job? Owen takes a step forward. Your job is harassing a 9-year-old kid? How about I call Vanity Fair? Tell them about the paparazzo who traumatized Owen Blake's son. Think they'll want to work with you after that? I didn't mean... Or maybe I should ring up TMZ. Let them know you're stalking children outside a community theater. The photographer backs away, muttering something about it not being worth it. The rest of the paparazzi scatter like cockroaches in daylight. My shoulders relax as the last of them disappears around the corner. Jackson peeks out from behind me. That was awesome, Dad. You okay, buddy? Owen's voice softens as he turns back to us. I catch his eye. Thank you. He nods, that protective fire still burning in his gaze. Nobody messes with my family. We drive Jackson to rehearsal in blessed silence, the tinted windows of Owen's rental car keeping the vultures at bay. My hands still shake slightly as I remember their aggressive questions, the way they surrounded us. But what sticks with me most is Owen's reaction. I can't believe you threatened that photographer's whole career. I glance at Owen as he navigates the quiet streets. The old you would have told me to smile and wave. The old me was an idiot. Owen's jaw tightens. I used to think any publicity was good publicity. But seeing them go after Jackson like that, he shakes his head. Some things matter more than headlines. My stomach does a little flip at his words. 6 years ago, Owen would have posed for those cameras, pulled us close for the perfect family shot, then spent the afternoon calling his publicist to maximize the coverage. But this Owen put our son first. That was pretty cool though, right? Jackson pipes up from the back seat. The way Dad scared them all away? Very cool. I agree, catching Owen's eye. Your dad can be pretty impressive when he wants to be. When it counts, Owen corrects softly, and the intensity in his gaze makes my breath catch. We pull up to the theater, and Jackson bounds out with his usual energy, apparently recovered from our paparazzi encounter. As Owen and I watch him disappear through the stage door, I realize something has shifted between us. The wall I've carefully maintained these past 2 weeks has developed some serious cracks. Thank you, I say again, for protecting him, for understanding why that matters. Owen's hand finds mine across the console. I'm not that clueless kid anymore, Maya. I know what's important now. The warmth of his palm against mine sends tingles up my arm. I should pull away, but I don't want to. And that terrifies me more than any paparazzi ambush. I lean over, meaning to give Owen a quick peck on the cheek. My hero, I tease. But as my lips brush his skin, a jolt of electricity shoots through me. His aftershave fills my senses, sandalwood and something uniquely him that brings back a flood of memories. I pull back slowly, too slowly, and find his dark eyes fixed on mine. The playful moment evaporates, replaced by something heavier, more dangerous. His hand still rests on the gear shift, knuckles white from gripping it too hard. Maya. His voice comes out rough, barely above a whisper. The air between us crackles with tension. I'm hyper-aware of every inch of space separating us, of how easy it would be to close that gap. My heart pounds against my ribs as his gaze drops to my lips. We should. I wet my lips, struggling to remember why this is a bad idea. We should check on Jackson, make sure he got in okay. Right. Owen clears his throat but doesn't move. Jackson. The mention of our son breaks whatever spell had fallen over us. I force myself to look away, out the window where the last traces of morning frost still cling to the glass. The chill helps clear my head, remind me why I can't let myself fall back into old patterns. But God, the way he defended us today. The fierce protectiveness in his voice when he confronted that photographer. It was so different from the Owen I divorced 6 years ago. I'll go make sure he made it to rehearsal, I say quickly, reaching for the door handle before I do something stupid, like kiss him properly. I disappear into the building, looking for Jackson's curly head as proof that he's in rehearsal. Satisfied to see him in his element, I return to the car and pull myself together, gesturing down Main Street. Want to walk for a bit? Jackson's got another hour of rehearsal. Lead the way. Owen falls into step beside me, his hands tucked into his coat pockets. The winter air helps clear my head as we stroll past storefronts decorated for Christmas. That's where I wrote my first book. I point to a cozy coffee shop with exposed brick walls. The owner lets writers camp out all day if they buy at least 2 drinks. Still obsessed with their caramel lattes? You remember that? Hard to forget. You used to come home bouncing off the walls from all the sugar. Hey, those lattes fueled 3 bestsellers. Thank you very much. We pass the old movie theater, its marquee advertising holiday classics. Remember that disaster of a premiere they held here for your superhero movie? God, don't remind me. Owen groans. The projector broke halfway through. And you had to entertain the crowd with terrible dad jokes for 20 minutes. They weren't that bad. You asked if Iron Man and Steel Man were alloys. His laugh echoes off the buildings. That's solid comedy gold right there. Terrible. But I'm laughing too as we reach the park where Jackson learned to ride his bike. This is where he crashed into that bush, remember? You were more scared than he was. Because my son face planted into thorns and came up grinning like a maniac. Owen shakes his head. That's all you, by the way. That fearless streak. Please, he gets his dramatic flair from his father. Speaking of dramatic, Owen points to the fountain where local teens hang out. Isn't that where you dumped your ice cream? On that reporter who wouldn't leave us alone? He deserved it. He'd been following us all day. You were magnificent. Owen's voice softens. Still are. The compliment hangs in the air between us, and I quickly point to my favorite bookstore across the street. They've got the best true crime section in town. Owen's gaze follows me as I browse through the window displays, and my skin tingles with awareness. When I turn back to him, he's not even pretending to look at anything else. What? I tug at my coat sleeve. Nothing. His lips quirk up. Just thinking about how passionate you get talking about these little shops. Your eyes light up the same way they do when you're writing. You used to fall asleep while I talked about writing. I was young and stupid. He steps closer, his voice dropping. Now I could listen to you talk about comma placement all day. The intensity in his dark eyes makes my stomach flutter. I try to deflect with humor. Careful there, Mr. Blake. Grammar discussion is basically foreplay for writers. Is that so? He moves even closer, and suddenly the winter air doesn't feel cold at all. Tell me more about your feelings on semicolons. A laugh bubbles up, but dies in my throat as his fingers brush my arm. The touch sends electricity racing through me, and I have to fight the urge to lean into him. We should head back, I manage. Jackson's rehearsal is almost over. Right. Owen doesn't step back. Wouldn't want to be late. We walk back to the theater, and I'm hyper aware of his presence beside me, the way his arm occasionally brushes mine, the subtle scent of his cologne, the heat radiating from him in the crisp air. 6 years of carefully constructed walls are crumbling, and the scariest part is that I want them to fall. I want to give in to this magnetic pull between us. Want to believe that this new, mature Owen is here to stay. By the time we reach the theater steps, my heart is racing, and it has nothing to do with the walk. Owen holds the door for me, his hand settling briefly on my lower back as I pass. That simple touch nearly undoes me. Maya. His voice is rough. After we pick up Jackson, the theater door bursts open as kids pour out from rehearsal, and Jackson's excited voice cuts through whatever Owen was about to say. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed.
Chapter 17. Owen. My phone buzzes while I'm watching Maya and Jackson work on a puzzle together. The way they're both hunched over the coffee table, completely focused on fitting the pieces together, makes my chest ache. The caller ID makes my stomach drop. Mother. Owen Blake, what the hell are you doing? Her shrill voice pierces my ear before I can even say hello. Same old mom, always leading with an attack. I step onto the back porch, sliding the door shut behind me so Maya and Jackson won't hear this clown show. Nice to hear from you too, Mom. The sarcasm drips from my voice like venom. Don't get smart with me. I've got tabloids blowing up my phone about you playing house with your ex-wife in some backwater town. Her words come out rapid fire, each one aimed to wound. Reading isn't backwater, and I'm here spending Christmas with my son. The cold air nips at my face, but my blood runs hot. My free hand clenches into a fist at my side. She always knows exactly how to get under my skin. When I said you needed a family image, I meant with someone like Angelina. Someone who could boost your career, not drag it down. She spits out Maya's name like it's poison. Do you have any idea what this little stunt could do to your reputation? Maya's a best-selling author. Romance novels, she scoffs. That's hardly prestigious. You need someone who matches your status. My status? I grip the porch railing. You mean the status you've been obsessed with since I landed my first leading role? I've worked too hard getting you where you are to watch you throw it all away for some. Choose your next words very carefully. My voice drops low. Dangerous. That's the mother of my child you're talking about. Owen, darling, be reasonable. Think about that blockbuster coming up. How's it going to look if... I don't give a damn how it looks. The words feel liberating, like breaking chains I've worn for far too long. For once in my life, I'm doing something that makes me happy. Really happy. You're being ridiculous. Come back to LA, we'll do damage control. No. The answer comes without hesitation. Through the window, I catch Maya's eye as she looks up from the puzzle she's working on with Jackson. She gives me a small smile that warms me more than any spotlight ever has. That smile is worth more than every award on my shelf, every magazine cover, every red carpet moment. I'm exactly where I need to be, and nothing you say is going to change that. You never gave her a chance. The words come out sharp, cutting through my mother's protests. From day one, you labeled Maya as beneath me. Because she is... Mother's voice drips with disdain. A small-town girl who can't handle the spotlight. She handles it fine. You're the one who can't handle her independence. I pace the porch, my free hand clenching and unclenching. Every time she pursued her writing, you called it a distraction. When she got pregnant with Jackson, you said it would kill my image. I was protecting your career. You were protecting your control over me. Through the window, I watch Maya help Jackson with a particularly tricky puzzle piece. The simple domesticity of it makes my chest ache. Maya supported my dreams, all of them, even the ones that didn't involve being in front of a camera. Oh, please, what other dreams? Being a nobody in some... Being a father. The words hang in the frigid air between us, sharp as icicles. My jaw clenches as memories of missed birthdays and school events flood back. Being someone real, not just whatever version of me you wanted to sell that week. Someone who could take his kid to the park without it becoming a media circus. You're being dramatic. No, I'm being honest. Maybe for the first time in years. I straighten my shoulders, feeling the tension coil through my muscles. The weight of a decade's worth of suppressed truth threatens to crush me. Maya saw me. The real me. Not Owen Blake, Hollywood's golden boy. Just Owen. A man who wanted more than red carpets and fake smiles. I let out a harsh laugh, and you couldn't stand that. It scared the hell out of you because you couldn't control a man who knew what he really wanted. I made you who you are. You made me what you wanted me to be. Maya loved me for who I was. The revelation hits me like a physical force, and I was too blind to see it then. But I see it now. I'm here for Jackson's Christmas play, I say, trying to redirect the conversation. He got the lead role. Jackson specifically asked me to come and spend the holidays with them, and I was only too happy to oblige. The lead? Mother's tone shifts, that predatory edge I know too well creeping in. Well, that's certainly interesting. Like father, like son, we could... Stop right there. My jaw clenches. He's 9, Mom. He's doing this because it's fun, not because he's looking for his big break. But with your connections. He builds Lego spaceships and reads comic books. That's what he should be doing. Don't be naive, Owen. Angelina would understand the importance of cultivating talent early. You two could be the next Hollywood power couple, guiding a new generation of... For Christ's sake! I run a hand through my hair. How many times do I have to tell you? Angelina and I are friends, that's it. Please. She clicks her tongue. Half of Hollywood's relationships are strategic. You don't have to actually date her. You want me to fake a relationship? The idea turns my stomach. While I'm here reconnecting with my family? It would only be for the cameras. Think about it. You and Angelina, America's sweethearts, bringing your shared passion for performance to the next generation. The press would eat it up. Through the window, I watch Maya laugh at something Jackson says. The sound carries faintly through the glass, genuine and warm. Everything Hollywood isn't. I'm done playing pretend, Mom. I've got something real right here. My phone buzzes again, and Mike's name flashes across the screen. Perfect timing. Mom, I've got to take this. It's work. I hang up before she can protest. Kid, you sitting down? Mike's gravelly voice comes through, excitement barely contained. Because I've got news that's gonna knock you off your feet. I lean against the porch railing. Hit me. Remember that blockbuster I mentioned? The one Spielberg's protege is directing? Yeah. Just got out of a 5-hour dinner with him. Premium scotch, cigars, the works. Mike's wheezing laugh carries through the line. And let me tell you, he's practically in love with you already. My stomach tightens. What exactly did you promise him? Nothing you can't deliver. But kid, this is it, the big one. We're talking Oscar buzz before they even start filming. I watch through the window as Maya helps Jackson fit another puzzle piece into place. Their heads are bent together, matching expressions of concentration on their faces. The budget's astronomical, Mike continues. They're talking about shooting in Europe for 6 months, maybe longer, plus reshoots. 6 months. Away from this, away from them. And get this. They're this close to signing Angelina as the female lead. You two together? Box office gold. The puzzle on the table is taking shape now. I can almost make out what it's supposed to be. Owen, you still there? This is what we've been working toward. Your mother's already drafting the press strategy. You talked to my mother about this? Of course I did. She's your publicist, and she agrees. This could make you legendary. Jackson looks up and waves at me through the window. I wave back, my chest tight. So what do you say, kid? Ready to become a legend? I stare through the window at my family, Mike's words about becoming a legend echoing in my head. The puzzle they're working on is a winter scene, a cozy cabin nestled in snow-covered pines. Simple. Perfect. Owen? Mike's voice crackles through the phone. You still there? Yeah. My breath fogs in the cold air. Just thinking. What's there to think about? This is what we've been chasing. But is it? These past weeks in Reading have shown me a different kind of success. One measured in Jackson's excited chatter about his play, in Maya's soft smiles over morning coffee, in quiet moments that mean more than any red carpet ever could. The timing's tight, Mike continues. They need an answer by New Year's. Pre-production starts in February. I watch Maya lean over to ruffle Jackson's hair, their laughter muted through the glass. The sight makes my chest tighten in a way no Academy Award nomination ever has. What if I did both? Shot the movie but came back between locations. Kept a home base here. In Reading? Mike snorts, and I can picture him rolling his eyes in his LA office. Kid, you'd be burning daylight. Besides, they want total immersion. Living the role, you know? Can't do that commuting from small-town USA. His voice drips with the same condescension he's used since I was 20 and fresh-faced in Hollywood. The door slides open behind me, bringing a rush of warm air scented with sugar cookies and paint. Dad! Jackson calls out, his excitement infectious. We need help with the sky pieces. Mom says you're the tallest, so you have to do the high parts. Be right there, buddy. I cover the phone. Just finishing up a call. Maya catches my eye, concern flickering across her face. She can read the tension in my shoulders, always could. Mike, I'll think about it and call you back. Don't think too long. Opportunities like this. I know. I end the call, shoving the phone in my pocket. The warmth hits me as I step inside, along with the scent of the cinnamon candle Maya loves. Jackson immediately grabs my hand, pulling me toward the puzzle. Look how much we got done! I settle between them at the table, picking up a piece of winter sky. It fits perfectly on the first try.
Chapter 18. Maya. I tap through the bakery's website, my stomach sinking deeper with each click as I read the notice. Shoot. Of course they'd be sold out. It's 3 days before Christmas and I'm an idiot for not ordering earlier. What's wrong? Owen leans over my shoulder, close enough that I catch a whiff of his cologne. That expensive sandalwood scent he's worn for years. The familiar fragrance makes my heart skip and my fingers fumble on the keyboard. God, I hate that he can still affect me like this. They're sold out of gingerbread house kits. I turn to face Jackson, who's bouncing on his toes by the kitchen counter, still wearing his Superman pajamas from this morning. I'm so sorry, sweetie. We waited too long. The disappointment in his big brown eyes makes my chest ache. But we have to make gingerbread houses. Jackson's face falls, his shoulders slumping forward. You promised. His bottom lip quivers, and I feel like the worst mother in the world. This was supposed to be our special holiday tradition. My heart aches as Jackson's shoulders slump, though he tries to keep his smile in place. That's okay, Mom. We can do something else. The forced brightness in his voice makes my chest tighten. I reach out to smooth his hair, but he ducks away, shuffling toward the living room. Maybe next year. Jackson, wait. I start, but he's already disappeared around the corner. The sound of the TV clicking on follows a moment later, followed by the two loud cartoon voices he always uses to drown out his feelings. Owen's hand lands on my shoulder, warm and steady. The weight of it sends tingles down my spine, but I force myself to ignore them. He's trying so hard to be brave about it. I know. I press my palms against the counter, letting out a long breath. The cool granite beneath my hands grounds me, but does nothing to ease the guilt. I should have ordered the kit weeks ago. I just got caught up with deadlines and my voice cracks, betraying just how much this is killing me inside. Hey. Owen squeezes my shoulder, his thumb brushing a soothing pattern against my skin. You're doing amazing. Being a single parent isn't easy. His voice holds no judgment, just a warmth that makes it harder to maintain the walls I've built around my heart. I'm not single parenting right now, am I? I glance up at him, managing a weak smile. You're here too, and failing just as spectacularly. He drops his hand, and I immediately miss the warmth. Some dream holiday this is turning out to be. Through the doorway, I catch glimpses of Jackson curled up on the couch, chin propped on his knees. He's watching some Christmas special, but his usual excitement is notably absent. The sight twists something in my gut. Our boy deserves better than this. Owen snaps his fingers. Why don't we make the gingerbread ourselves? From scratch? Jackson's head pokes around the doorway, interest sparking in his eyes. Sure, can't be that hard. Your mom's got a kitchen full of baking stuff. Owen's already pulling out his phone. There's bound to be a recipe online. I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. You've never baked anything in your life. Not unless you count burning toast at 3 a.m, which I definitely don't. First time for everything. He winks at me, then turns the phone to show Jackson. Look at this one. Says it's foolproof. The confidence in his voice would be annoying if it wasn't so damn charming. Can we, Mom? Please. Jackson's eyes light up like Christmas morning, and I know I'm fighting a losing battle. The hope in Jackson's voice melts my resistance faster than butter in a hot pan. All right, but we're all cleaning up afterward. I shoot Owen a pointed look. And that includes you, Hollywood. Yes! Jackson bounces into the kitchen, already reaching for the flour container. His enthusiasm is infectious, even if I'm dreading the inevitable mess. Whoa there, Chef. I catch his hand before we end up with flour everywhere. Been there, done that, still finding traces from last year's cookie disaster. Let's read the recipe first. Owen reads off ingredients while Jackson and I gather them. The kitchen fills with the clatter of measuring cups and bowls, the air thick with possibility and flour dust. 3 cups of... Oops. Jackson's measuring cup tilts, sending a white cloud across the counter. Here, like this. Owen steps behind him, steadying his hands. My breath catches at the tenderness in the gesture. The mixer whirs to life, and Jackson squeals as specks of dough fly out. Dad, you forgot to lower the speed. My bad. Owen laughs, wiping batter from his chin. Movie stars don't usually do their own baking. Obviously. I dodge a glob of dough. You're making more mess than cookies? You've got something. Owen reaches over, thumb brushing my cheek. The touch sends electricity through my skin. Just some flour. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, the kitchen fades away. My heart pounds against my ribs as memories of other moments like this flood back. Moments before Hollywood and heartbreak complicated everything. Then Jackson dumps in the spices, and the scent of ginger and cinnamon breaks the spell. Thank God for 9-year-old timing. Is it supposed to be this sticky? Jackson pokes at the dough with flour-covered fingers. He's got the stuff everywhere. In his hair, on his Star Wars t-shirt, even a smudge on his nose. Add more flour, I suggest, stepping away from Owen to help our son. Just a little at a time. I need the distance. Need to focus on something other than how his touch still affects me after all these years. The kitchen smells like Christmas as we pull the gingerbread pieces from the oven. They're not exactly uniform. Some edges are thicker than others, and a few corners have gotten a bit too dark. These don't look like the pictures, Jackson says, poking at a slightly warped wall piece. Owen holds up the roof section he just pulled from the pan. Hey, at least they're not on fire. I call that a win. Your standards for success are impressively low, I tease, mixing up the royal icing. All right, master architects, let's see if we can get these pieces to stand. Jackson pipes icing along the edges with intense concentration, his tongue poking out the corner of his mouth like he does whenever he's laser-focused on a task. Like this? Perfect. Owen steadies the walls as Jackson presses them together, his large hands dwarfing our son's smaller ones. Now hold it there until it sets. My arms are getting tired. Jackson's shoulders slump dramatically, but he keeps the pieces aligned. Just another minute, I encourage, adding more icing to reinforce the seams. The white frosting reminds me of mortar between bricks, except this foundation smells way better. We want it sturdy enough to handle all the candy. Trust me, you'll thank me when we're piling on gumdrops and M&Ms without the whole thing collapsing. The house lists slightly to one side as we add the roof, and the windows are definitely not symmetrical. But Jackson's eyes light up as we start decorating, pressing gumdrops and candy canes into thick smears of icing. Look! He points proudly to the pretzel stick fence he's created. It's like a real house. Better than real, Owen says, helping Jackson arrange peppermint swirls along the roofline. Real houses don't come with candy. Can we eat it? Not until after Christmas, I say firmly. Otherwise, all our hard work will go to waste. Jackson steps back to admire our creation. Though it's nowhere near as polished as a store-bought kit would have been, his smile makes every messy moment worth it. I like this one better anyway, he declares. Nobody else has a house exactly like ours. Owen catches my eye over Jackson's head, and the warmth in his expression makes my heart flutter. For a moment, we're just a family making memories together, and it feels absolutely perfect. I lean against the doorframe, watching Owen help Jackson clean, frosting off his hands. The kitchen's still a disaster zone from our gingerbread adventure, but I can't bring myself to care. Not when I'm witnessing moments like this. Dad, can you help me practice my lines again after this? Jackson asks, wiping his hands on the towel Owen holds out. Of course, buddy, though I think you've got them pretty much perfect already. But what if I mess up? Owen kneels down to Jackson's level. Then you'll keep going, just like we practiced. Remember what I told you about stage presence? Own the moment, Jackson recites, straightening his shoulders. That's my boy. Owen ruffles his hair, and my heart clenches at the pride in his voice. This isn't the same man who missed birthdays and school plays. This Owen shows up, really shows up. He's patient with Jackson's questions, generous with his time, and completely present in every moment. Mom? Jackson's voice snaps me from my thoughts. Can Dad stay even after Christmas? The question hits me like a punch to the gut because I've been thinking the same thing. These past weeks have shown me a different side of Owen, one that makes me want to believe in second chances. That's up to your dad, sweetie. I try to keep my voice steady. He has his work in LA. But he could work here too, right? Jackson's hopeful expression makes my chest ache. Owen meets my eyes over Jackson's head, and I see my own conflict mirrored there. The thought of him leaving again makes my stomach twist. But asking him to stay? That's opening a door I'm not sure I'm ready to walk through. Hey, let's focus on getting through your play first. Owen deflects smoothly. Speaking of which, weren't we going to run those lines? As they head to the living room, script in hand, I stay rooted to my spot. The truth hits me hard. I don't want him to leave. Not when he's finally become the father Jackson deserves. Not when he's becoming the man I always knew he could be.
Chapter 19. Owen. Maya wipes down the counter while I scrub at a particularly stubborn spot of dried icing on the kitchen table. The sweet scent of gingerbread still lingers in the air, mixing with the pine from our Christmas tree. "I can't believe you got flour in your hair," Maya says, reaching over to brush some white powder from my dark locks. Her fingers linger for a moment longer than necessary. "Hey, baking is messy business. Not all of us can be as graceful in the kitchen as you." I catch her hand before she can pull away. "Remember that time I tried to make you breakfast in bed?" God, the pancake batter on the ceiling. She laughs, the sound warming me more than any California sun. Took weeks to clean up. But they were good pancakes. They were burnt. You ate them anyway. I was young and in love. Maya freezes, realizing what she said. She pulls her hand away and busies herself with organizing the sprinkles and candies left over from our construction project. I grab another cloth and start helping her put away ingredients. Jackson's gotten really good at engineering. That roof design was impressive. He gets that from you. Always thinking big. From me? You're the one who builds entire worlds in your books. I nudge her playfully with my elbow as I reach past her to put the sugar back in the cabinet. Speaking of which, when do I get to read your latest? When it's published, like everyone else. She smirks, handing me a mixing bowl to dry. Not even a sneak peek for your favorite ex-husband? You're my only ex-husband. Exactly. Makes me your favorite by default. Her laugh echoes through the kitchen again, and for a moment it feels just like old times, before Hollywood, before the pressure, before everything fell apart. Just us cleaning up after making a mess together. Maya breaks off a piece of our lopsided gingerbread house's chimney and pops it in her mouth. Her eyes widen. Okay, how did we manage to make it taste this good when it looks like it barely survived an earthquake? I snag a piece of the roof, savoring the perfect blend of spices. Pure talent or dumb luck? Probably luck. Remember that cooking show we watched? The one where they made those elaborate houses? Maya grabs another piece. Ours looks nothing like those. Yeah, but bet theirs didn't taste half as good. I eye the wobbly walls, though I'm pretty sure gingerbread houses aren't supposed to lean quite that much. It's got character, Maya defends our creation, though she can't keep a straight face. Like that tower in Italy. The Leaning Tower of Pisa wishes it had this much style. I break off what was supposed to be a window frame. Jackson's architectural vision might need some work, but his taste in candy decoration is spot on. Speaking of... Maya glances toward the hallway where Jackson disappeared to his room. Should we feel guilty about eating his masterpiece? Nah, he already demolished the gumdrop garden. Pretty sure that makes it fair game. I gesture to the empty spot where a carefully arranged pattern of candies used to be. Besides, what kind of parents would we be if we didn't quality test it? Quality test? Is that what we're calling this midnight snack raid? Absolutely. Very professional. Hollywood-grade testing happening right here. Maya snorts, covering her mouth to muffle her laughter. You're ridiculous. You love it. The words slip out before I can stop them, but Maya just smiles and reaches for another piece of our delicious disaster. The kitchen light catches Maya's profile as she nibbles on another piece of gingerbread, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the soft line of her jaw. My heart skips. Even with flour dusting her sweater and icing smeared on her hand, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. What? Maya catches me staring. Do I have sugar on my face? No, you're perfect. The words come out before I can stop them. More honest than I meant to be. She ducks her head, but I catch the smile playing at her lips. Owen. I mean it. I step closer, close enough to smell her coconut shampoo mixing with the spices in the air. Being here with you and Jackson, it's made me realize what really matters. Don't. Her voice wavers. Don't say things you don't mean. I've never meant anything more. I reach for her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. Maya, these past weeks have been everything I've been missing. Not the fame or the parties or the endless premieres. Just this. Us. She looks up at me, those dark eyes searching mine. The last time you said things like this, I was young and stupid and thought I could have it all without putting in the work. I trace my thumb across her knuckles. I know better now. I know what I want. And what's that? You. Us. A real chance to be the family we should have been. The silence stretches between us, filled with the weight of possibility. Maya's fingers tighten around mine and I hold my breath, waiting. It's not that simple, she whispers, but she doesn't let go of my hand. It could be. I lift her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to her palm. If you'll let it. A smudge of white frosting catches my eye on Maya's cheek, stark against her dark skin. My fingers itch to touch her. You've got a little... I gesture to my own cheek. Where? Maya swipes at the wrong spot, missing it completely. Here, let me. I step closer, my thumb grazing her cheek. The frosting comes away easily, but I can't bring myself to pull back. My thumb traces the curve of her cheekbone, savoring the warmth of her skin. Maya's breath catches. Her eyes meet mine, dark and deep enough to drown in. Owen. Her voice is barely a whisper. Still missed a spot. It's a lie, but she doesn't call me on it as my hand cups her face. My thumb brushes across her cheek again. Slower this time. The kitchen feels smaller suddenly, the air heavy between us. Maya leans into my touch, just slightly, but it's enough to make my heart race. Did you get it? She asks, but neither of us is thinking about frosting anymore. Almost. I let my fingers trail down to the curve of her jaw. Her skin is impossibly soft under my touch. Maya's hands grip the counter behind her, but she doesn't pull away. You're playing with fire. Maybe I want to get burned. The tension crackles between us like static electricity, making every point of contact feel electric. I trace the line of her jaw, memorizing the feel of her skin against mine. Maya's eyes dart away from mine, but she doesn't step back. Her fingers play with the dish towel, twisting it nervously. I've missed this so much. It hurts sometimes. What exactly? I keep my voice soft, encouraging. Just this. The little moments. She gestures around the kitchen, at our demolished gingerbread house, at the mess we made together. Hearing Jackson laugh with you. The way you still know exactly how I take my tea. Even the way you always leave the cabinet doors open. I do not... I glance behind me at the open sugar cabinet. Okay, maybe I do. You always have. A small smile plays at her lips. And I used to hate it. But now... She shakes her head. God, I even missed that. My heart swells. I've missed everything about you. The way you scrunch your nose when you're thinking. How you always steal the crossword puzzle before I can get to it. Because you fill in all the answers with movie titles, even when they don't fit. That's called creative problem solving. She laughed softly. I've missed that too. The way you can always make me laugh even when I'm trying to be serious. Maya, I stepped closer, drawn to her like a magnet. These past few weeks, being here with you and Jackson, it's shown me what really matters to me, what I should have fought harder for. Owen! No, let me finish. I've missed being a family. Not for the cameras, not for publicity. Just us, making gingerbread houses that defy physics and actually being there for our son. I take her hand, lacing our fingers together. I've missed you. Every day. Maya's breath catches as I lean in closer, my fingers still tracing patterns on her skin. The kitchen lights cast a warm glow across her face, highlighting the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. Owen, she whispers, her hand coming up to rest against my chest. I brush my lips against hers, soft and questioning. She responds immediately, pressing closer, her fingers curling into my shirt. The kiss is gentle, tender, everything I've been missing for 6 years. I've wanted to do that since I got here, I murmur against her lips. Shut up and kiss me again. I don't need to be told twice. This time when our lips meet, there's nothing gentle about it. Maya arches into me, her arms wrapping around my neck as I pull her closer. She tastes like gingerbread and possibilities, sweet and spicy and perfect. My hands slide down to her waist, lifting her onto the counter. She gasps into my mouth, legs wrapping around me to pull me closer. Her fingers thread through my hair, nails scraping lightly against my scalp in a way that makes me groan. God, I've missed you, I breathe between kisses, trailing my lips along her jaw. Prove it, she challenges, tugging me back to her mouth. I kiss her deeply, pouring 6 years of longing into it. Her tongue slides against mine, and suddenly, I'm drowning in her. The soft sound she makes, the way she moves against me, the familiar scent of her skin. Maya breaks away, breathing hard. We should stop. Should we? I press my forehead against hers, trying to catch my breath. Jackson could wake up. You're right. I don't move away, though, and neither does she. Her fingers are still playing with the hair at the nape of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. Owen.
Chapter 20. Maya. I melt into Owen's kiss, my heart racing as his strong hands pull me closer. The kitchen counter presses against my back, anchoring me as his lips move against mine with an intensity that makes my knees weak. I've missed you so much, Maya. He whispers against my lips. His fingers trail along my jawline, sending shivers down my spine. Every single day. The rough pad of his thumb traces my bottom lip, making my breath catch in my throat. Owen. His name comes out breathless. I slide my hands up his chest, feeling his heartbeat thundering beneath my palms. The solid warmth of him under my fingers feels like coming home. I never stop thinking about you. He pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, his gaze intense and focused solely on me. The kitchen lights catch the flecks of gold in his dark blue eyes, reminding me of all the times I'd lost myself in them before. You're still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Even with frosting in my hair, I tease, trying to lighten the heavy moment between us. My fingers twist in the fabric of his shirt, not ready to let him step away. Not when I finally have him this close again. Especially with frosting in your hair. His thumb brushes my bottom lip. You're real? Not like all those plastic Hollywood types. Just you, my perfect Maya. My breath catches as he leans in again, his kiss deeper this time. 6 years of longing and regret pour into this moment. His hands tangle in my hair as mine grip his shoulders. Stay with me, I whisper between kisses, my fingers digging into his shoulders. Don't disappear again. The words come out more vulnerable than I intend, but I can't hold them back. Never. His voice is rough with emotion, sending shivers down my spine. I'm done running from what matters. From who matters. His hands frame my face, thumbs stroking my jawline with a tenderness that makes my knees weak. Our kisses grow more desperate, years of separation fueling our need to be closer. Each touch feels like coming home, like finding a missing piece I'd forgotten was gone. His strong arms wrap around me, pulling me flush against his chest until I can feel his heartbeat matching my own frantic rhythm. I love you, Owen murmurs against my neck, his warm breath fanning across my skin. I never stopped loving you, Maya. The raw honesty in his voice strips away my last defenses. My heart soars at his words, and tears prick at the corners of my eyes. I love you too. God help me, but I do. I press closer, breathing in his familiar scent, finally allowing myself to believe this is real. I throw my arms around Owen's neck, pulling him closer to me. I need more of him, and the desperate ache that started low in my groin is now a throbbing need to experience all of him. He answers my passionate pull with a firm grip on my waist, pushing me up on the countertop while my legs wrap around his waist. He grabs my bottom, pulling me to him as our mouths clash once more, urgent and needy. Owen, I pant, my hands threading through his thick hair while he kneads my buttocks, grinding his need into me. Bedroom, he growls as he picks me up, and we make our way down the hallway, clutching each other as if our lives depended on it. We pinball off the walls as our lips meet, and it's like fire and electricity running through me. This man will be my salvation and my undoing at the same time, especially if we succumb to this. But I won't stop. It may be stupid. I know this is going to change everything, but I want this. I can't deny how I'm feeling and how much I wanted this to rekindle things with Owen, no matter how much I've been hurt. I love him too much. He wraps his arms around me and slips his tongue into my mouth. The taste and smell of him completely overwhelm me. I tear at his shirt furiously, causing the buttons to pop off. I want to feel his skin. I need to. I pull my mouth away from his so I can kiss his chest. At the same time, I slide my hand down lower. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I trace lazy patterns on Owen's chest as we lay tangled in the sheets, my head resting on his shoulder. His fingers trail up and down my spine, sending pleasant shivers through me. The familiar scent of his skin brings back memories of countless nights like this. Remember our first date? Owen's chest rumbles beneath my ear as he speaks. That horrible B-movie premiere where the monster's tentacles kept falling off? I laugh, snuggling closer. And you were so embarrassed, but I thought it was charming how you kept making jokes about it. You were the only one who didn't care about the Hollywood glamour. His arms tighten around me. You just wanted me. Still do? The words slip out before I can stop them. I tense, wondering if I've said too much. Owen's hand stills on my back. Maya. There's a weight to my name when he says it. We don't have to figure everything out right now. I prop myself up on an elbow, looking down at him. This was amazing, he finishes, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. But I want more than just this moment. My heart skips. Owen, we can't just pick up where we left off. There's Jackson to think about, and your career. I know. He sits up, sheets pooling around his waist. But I'm not the same man who put his career before his family. I've changed. Have you? The question comes out softer than I intend. Because I can't go through that again. Neither can Jackson. Owen cups my face in his hands. Let me prove it to you. Give me that chance. I lean into his touch, wanting so badly to believe him, but the memory of all those lonely nights, all those broken promises, still stings. I'm scared, I admit. Me too. His honesty surprises me. Scared of losing you again. Scared I won't be enough. I press my forehead to his, closing my eyes. The future stretches out before us, full of possibilities and pitfalls. But right now, in this moment, I just want to believe in us again.
Chapter 21. Owen. Sunlight streams through the curtains as I stir awake. Maya's curls are splayed across my chest, her breathing steady and peaceful. The weight of her against me feels like coming home after years of wandering. I trace light patterns on her shoulder, drinking in this quiet moment. She shifts slightly, nuzzling closer. My heart swells with a contentment I haven't felt in years. Morning, Maya murmurs, her voice soft with sleep, sending a shiver of contentment through me. Hey, beautiful. I press a kiss to her forehead, inhaling the sweet coconut scent of her hair. Sleep well? She stretches cat-like before propping herself up to look at me. Her dark eyes search mine and, damn if I don't want to drown in them. Better than I have in a long time. Me too. I tuck a stray curl behind her ear, letting my fingers linger against her skin. I've missed waking up next to you. The words come out rougher than I intended, loaded with everything we've left unsaid. Owen. Her expression grows serious, that little crease appearing between her brows. What are we doing? Right now? Enjoying a perfect morning. I pull her closer, my hand sliding down to the small of her back. The heat of her skin against mine is intoxicating. Unless you're having regrets? I keep my tone light, but my heart pounds against my ribs, waiting for her answer. No regrets, just concerns. But we can't pretend the past didn't happen. I know, and I'm not the same man I was then. I meet her gaze steadily. I've grown up, learned what really matters. She studies my face, those beautiful brown eyes searching. I want to believe that. Then believe it. Give me a chance to prove it. I brush my thumb across her cheek. I love you, Maya. I never stopped. A small smile tugs at her lips. You always did know just what to say. Not saying, meaning, I pull her down for a soft kiss. I want this. Us, our family. What about Hollywood? Hollywood will always be there. You and Jackson are what matter. Maya shifts to rest her head on my chest, her fingertips tracing idle patterns across my skin. The morning sun bathes the room in a gentle glow, making everything feel dreamlike. Remember our first apartment? She asks. The tiny studio in West Hollywood. With the leaky faucet that drove you crazy? I laugh softly, running my fingers through her curls. And that ridiculous Murphy bed that almost killed us both. But we were happy. Her voice carries a note of wistfulness. Just us against the world. We ordered takeout every night because neither of us could cook worth a damn. I press a kiss to her temple. You'd read your manuscripts out loud while I practiced my lines. You are terrible at doing the female voices. Hey, I'll have you know I won an award for my dramatic readings. She props herself up on an elbow, eyebrow raised. Jackson's preschool participation trophy doesn't count. Ouch, you wound me, woman. I pull her closer, savoring her warmth. But I did get better. You did? Her fingers trace my jawline. At a lot of things. The quiet settles around us like a comfortable blanket. Outside, a cardinal calls to its mate, and somewhere down the street, a car door slams. But here, in this moment, time seems to stand still. I forgot how good this feels, Maya whispers. Just being here. With you. Me too. I tighten my arms around her. God, I've missed you. Maya traces her fingers along my collarbone, her touch sending sparks through my skin. Owen, I need you to know something. I catch her hand, bringing it to my lips. What is it? I don't want this to be just... She takes a deep breath. Just a holiday fling or a one-night thing. If we're doing this, I want us to really try. To make it work this time. Relief floods through me. God, Maya, that's exactly what I want too. Really? Her eyes search mine, cautious hope in their depths. Listen to me. I shift to face her fully, cupping her face in my hands. There's never been anyone else. Not really. Every premiere, every party, every moment in the spotlight, I kept wishing you were there beside me. But Angelina is a friend and co-star. Nothing more. I stroke my thumb across her cheek. You're it for me, Maya. Always have been. These past few weeks have reminded me what really matters. And it's not Hollywood or fame or any of that crap. It's this. Us. Our family. She leans into my touch, a small smile playing at her lips. You've changed. Had to. Losing you and Jackson was the wake-up call I needed. I press my forehead to hers. I'm not letting you go again. Promise? Cross my heart. I seal it with a kiss, soft and sweet. Besides, who else would put up with my terrible dramatic readings? Her laugh vibrates against my chest. You're still never living that down. As long as you're here to tease me about it, I don't mind at all. Maya raises her head to look at me, her expression growing thoughtful. But what about your career? Your agent mentioned that big movie coming up. My career isn't going anywhere. I catch her hand in mine. Look, Redding's still in California. It's what, 4 hours from LA? I can commute when I need to. You do that. She props herself up on an elbow, studying my face. Hell yes, besides, I'm thinking of being more selective with my roles. Quality over quantity. I run my fingers through her curls. And you've got your writing career here. Jackson's got his school, his theater. This is your home. Our home could be... The words come out soft, tentative. That's what I'm saying. I pull her closer. I don't need the Hollywood penthouse or the constant parties. What I need is right here. But the paparazzi are a lot less aggressive in Redding. I smirk, and if they get too annoying, I still have those contacts I threatened them with. She laughs against my chest. My hero. Damn straight. I tilt her chin up. I mean it, Maya. We can make this work. I'll rent an office in LA for meetings. Fly out for shoots when I need to. But my home, that's wherever you and Jackson are. Maya shifts against me, her mind clearly working through the logistics. We could keep my old apartment in West Hollywood. The one I bought when we split up. The one with the rooftop garden. I trace patterns on her shoulder. That'd be perfect. Close enough to the studios, but far enough from the chaos. And Jackson could see his LA friends during summer break. She props herself up, excitement building in her voice. Plus, I need to meet with my publisher sometimes anyway. See? It's all falling into place. I tuck a curl behind her ear. We could make it our little getaway spot for when we need a taste of city life, or when you have those unavoidable premieres. Maya's fingers drum against my chest. The ones your agent insists are career-making opportunities. Hey, some of them actually are. I catch her hand, bringing it to my lips. But now I can come home to you afterward, instead of an empty penthouse. And the rest of the time, we're here. Her eyes light up. Where Jackson can have a normal childhood, away from the cameras. Where we might be able to have dinner at Eva's without getting mobbed. I grin. Well, mostly, your fans are pretty persistent. She swats my chest. Please, you're the one who can't go anywhere without getting recognized. True, but here people are more likely to just wave and move on. I pull her closer. It's different from LA. Better. It really could work, couldn't it? Maya's voice holds a note of wonder. Us here, together? Damn right it could. I kiss her forehead. And it will. Maya settles back against me, her head finding that perfect spot on my chest. The tension melts from her shoulders, and I feel her smile against my skin. You know what this reminds me of? I slowly massage her back. That weekend we drove up to Big Sur, just disappeared from everything. That little cabin with no cell service. Her fingers dance across my ribs. Mike was convinced you'd been kidnapped. Worth every panicked voicemail. I press my lips to her temple, though I think this bed's a bit more comfortable than that lumpy mattress. Please, you slept like a rock. She props herself up, dark eyes sparkling. I was the one dodging springs all night. Yeah, but you got your revenge. I catch her hand linking our fingers. Made me cook breakfast on that ancient stove. And somehow you didn't burn down the cabin. She squeezes my hand, though it was a close call with those pancakes. The morning light catches the gold flecks in her eyes, and my chest tightens with how much I've missed this. Just us, trading memories and gentle teasing. No cameras, no scripts, no expectations. Just Maya, real and warm and perfect against me. We should take Jackson there sometime, I suggest. Show him where his old man almost became a pancake arsonist. Her laugh vibrates through me. Only if you promise not to touch the stove. Deal. I pull her closer, breathing in the familiar scent of her skin. Though I have gotten better at cooking. Made Jackson breakfast yesterday without setting off any alarms. Cereal doesn't count. Hey, there was toast involved. Very sophisticated stuff. She settles back against my chest, and I feel her relax completely for the first time since I arrived in Redding. The weight of her trust settles over me like a warm blanket, and I know with absolute certainty that this is where I belong.
Chapter 22. Maya. I'm typing away on my laptop, working on a new manuscript when my phone buzzes. My agent David's name flashes on the screen. Maya, drop whatever you're doing. I've got news that's going to make your day. I'm listening. My fingers hover over the keyboard, mine still half stuck in my story world. Remember that meeting I had with Pinnacle Publishing? Well, they want you. Not just want you, they're practically begging for you. I sit up straighter. Pinnacle is one of the biggest publishers in the country. What exactly are they offering? 7 figures for a 3-book deal, plus marketing budget that'll make your previous campaigns look like pocket change. David's voice rises with excitement. They're talking prime bookstore placement, nationwide tours, the works. My heart races. This is the kind of opportunity I've dreamed about. That's incredible. It gets better. They want to position you as their lead romance author. Your books would be instant bestsellers with their marketing machine behind them. I glance at the family photos on my desk. Jackson's smiling face, and now, new ones with Owen from the past couple weeks. What would this mean for my schedule? They'd want the first manuscript in 6 months. But Maya, this is huge. This could take your career to a whole new level. Send me the details, I say, mind already racing with possibilities. I want to look everything over. Already in your inbox. Take a minute to review it when you get the chance. I stare at my screen, a mix of excitement and uncertainty swirling in my stomach. This could change everything, but is that what I want right now? Just when things with Owen are falling into place? Maya? There is one small catch. David's voice shifts, becoming more hesitant. I lean back in my chair. Why do I feel like this small catch isn't so small? The publisher wants you to relocate to Colorado. They've got this estate picked out, very rural, very rustic. Think log cabins and mountain views. My stomach drops. Colorado? David, I can't just pick up and move across the country. I have a life here. Jackson has school, friends. I know, but hear me out. The publisher's big on authenticity. Your new series is set in Colorado, and they want you living in the same environment as your characters. They believe it'll add depth to your writing. I press my fingers to my temple. That's insane. I write fiction. Nobody expects Stephen King to live in a haunted house. Maya, this isn't just any publisher. This is Pinnacle. They're offering you the chance to become their premier romance author. I glance at the new photo on my desk. Owen helping Jackson with his lines, both of them laughing. The timing couldn't be worse. Owen and I Look, I get it. But this kind of opportunity doesn't come around twice. They're talking about making you the next Nora Roberts. How long would I need to stay there? At least through the completion of the series. 3 years? Minimum. The weight of the decision settles heavy in my chest. 3 years away from Owen, just when we're finally finding our way back to each other. 3 years of uprooting Jackson from everything he knows. I need time to think about this, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Don't take too long. They want an answer by the end of the week. I hang up the phone and stare at the family photos on my desk, my stomach churning. The dream contract I've always wanted sits in my inbox, but accepting it means destroying the fresh start Owen and I just built. Mama! Jackson burst through my office door. Dad's making pancakes. He says they're your favorite, the ones with chocolate chips and banana. The aroma of butter and warm chocolate drifts up from the kitchen. My throat tightens. I'll be right down, baby. Are you okay? Jackson tilts his head, so perceptive for his age. You look sad. Just work stuff. I force a smile. Go help your dad. I'll join you in a minute. Once he's gone, I open the contract from David. The terms are even better than he described. Speaking engagements, book tours, marketing budgets that would make my current publisher weep. But that mandatory relocation clause might as well be written in neon. Owen's voice carries up from downstairs. Maya, baby, these pancakes aren't going to eat themselves. Coming, I call back, but remain frozen in my chair. Just last night we were planning our future. Weekends in LA when he films, holidays here in Redding, building a life that lets us have it all. Now I have to choose between my dream career and my family. My phone buzzes again. Another email from David with more details about the Colorado estate. I close my laptop, unable to look at it anymore. The pancakes are getting cold, and my family is waiting. But with every step down the stairs, the weight of the decision grows heavier. How do I tell Owen that just when we've found our way back to each other, I might have to leave? I walk downstairs to find Owen and Jackson at the kitchen table, plates stacked with steaming chocolate chip banana pancakes. The sight should fill me with joy, but all I can think about is the contract waiting in my inbox. There's my beautiful author, Owen says, pulling out a chair for me. Getting some writing done this morning? Something like that. I slide into the seat, watching Jackson drown his pancakes in syrup. Owen's hand brushes my shoulder. Everything okay? You seem distracted. Just thinking about work stuff. I force myself to take a bite. The pancakes are perfect, exactly how I like them. It makes my chest ache. Did something happen with your publisher? Owen's voice drops lower, meant just for me while Jackson happily devours his breakfast. I push a piece of banana around my plate. Pinnacle Publishing wants to offer me a contract. It's substantial. Baby, that's amazing. Owen's face lights up. Why aren't you more excited? Because it means moving to Colorado for 3 years minimum. The words come out in a rush. They want me living in the setting of my new series. Owen's fork freezes halfway to his mouth. Colorado? They're offering 7 figures, nationwide tours, marketing budgets bigger than anything I've ever had. I look at Jackson, still blissfully unaware. But it means uprooting everything, right when we're finally... Hey. Owen takes my hand under the table. We'll figure it out. Maybe I can film some movies in Colorado, or fly out between shoots. But we both know it's not that simple. His career is based in LA. Mine would be in Colorado, and Jackson would be caught in the middle just like before. Dad, Jackson interrupts. Can we practice my lines again after breakfast? Sure thing, buddy. Owen squeezes my hand before letting go. Right after these world-famous pancakes. I watch them together, my heart heavy with the choice ahead of me, a dream contract or my dream of our family being whole again. Later that night, I pull up the photos of the Colorado estate on my laptop. The rustic log cabin sits nestled among towering pines, with snow-capped mountains creating a dramatic backdrop. It's exactly how I imagined the setting for my new romance series. Isolated, romantic, the perfect place for my characters to fall in love. My fingers trace the image of the wraparound porch. I can already picture myself writing there, wrapped in a cozy blanket, while snow falls softly around me. The kind of peaceful solitude every writer dreams of. That's quite a view. Owen's voice startles me. He leans against my office door frame, 2 mugs of tea in his hands. It's perfect. I accept the tea he offers. The estate even has a private lake, just like in Chapter 3 where Charlotte first meets. The mysterious mountain man? Owen sits beside me, his shoulder brushing mine. I read your outline, remember? You did. Of course. I always read your work. He scrolls through more photos of the property. It's exactly like you described it. Your readers would love knowing you're living the same life as your characters. The ache in my chest intensifies. They would. But I'd be living there alone. I close the laptop. Well, with Jackson, but without you. Owen's quiet for a moment, sipping his tea. You know, when I first started acting, my agent told me I had to choose between having a career and having a family. Said I couldn't do both. What changed? I realized he was full of crap. He sets down his mug. The problem wasn't that I couldn't have both. The problem was I wasn't willing to work hard enough to figure out how. I grab my phone, my fingers hovering over the keyboard before I type out my message to David. Need time to process this. It's a huge decision that affects my whole family. The reply comes almost instantly. Take the time you need. But Pinnacle wants an answer before Christmas. They've got other authors lined up if you pass. The weight of the deadline settles in my stomach like lead. Before Christmas. That's less than a week away. Less than a week to decide if I want to tear my family apart again, right when we're finally piecing it back together. My phone buzzes with another message from David. This could be your Stephen King moment, Maya. The contract that changes everything. I set the phone face down on my desk, unable to look at it anymore. Through my office window, I can see Owen and Jackson in the backyard, practicing lines for the play. Owen's acting out an exaggerated death scene, making Jackson double over with laughter. The sight makes my chest tight. How can I choose between my dream career and this? Between the life I've worked so hard to build as an author and the family I never stopped wanting? I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. Owen catches my eye and waves, that movie star smile of his making my heart skip. Jackson waves too, his father's script pages clutched in his other hand. The phone sits accusingly on my desk, David's messages waiting for an answer I'm not ready to give.
Chapter 23. Owen. My phone buzzes with my mother's face lighting up the screen. The urge to ignore it pulses through me, but I know she'll just keep calling until I answer. With a deep breath, I swipe to accept. Mom, before you start. Owen, darling, I've been talking with... No! My voice comes out firm, commanding, the tone I usually reserve for difficult directors. I'm not interested in dating or even pretending to date Angelina. Not now, not ever. She's a friend and colleague, nothing more. I don't even want to pretend that there's something between us. Actually, darling, Mom's voice takes on that honey-sweet tone she uses when she's about to pitch something to a client. I've been thinking about you and Maya. My grip tightens on the phone until my knuckles turn white. Mom! No, hear me out. The press photos of you three together are absolutely charming. The public loves a good redemption story, and what's better than America's favorite leading man reconnecting with his first love? Jesus Christ, I mutter under my breath. I pace across the guest room like a caged animal, running a hand through my hair and probably screwing it up beyond repair. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. Since when do you care about Maya? Last I checked, you thought she was holding me back from my true potential. I spit the last words out, mimicking her condescending tone from all those years ago. People change, Owen. I've seen how happy you look in those candids with her and Jackson. Plus, Maya's quite successful now. 3 bestsellers under her belt. That's nothing to sneeze at. My agent's voice drips with calculated sweetness, the kind that usually precedes a business proposition. This isn't about image or success. I love her. The words come out raw and honest, surprising even me with their intensity. I've spent too many years playing characters to talk crap about this. Even better, authenticity sells, darling. And between you and me, you were never this relaxed with any of those starlets I tried setting you up with. I can hear the clickety-clack of her manicured nails against her desk. She's clearly pleased with herself. The laugh escapes before I can stop it, sharp and knowing. So you finally admit those were setups? I shake my head, thinking of all those coincidental meetings at industry parties and charity events that felt about as natural as my last action movie's CGI explosions. Of course they were. I'm your mother and your publicist. It's my job to meddle. She pauses. But maybe this time I should meddle in favor of what actually makes you happy. Standing at the window, I watch Maya in the backyard, building a snowman while they practice his monologue. The morning sun catches her smile, and my heart does that familiar flip it's been doing since I first met her. Think about it, darling, Mom continues, her voice taking on that calculating edge I know too well. The headlines write themselves. Hollywood's golden boy returns to first love. Star-crossed lovers reunite. We could time the announcement perfectly with your new movie release. The snowman's head tilts precariously as Jackson gestures dramatically, rehearsing his lines. Maya steadies it with gentle hands, and my chest tightens at the simple intimacy of the moment. This could be exactly what your career needs, Mom presses on. The public loves you, but lately they've been saying you're getting predictable. A real-life romance would humanize you, make you relatable again. Mom, stop. My voice comes out harder than intended. I'm not using my family for publicity. Using them? Don't be dramatic. It's a win-win situation. Maya gets the spotlight for her books, you get your perfect family image, and Jackson? Leave Jackson out of this. The words come out as a growl. He's not some prop for a PR campaign. Owen, be reasonable. The press is already writing about you three. Why not control the narrative? That's exactly what I'm talking about. I turn away from the window, my jaw clenched. You're treating this like another PR stunt. This is my family we're talking about. Don't be naive, darling. Everything in Hollywood is PR. Mom's voice carries that patronizing tone that makes me feel like I'm 16 again. Remember the divorce? Who kept the tabloids from dragging your name through the mud? Who made sure you came out looking like the dedicated actor pursuing his dreams? The memory hits like a punch to the gut. That's different. Is it? I spent years crafting your image as America's sweetheart, the charming leading man who can do no wrong. One wrong move and it all falls apart. Maybe I don't give a damn about that image anymore. My free hand balls into a fist. Through the window, I watch Jackson dramatically bow to an imaginary audience while Maya applauds. I'm tired of everything being calculated, every moment staged for maximum impact. Oh, please, Mom scoffs. That image bought you that $12 million house in Beverly Hills. It's why directors are fighting to cast you. It's also why I lost Maya in the first place. The words come out sharp enough to cut through her lecture. Because I was so caught up in maintaining that perfect image that I forgot what actually mattered. Speaking of your career, Mom's voice shifts to that dangerous tone I know too well. Mike told me about Spielman's new project, the one he's considering you for. My stomach drops. Through the window, I watch Maya help Jackson adjust his stance for his dramatic monologue. That was supposed to be confidential. Oh, please, nothing in this town stays secret for long. The sound of ice clinking against glass carries through the phone. This could be your biggest role yet, the kind that wins awards. I know what's at stake. Do you? Because running off to Playhouse in Reading isn't exactly the move of someone focused on their career. She pauses. Spielman's very traditional, old-school Hollywood. He likes his leads to have a certain image. What's that supposed to mean? I'm just saying, timing is everything in this business. And right now, you need to be seen as the it man. I press my forehead against the cool window pane, watching Maya laugh at something Jackson said. That's crap, and you know it. I rub my temples, a fresh headache pulsing behind my eyes. Through the window, Maya and Jackson are heading back inside, their cheeks red from the cold. The snowman stands guard in the yard, slightly lopsided, but perfect in its imperfection, just like our little family. Well, the paparazzi are already here, lurking around corners with their cameras. If they're going to invade our privacy anyway, then you might as well use it to your advantage, Tamara says, her voice smooth as silk. Leave everything up to me. I'll handle a few of the arrangements on this end, and then all you guys have to do is be in the right place at the right time, ready for a photo opportunity that will make all three of you shine. Through the window, Maya and Jackson disappear inside, and my mother's voice drones on about career trajectories and public perception. My mind wanders to the possibility of a few carefully staged outings, nothing too obvious, just casual family moments that might appease both my mother and the lurking paparazzi. Maybe we could take Jackson ice skating at the outdoor rink downtown. The image forms in my mind. Maya's hands clasped in mine as we glide across the ice. Jackson zooming past us with that infectious laugh of his. The photographers would eat it up. But the thought leaves a sour taste in my mouth. The same acid burn I felt every time I had to perform for the cameras during our marriage. Every candid moment that was actually calculated down to the minute. My mother's still talking. Something about arranging a dinner at that new trendy restaurant where the paparazzi always camp out. The words blur together as I watch Maya through the kitchen window now, her hands moving expressively as she helps Jackson with what looks like his blocking for the play. The genuine joy on their faces twists something in my chest. This is what I missed all those years. Real moments, not a manufactured ones. The way Maya's eyes crinkle when she really laughs. How Jackson's whole body gets into his theatrical gestures. And of course, we'll need to coordinate with the studio's PR team, Mom continues, but I'm barely listening. The memory of this morning floods back. Maya's sleepy smile, the way she curled into me like no time had passed at all. That wasn't for the cameras. That was just us, just real. I can't do this to them again. Can't turn their lives into a performance piece for the entertainment industry's consumption. Oh, and Owen? Mom's voice takes on that syrupy, sweet tone that always precedes bad news. Your father and I will be there tomorrow evening for dinner. We want to see our grandson. The phone nearly slips from my grip. Wait, what? Mom, that's not... We'll be there at 6 sharp. I've already booked our flights. Keys clack in the background. Do make sure Maya wears something appropriate. You can't just... The line goes dead. I stare at my phone, jaw clenched. Damn it. Through the kitchen window, I watch Maya showing Jackson how to project his voice. Her hands move gracefully as she demonstrates proper breathing techniques. The morning sun catches her wedding ring, the one she still wears, but on her right hand now. The sight of it twists something in my chest. How do I tell her my parents are coming? Mom's never approved of Maya, always thought she wasn't Hollywood enough for me. And Dad, well, he just goes along with whatever Mom says. The last time they were all in the same room was at the divorce proceedings. Maya looks up and catches my eye through the window. She smiles. That real, unguarded smile I've missed so much. The one that makes her eyes crinkle at the corners. The one I never see in those paparazzi shots. I have to tell her. But watching her with Jackson now, both of them so happy and relaxed, I can't bring myself to burst their bubble. Not yet. The weight of my phone feels like a brick in my hand. 6 o'clock tomorrow. Less than 36 hours to prepare Maya for Hurricane Tamara. Jackson's voice carries through the window, practicing his lines with renewed confidence under Maya's guidance. The peaceful scene before me is about to be shattered by my mother's particular brand of chaos, and it's all my fault. I pocket my phone and head toward the back door. Might as well get this over with.
Chapter 24. Maya. The bell above Eva's door chimes as I step inside, the warm scent of cinnamon and coffee wrapping around me like a familiar hug. You're early today, Eva calls from behind the counter, already reaching for a box of her famous cinnamon rolls. Owen and Jackson are still sleeping. Thought I'd surprise them with breakfast. A camera flash through the window makes me freeze. My stomach drops as I spot at least 5 photographers pressed against the glass. Those vultures are back, Eva mutters, coming around the counter. Want me to chase them off with my rolling pin? It's fine. I force a smile, but my hands shake as I dig through my purse for my wallet. More flashes blind me through the window. The bell chimes again and 2 reporters rush in, microphones extended. Maya? Is it true you and Owen are back together? Are you using your son's Christmas play to orchestrate a public reunion? No comment. I back away, bumping into the counter. Sources say Owen's latest film about rekindling lost love was inspired by your relationship. Care to comment? Eva steps between us, arms crossed. This is a private establishment. Either order something or get out. We just want a statement about... Out. Ava's voice cracks like a whip. Before I call the police for harassment. The reporters retreat, but hover outside with the photographers. Eva hands me the box of cinnamon rolls and squeezes my shoulder. Take the back exit, honey. I'll create a distraction. Thanks. My voice comes out shaky. I owe you one. You don't owe me anything. Now go before those rolls get cold. I slip out through the kitchen while Eva marches outside, waving her arms and yelling about trespassing laws. The sound of her voice fades as I hurry down the alley, clutching the warm box to my chest. I turn the corner into the alley and freeze. 3 photographers materialize from behind dumpsters, cameras already clicking. My grip tightens on the cinnamon roll box as 2 more reporters approach from behind. Maya, is Owen using this small-town Christmas story to boost his image? No comment. I try to sidestep them, but they move to block my path. Sources say you're moving to Colorado. Is that why Owen's really here? A goodbye tour? My stomach drops. How did they know about the Colorado offer? I haven't told anyone yet. Is it true Angelina Martinez will be starring opposite Owen in his next film? The box trembles in my hands. Please move. Just give us something. The public wants to know. Is America's favorite couple getting back together? I said move. My voice comes out stronger than I feel. A reporter shoves his microphone in my face. Your books are about second chances at love. Is this your real-life inspiration? Are you and Owen staging this reunion for publicity? The questions keep coming, each one hitting like a physical blow. The walls of the alley seem to close in as they press closer. My breathing quickens. I spin on my heel and dart back toward Eva's diner, my heart pounding against my ribs. The box of cinnamon rolls clutched to my chest feels like a shield against their invasive questions. The rapid-fire clicks of camera shutters follow me as I race around the corner. Eva stands at the back door, waving frantically. In here, quick! I slip inside, and Eva slams the door behind me, throwing the deadbolt. Through the small window, I watch her turn to face the mob of photographers. That's enough! This is private property, and I'm calling the police right now. Eva pulls out her phone. Anyone still here when they arrive gets arrested for harassment. The threat works. The paparazzi scatter like roaches when the lights come on. My hands won't stop shaking. The cinnamon roll box drops to the prep table with a soft thud. Here. Eva guides me to a chair in the kitchen. Deep breaths. How could they possibly know such personal information? I don't talk to anyone. Vultures have their ways. Eva busies herself making tea, the familiar ritual somehow grounding. But that's not what's really bothering you, is it? What if they're right? I wrap my arms around myself. What if this whole thing with Owen is just publicity? What if I'm falling for it all over again? Eva sets a steaming mug in front of me. Maya Thompson, I've known you for 6 years. You're the smartest woman I know, except when you're being stupid about Owen Blake. Thanks? I manage a weak laugh. What I mean is, trust your gut. Not what those vultures say, not what Owen's Hollywood people want. What does your heart tell you? I take a sip of tea, letting the warmth spread through me. That this feels real, different than before. Then that's what matters. Eva squeezes my shoulder. Now drink your tea and calm down, for heaven's sake. Those cinnamon rolls aren't going to deliver themselves. I wrap my hands around the warm mug, the ceramic burning against my palms. I can't do this again, Eva. The constant scrutiny, the cameras, the speculation. Did you see how they twisted everything, making it sound like Owen's only here for publicity? Eva leans against the prep table, arms crossed. Since when do you care what those bottom feeders think? Since Jackson's involved. My voice cracks. He's finally having a normal childhood here. Theater practice. Friends who like him for him, not because his dad's famous. Now these vultures are going to be camping outside his school, following him to rehearsal. We won't let that happen. You don't understand. I set the mug down with a sharp clink. When I was pregnant with Jackson, they followed me everywhere. To doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, even to the bathroom. One photographer literally crawled under a bathroom stall to get a shot of me throwing up from morning sickness. Jesus Christ. And that was before Owen was even this famous. I push away from the table and pace the kitchen. Now he's America's sweetheart. Everything we do will be analyzed, dissected, turned into some kind of story. They'll make up affairs, scandals, anything to sell a story. Maya. And what happens when Owen has to go back to LA? The headlines will start, Trouble in Paradise. Owen Blake spotted without wedding ring. Sources say marriage already on the rocks. My hands shake as I mimic holding up tabloid headlines. I spent 6 years building a quiet life here. No cameras, no speculation, no pressure to be perfect all the time. I can't go back to living in that fishbowl. Eva steps in front of me, stopping my pacing. Then don't. What? Tell Owen exactly what you just told me. If he loves you, really loves you, he'll figure out a way to make it work on your terms. I sink back into the kitchen chair, cradling my tea. Owen and I slept together last night. Eva's eyebrows shoot up. Well, that explains the glow, and it was wonderful, perfect, like coming home. The warmth of the memory battles with the cold dread in my stomach. We talked about making it work. He suggested keeping an apartment in LA, splitting time between there and here. But my agent called this morning. This huge publisher wants my next series. We're talking 7-figure advance, Eva. Full marketing push, everything I've dreamed of. That's amazing. Eva pauses, studying my face. What's the catch? They want me to move to Colorado, live on some rural estate in the mountains, just like my main character. I trace the rim of my mug. Write about what I know, they said. Colorado. Eva lets out a low whistle. That's not exactly commuting distance to LA. Exactly. And the thing is, before Owen showed up, this would have been perfect. Jackson would love it there. All that space, real snow at Christmas. My voice catches. But now you've got Hollywood's golden boy back in your bed. It's not just that. I wrap my arms around myself. Owen's different. He stood up to those photographers. He's actually present with Jackson. He's everything I wanted him to be 6 years ago. So what are you going to do? I don't know. My agent needs an answer by Christmas. I press my palms against my eyes. How am I supposed to choose between my dream career and a second chance with the love of my life? Eva wipes down the counter with practiced strokes, her movements precise and deliberate. Look, you've spent 6 years putting everyone else first. Maybe it's time you chose what makes you happy. What makes me happy is seeing Jackson happy. I trace the rim of my mug, the tea, now lukewarm. And what about Maya? What makes her happy? Ava tosses the rag into a bin and leans forward. Because from where I'm standing, you've got 2 paths ahead. One leads to your dream career, snow-covered mountains, and complete creative freedom. The other leads right back to Hollywood's front door. It's not that simple. It never is. Eva pulls out a fresh cinnamon roll and slides it across to me. But you can't keep living your life afraid of what might happen. That's not the Maya Thompson I know. The Maya Thompson you know is terrified of making the wrong choice. I pick at the pastry's edge. What if I move to Colorado and regret leaving Owen behind? What if I stay and the paparazzi drive us crazy again? What if you sprout wings and fly to the moon? Eva rolls her eyes. You're overthinking this. That's kind of my thing. Well, stop it. Eva grabs my hands, forcing me to look at her. You're a successful author, a wonderful mother, and one of the strongest women I know. Trust yourself to make the right choice. The weight of the decision settles heavy in my chest. I just don't want to hurt anyone. Sometimes that's unavoidable. Eva squeezes my hands. But compromising your happiness? That hurts everyone in the end. I nod, knowing she's right. The path ahead isn't clear, but at least I know I don't have to walk it alone. I have a lot to think about.
Chapter 25. Owen. The front door slams and Maya storms in, her face twisted with frustration. I'm immediately on alert, jumping up from the couch where I'd been going over scripts to meet her. My protective instincts kick into overdrive at the sight of her distress. Babe, what's going on? My face is a mask of concern as I note her stiff, stressed-out posture. The tension radiating off her is palpable, and my fists clench involuntarily at my sides. Those vultures cornered me outside Eva's, she says, dropping her purse on the counter with more force than necessary. I could barely get the cinnamon rolls. The white paper bag from the diner sits crumpled next to her purse, evidence of her hasty retreat. My jaw clenches and anger burns in my gut. These bastards never learn. Did they touch you? The question comes out as a low growl. If any of those parasites laid a finger on her. No, just blocked my path and kept shoving cameras in my face. She runs her hands through her hair, messing up the neat curls she'd styled this morning. Eva had to threaten to call the cops to get rid of them. She was ready to come at them with her spatula, I swear. Damn it. I pace the kitchen, my boots thudding against the tile floor as anger courses through my veins. These vultures never know when to quit. I'll make some calls, get them to back off. I still have contacts at the major outlets who owe me favors. Maya leans against the counter, arms crossed protectively over her chest. Her eyes follow my movements, and the worry in them cuts straight through me. Can you? Because this feels exactly like before, Owen. Being followed everywhere, unable to even run simple errands. Her voice cracks slightly on the last word. I stop pacing and take a deep breath, running a hand through my hair. The sick feeling in my gut tells me this is the moment I've been dreading. The one that could send everything crashing down. About that, there might actually be more press coming. I brace myself for her reaction, knowing this bomb I'm about to drop will test whatever fragile trust we've built. What? Her voice goes quiet, dangerous. My mother called. She and my father are coming tomorrow for dinner to see Jackson. The words feel like lead in my mouth, knowing how this will go over. Maya's eyes narrow, her whole body tensing like a coiled spring. Your mother? The same woman who told me I wasn't good enough for you? Who said I was just trying to get my hands on your money? She says she's changed her mind about us. I move closer, trying to catch her gaze, but she won't look at me. Damn it. I reach for her hand, but think better of it. But there's something else. She's excited about our relationship and wants to document a bit more if we'll let her. I leave out the part about the TV crews my mother's already contacted. One bomb at a time. She thinks it would make a great story. Hollywood star reunites with his first love. The moment the words leave my mouth, I know I've screwed up. Maya hates being reduced to a headline. Of course she does. Maya pushes away from the counter. Because nothing can just be real with your family, can it? Everything has to be a photo op. I know it sounds bad. It sounds exactly like what I ran from 6 years ago. She crosses her arms. And here you are, falling right back into it. The truth in her words stings. Maya, I'm trying to find a balance here. Maya paces the kitchen, her hands gesturing wildly. Your mother called me a gold digger at our engagement party. She told everyone I trapped you with Jackson. I remember. The memory makes my stomach turn. And let's not forget the time she leaked those photos of me to the press when I was 7 months pregnant. Maya's voice cracks. Do you know how humiliating that was? Having my stretch marks splashed across every tabloid. I step forward, reaching for her. Baby. She backs away. Don't baby me. She made my life hell, Owen. And now you want me to play happy family with her? No. My voice comes out harder than intended. I want you to let me handle her. I was wrong before, letting her manipulate everything. I should have stood up to her. But you didn't. I know. I run a hand through my hair. I screwed up. But I'm not that guy anymore. If she tries anything, I'll shut it down. You and Jackson come first. Maya crosses her arms. And if she leaks more stories about me, then I'll fire her as my publicist. The words come easily, surprising us both. I mean it. No more games. No more press manipulation. Just us, doing this our way. She studies my face, searching for any sign of deception. You'd really choose us over your perfect Hollywood image? In a heartbeat. I close the distance between us, relieved when she doesn't pull away. I lost you once because I was too caught up in the spotlight. I won't make that mistake again. I take Maya's hands in mine, my thumbs brushing over her knuckles. Look, I know my mother was horrible to you, but she's getting older, and maybe... I pause, searching for the right words. Maybe this is a chance for both of you to start fresh. Maya yanks her hands away. Start fresh? Are you serious? She's Jackson's grandmother. And despite everything, she's still my mother. I lean against the counter, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm not asking you to be best friends, just... civil. Civil? Maya lets out a harsh laugh. The woman practically ran a smear campaign against me. I know, and that was really messed up. I run a hand through my hair. But people can change. Hell, I did. That's different. Maya starts organizing the kitchen, her nervous energy evident in every movement. You were never deliberately cruel. True. I watch her straighten the already straight dish towel. But my mother's trying to change. Maybe seeing Jackson, seeing us happy. It might soften her. Maya stops fidgeting and turns to face me. And what if it doesn't? What if she's just using this as another opportunity to tear me down? Then she's out. Simple as that. I step closer, relieved when she doesn't back away. But don't you think Jackson deserves a chance to know his grandmother? The real her, not just what we remember. Maya's shoulders slump slightly. You really think she's changed? I think she's willing to try. I cup her face in my hands, and that's all I'm asking from you. Just try. Maya shifts her weight, looking down at her hands. There's something else I need to tell you. The uncertainty in her voice makes my stomach clench. What is it? My agent called earlier. There's this publisher. She takes a deep breath. They want to give me a huge advance for my next series. Top billing. That's amazing. I step forward to hug her, but she holds up a hand. Before you go, getting all excited, there's a catch. They want me to move to Colorado, to a rural estate in the mountains. Her eyes finally meet mine. They're all about authenticity. Want me living in the same setting as my main character. The air leaves my lungs. Colorado? Yeah. She wraps her arms around herself. It's the kind of opportunity I've dreamed about. Living in the mountains, writing in solitude. When would you have to decide? My voice comes out rougher than intended. Before Christmas. She bites her lip. I know we just started figuring things out, and this throws everything off. Hey. I cross the space between us, taking her hands in mine. This is huge for you. Don't downplay it. But what about us? What about your career in LA? I press my forehead against hers. We'll figure something out. Maybe I could split my time between Colorado and LA, or take fewer roles. You do that. For you and Jackson, in a heartbeat. The words come easily because they're true. Besides, some distance from Hollywood might not be the worst thing. Maya squeezes my hands. I haven't decided anything yet. I just needed you to know. Whatever you choose, I'm in your corner. The thought of losing her again makes my chest ache, but I won't stand in the way of her dreams. Not this time. Maya shifts closer to me, her fingers interlacing with mine. I haven't decided anything yet. About Colorado, I mean. My heart skips. No! How could I? She looks up at me, those dark eyes searching mine. Owen, these past few weeks, seeing you with Jackson, seeing how much you've changed. I want us to be a family again. The weight in my chest lifts. I pull her closer, wanting to memorize every detail, every inch of her. I want that too, more than anything. But I need to know it's real this time. Her hands press against my chest, creating just enough space to look me in the eye. No more choosing career over family. No more missing birthdays or school plays. I swear, my thumb traces her jawline, things will be different. Even with your mother coming tomorrow? Even with that big movie role coming up? Hey! I tilt her chin up. You and Jackson are my priority now. Everything else, the movies, my mother, the press, that's just noise. Maya's lips curve into a small smile. When did you get so wise? Probably around the time I lost the best thing that ever happened to me. I press my forehead to hers. I'm not making that mistake again. Good. She wraps her arms around my waist. Because I really don't want to move to Colorado. I laugh, the sound echoing through the kitchen. No. Well, maybe for a vacation. She grins up at me. But our home is here.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 26. Maya. I smoothed down my dress for the 10th time, my stomach churning as I check the roast in the oven. The rich aroma fills the kitchen, but my appetite is nowhere to be found. Mom, when are Grandma and Grandpa getting here? Jackson bounces on his toes beside me, already dressed in his best sweater. His eyes are bright with excitement, practically vibrating with anticipation. Any minute now, sweetie. I ruffle his hair, trying to project a calm I don't feel. My fingers tremble slightly as I adjust his collar, making sure he looks perfect for his grandparents' inspection. Owen appears in the doorway, looking unfairly handsome in a blue button-down that makes his eyes pop in that Hollywood-worthy way. Damn him for always knowing exactly what to wear. Hey, everything smells amazing. Your mother's probably going to find something wrong with it, I mutter, then immediately regret it when Jackson's face falls. The hurt in his eyes makes my stomach twist with guilt. Sorry, that wasn't nice of me. I squeeze his shoulder, shooting Owen an apologetic look. God, I need to get my nerves under control before I say something else I'll regret. Maya. Owen steps closer, his voice low. I meant what I said. I'm on your side this time. The doorbell rings and my heart jumps into my throat. Jackson races to answer it while Owen catches my hand, giving it a quick squeeze. Remember, he says, this is our house, our rules. I take a deep breath and follow him to the entryway, where Tamara is already sweeping in, her designer coat probably worth more than my monthly mortgage payment. Jackson, darling. She bends down to hug him, her perfect makeup unmoved by the motion. My, how you've grown. Thomas follows behind more quietly, giving me a gentle smile that doesn't quite ease the tension in my shoulders. At least Owen's father has always been kind to me. Maya, Tamara straightens, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of my home. How quaint. I suppose it suits your writing career. I feel Owen tense beside me. Here we go. It's good to see you too, Tamara. I manage, forcing a smile. Dinner's almost ready. Would anyone like a drink? White wine would be lovely. Tamara's gaze fixes on where Owen's hand rests at the small of my back. Though perhaps we should discuss your recent reconciliation first. I pour the wine with steady hands, though my nerves feel like live wires. Tamara takes her glass without acknowledging me, her attention fixed on Jackson. So, darling, tell Grandma about this play you're in. I hear you're the star. I play Ebenezer Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. Jackson beams. Dad's been helping me with my lines. Of course he has. Owen's always had natural talent. Tamara touches Owen's arm. Speaking of which, darling, have you told them about that wonderful project Mike mentioned? I set down a tray of appetizers. Would anyone like some bruschetta? Owen, remember that director we discussed? Tamara continues as if I hadn't spoken. He's very interested in meeting with you after the holidays. Mom, can we discuss work later? Owen catches my eye apologetically. We're here to spend time with family. Family is precisely what I'm thinking about. Tamara turns to Jackson. Wouldn't you love to see your father in another big movie? That would be so cool. Jackson bounces in his seat. Could I visit the set? The roast should be ready, I interject, desperate to change the subject. Thomas, would you like more wine? Owen's father offers me a kind smile. Yes, please. And whatever you're cooking smells delicious. Oh, yes, the roast? Tamara's tone drips with faux sweetness. Thomas, remember that lovely French restaurant we went to last week? The one with the Michelin star chef? Now, that was great food. I grip the wine bottle tighter, fighting to keep my expression neutral as she continues to pretend I'm invisible. The evening stretches ahead like an endless minefield, and we haven't even made it to dinner yet. I set the roast and gravy boat on the table, my hands steady despite the tension thrumming through me. The silverware clinks against plates as everyone serves themselves. Maya, dear, you might want to consider highlighting your hair for the premiere events. Tamara delicately cuts her meat. Those premiere cameras can be so unforgiving. I like my hair just the way it is. I pass the mashed potatoes to Jackson. Of course you do, but image is everything in Hollywood. You'll need to make some adjustments this time around. She dabs her lips with her napkin. And perhaps we should discuss your wardrobe. I know this small-town aesthetic works for your writing career, but as Owen's wife... We haven't discussed marriage, Owen interrupts, his fork clattering against his plate. Don't be naive, darling. The press is already speculating. We need to control the narrative. She turns back to me. I have some wonderful contacts at Vogue. They could help you develop a more sophisticated style. Mom. Owen's voice carries a warning. I'm only trying to help. The press wasn't kind to Maya last time because she didn't know how to handle them. But I could teach you, dear. Show you how to give the right interviews. Attend the right events. My grip tightens on my fork. I'm not interested in being molded into your idea of the perfect Hollywood wife, Tamara. That's exactly the kind of attitude that caused problems before. Tamara sighs. You need to understand that being Owen's partner means having certain responsibilities. The public has expectations. The public isn't in this relationship, I respond icily. Owen and I are. Speaking of relationships, Tamara continues as if I hadn't spoken. We'll need to coordinate your public appearances. Perhaps we should start with a carefully staged reunion photo, something candid but polished. Jackson looks between us, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. I stab at my roast, imagining it's Tamara's perfectly manicured hand. The meat's probably dry and tough now, but my appetite vanished the moment she walked through the door. So Jackson, Owen cuts in. Tell Grandma and Grandpa about the set design for your play. Oh yeah? Jackson perks up. I'm helping paint the backdrop for the Christmas scene. We're using real glitter for the snow. Glitter? Tamara's nose wrinkles. That sounds messy. You know, Owen used to take professional acting classes at your age. Perhaps we could arrange. I think it's wonderful that Jackson's exploring his creative side, Thomas interjects, shooting his wife a pointed look. The arts are about expression, not perfection. Of course, dear. Tamara takes a delicate sip of wine. Though Maya, you might want to consider having him take some proper headshots. By the time Owen was Jackson's age, he had a professional portfolio built. You might want to consider that. I know an excellent photographer who... Jackson loves his theater experience just as it is, I say through gritted teeth, my knuckles white around my fork. Right, sweetie? Jackson pushes his peas around his plate, shoulders hunched. Yeah, I guess. Well, Tamara sighs. I suppose not everyone is meant for the spotlight, though with your genetics, it seems a shame to waste. Mom. Owen's voice carries a sharp edge. Drop it. The silence that follows feels like a physical weight. Jackson's eyes dart between all of us, and my heart aches at the worry in his expression. I force myself to take a deep breath, reminding myself that snapping at Tamara won't make this any easier on him. Would anyone like more gravy? I ask, plastering on a smile that feels more like a grimace. On second thought, Owen. Tamara sets her fork down, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light. You should consider whether exposing this relationship is worth jeopardizing everything we've built. The press already questions your commitment to the industry, and Maya's. She waves her hand dismissively in my direction. Well, let's be honest. Her small-town sensibilities and reluctance to embrace the spotlight nearly derailed your career once before. The words hit like a physical blow. My throat tightens as memories of countless society events flood back. The whispers, the sideways glances, the thinly veiled contempt from people just like Tamara. I need a minute. My voice comes out steadier than I feel as I push back from the table. The legs of my chair scrape against the hardwood floor, the sound harsh in the sudden silence. Mom? Jackson's worried voice makes my heart crack. His small face creases with concern, reminding me so much of Owen it hurts. I'll be right back, sweetie. I force a smile, but can't meet his eyes. My fingers grip the edge of the table so hard my knuckles turn white. Just need to check something in the kitchen? Owen starts to rise, his chair groaning against the floor. Maya? Don't. The word comes out sharper than intended, like a knife between us. I soften my tone, though my hands shake as I collect my plate, trying to steady the trembling silverware. Please, just stay with Jackson. The last thing I need is him following me, trying to smooth things over while his mother's words still echo in my head. The kitchen walls press in around me as I dump my half-eaten dinner in the trash. My carefully prepared meal sits like lead in my stomach. The sound of murmured conversation drifts in from the dining room, but I can't make out the words over the rushing in my ears. I grip the edge of the counter, trying to steady my breathing. The cool granite beneath my palms grounds me, but does nothing to ease the suffocating weight in my chest. 6 years of building a life away from all this, of finding my own voice, my own success. And one dinner with Tamara reduces me right back to that insecure young woman who was never quite good enough for her son. The back door beckons. Just a few steps, and I could escape into the crisp December air. Away from the judgment, away from the crushing expectations of a world I never wanted to be part of again.
Chapter 27. Owen. The silence after Maya's departure feels like a physical weight. Jackson stares at his half-empty plate, pushing food around with his fork. I've had enough. That's it. I slam my palm on the table, making the silverware rattle. I'm beyond furious at this turn of events. What the hell was that, Mom? I'm only trying to help, she says, dabbing her lips with a napkin. If you two are getting back together, she needs to understand what that means for your image. She never appreciated her role in this whole production before, and it affected you more than you'd care to admit. My image? A bitter laugh escapes me. You just drove away the woman I love because you're worried about my damn image? Owen language, Dad mutters, glancing at Jackson. Sorry, buddy. I squeeze Jackson's shoulder. Why don't you go check on Mom? Jackson practically bolts from the table. Once he's gone, I turn back to my mother. This dinner is over. I want you both to leave. Don't be dramatic. Mom waves her hand dismissively. Maya's always been too sensitive. That's exactly why. No. I stand up, my chair scraping against the floor. You don't get to do this anymore. You don't get to criticize her or try to control our relationship. I'm done letting you manipulate my life for the sake of publicity. Everything I've done has been for your career, she protests, slamming her delicate hand down on the table. And look what it cost me. My marriage. My family. 6 years I can't get back. I point toward the door. Leave, now. Oh, please. Mom rolls her eyes, settling back in her chair. Maya's always been this dramatic. Remember the paparazzi incident when she was pregnant? Running away like some scared little girl instead of using it to boost your image. My jaw clenches. Don't. I've held my tongue long enough. She takes a sip of wine, her perfectly manicured nails tightening around her glass. Angelina would have been perfect for you. She understands the business, knows how to play the game. I've always thought so. I never for the life of me understood what you say in Maya anyway. That's why I did whatever I could to throw Angelina at you, to pull the two of you in separate directions. That's the way it should have been, darling. You tried to set us up! The words come out in a growl. Of course I did. She's everything Maya isn't. Poised, media-savvy, Hollywood royalty. She sets down her glass with a decisive clink. I arranged those photo ops, pushed for her to be your co-star. Do you know how many strings I had to pull? Dad shifts uncomfortably in his seat. Tamara, maybe now isn't... No, Thomas. He needs to hear this. She leans forward, eyes blazing. I've spent years trying to craft the perfect image for you, Owen. Maya was never part of that plan. She was a distraction, a phase I thought you'd outgrow. And now here you are, throwing it all away again. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode. You manipulative! I'm your mother, and your publicist. Everything I've done has been for your career. She stands, smoothing her designer dress. But if you want to throw it all away for someone who runs at the first sign of pressure, that's your choice. I stride to the front door, yanking it open with enough force to rattle the hinges. Get out. Now. You're making a mistake. Mom's heels click against the hardwood as she gathers her designer coat. Everything I've done has been for my career. The words taste bitter. No, it's been for your ego. Your vision of what my life should be. I'm done with it. Owen, you tried to sabotage my marriage. My voice drops low, dangerous. You orchestrated photo ops to make it look like I was interested in someone else. What kind of the Mathiar does that? Dad steps between us, his shoulders slumped. Son, I had no idea about any of this. I should have paid more attention. It's not your fault, Dad. The anger drains from me, leaving exhaustion in its wake. I'm sorry you got dragged into this mess. Don't apologize. He places a weathered hand on my shoulder. Whatever you decide, whether it's Hollywood or a quiet life with Maya and Jackson, I'll support you. That's what parents are supposed to do. Mom scoffs from the doorway. Thomas, you can't be serious. Enough, Tamara. Dad's voice carries an edge I've rarely heard. We're leaving. She storms out to their waiting car, the slam of the door echoing through the quiet street. I really am sorry, Owen. Dad lingers in the doorway, his eyes sad. Your happiness matters more than any movie deal or public image. I hope you know that. Thanks, Dad. I pull him into a quick hug. That means a lot. The front door closes behind Dad with a quiet click. I'm still seething when I hear a sniffle behind me. Turning around, I find Jackson standing in the dining room doorway, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Hey, buddy. My anger evaporates instantly. How long have you been standing there? Long enough. His bottom lip trembles. Are you and Grandma fighting because of me and Mom? No, absolutely not. I cross the room in 3 strides and kneel in front of him. This is grown-up stuff that has nothing to do with you. But everyone's mad, and Mom's crying, and... Listen to me. I grip his shoulders gently. Sometimes adults disagree, but that doesn't mean anything bad is going to happen. Your mom and I love you more than anything in the world. He wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. Promise. Cross my heart. I make an exaggerated X over my chest, which draws a watery smile from him. You know what? I think we could all use some fresh air. How about we go for a walk, maybe get some ice cream? But it's cold outside. Since when has cold weather stopped anyone from eating ice cream? I ruffle his hair. Go grab your coat. I'll get your mom. Can we get triple scoops? Don't push your luck, kid. I wink at him. Double scoop max. Now scoot. Jackson's face brightens as he races toward the coat rack. The sound of his footsteps thundering up the stairs fills the house with familiar energy again. It amazes me how resilient kids can be, how quickly they bounce back from upset to excitement. I find Maya in her bedroom, perched on the edge of her bed with tears streaking down her face. The sight twists my gut. She quickly wipes her eyes when she sees me, but I've already crossed the room to her. Hey. I kneel in front of her, taking her hands in mine. I kicked them out. Owen, you didn't have to... Yes, I did. My thumb traces circles on her palm. What my mother said was completely out of line, all of it. And I'm so damn sorry you had to deal with that. Maya's shoulders shake slightly. I thought maybe this time would be different, that she'd actually accept you. I squeeze her hands. That's on her, not you. She just revealed exactly who she is, and I won't let her hurt our family anymore. Our family? Her voice catches. Yeah. I reach up to brush away a fresh tear. Look, I know we have a lot to figure out, but right now I want to take you and Jackson someplace special. Get out of this house for a bit. A small smile breaks through. Where would we go? It's freezing outside. That's what Jackson said, but I figure cold weather is the perfect excuse to huddle close together, right? She lets out a watery laugh. Smooth talker. Only for you. I stand, gently pulling her up with me. Come on. Jackson's already picking out which ice cream flavor combination he wants. I promised him 2 scoops max, so I might need backup when he tries to negotiate for more. My son, try to negotiate. Never. The sarcasm in her voice makes me grin. I wrap my arm around her waist, drawing her close. You okay? She nods against my chest. I will be. Just stay close. Always. I press a kiss to her temple. Now let's get out of here before our son stages a revolt. The cold December air nips at our faces as we walk down the quiet street. Maya wraps her arms around herself, doubt creeping into her expression. Owen, where exactly are we going? The ice cream shop's the other way. Trust me. I slip off my jacket and drape it over her shoulders. I know a better place. And I'm sure we can find ice cream there too if we try hard enough. Dad knows all the best places, Jackson chimes in, practically skipping between us. Like that time on set when he showed me where they keep the giant robot props. Maya raises an eyebrow. Giant robots? That was supposed to be our secret, buddy. I wink at him. But this is even better than robots. Promise. Last time you said that, we ended up at a Hollywood party where everyone was wearing masks made of fruit. That was a one-time. I guide them around a corner, my hand finding the small of Maya's back. And in my defense, the pineapple masks were pretty impressive. Jackson tugs at my sleeve. Did you wear a fruit mask too, Dad? Watermelon. Very dignified. Maya's laugh echoes through the empty street. I can't believe I missed that photo op. Don't worry. I pull them both closer as we walk. Where we're going has 0 fruit masks. Just the best hot chocolate in Reading, and a view that'll make you forget all about tonight. Hot chocolate? Maya's eyes light up despite her skepticism. I thought we were getting ice cream. We can do both. I squeeze her shoulder. Tonight's about making new memories. Better ones. The tension in her shoulder starts to ease. You're not going to tell me where this magical place is, are you? Nope. I press a quick kiss to her temple. But I promise it'll be worth it.
Chapter 28. Maya. The moment we step into the ice rink, the cool air hits my face and brings back memories of winters past. The familiar scent of ice and leather mingles with the sound of blades scraping across the surface. Ice cream first? And hot chocolate. Jackson bounces on his toes, already eyeing the concession stand. How about we work up an appetite first? Owen's hand finds the small of my back, steering us toward the rental counter. Besides, ice cream tastes better after you've earned it. That's what grown-ups always say. Jackson's dramatic sigh draws a laugh from me. The rental clerk helps us find the right sizes, and I kneel to help Jackson with his laces. Not too tight. Perfect. He wiggles his feet in the skates. Dad, will you teach me some tricks? Let's start with staying upright, Owen says, efficiently lacing up his own skates. His fingers brush against mine as he helps me stand. Ready? The ice gleams under the rink lights as we step out. Jackson grips both our hands, his excitement infectious as we guide him onto the slick surface. Whoa! His legs wobble like a newborn deer. This is harder than it looks. You've got this, buddy. Owen demonstrates the basic gliding motion. Just like this, see? Small steps. I watch them together, my heart warming at Owen's patience as he guides our son. Jackson's determination shows in his furrowed brow as he mimics his father's movements. Mom, look. I'm doing it. You're a natural. I squeeze his hand as he gains confidence. Ready to try on your own? Maybe one more lap with you guys? His grip tightens slightly. Owen catches my eye over Jackson's head, and I see my own joy reflected there. For a moment, the drama with his parents fades away, replaced by the simple pleasure of teaching our son to skate. Hot chocolate after this? Jackson asks hopefully. Promise, Owen says. But first, let's show your mom our best skating moves. Can't catch me? Jackson's confidence has grown exponentially in the last hour as he zips past other skaters, his movements becoming more fluid with each lap. Owen's eyes meet mine, a mischievous glint sparking between us. Think we should show him how it's done? You're on? I push off, gaining speed as Owen takes the opposite direction around the rink. Jackson weaves between us, squealing with delight as we play an impromptu game of chase. No fair. You guys are going too fast. That's what you get for bragging, kiddo, Owen calls out, executing a perfect turn that has several onlookers watching appreciatively. The cold air whips past my face as I gain momentum, remembering the muscle memory from childhood skating lessons. Jackson darts between other skaters, his laughter echoing across the rink. Almost got you. Owen reaches for Jackson, who ducks just in time, spinning away with newfound grace. Mom, help! Jackson skates toward me, using me as a shield against his father's playful pursuit. I grab Jackson's hand, and we glide together, building speed. Sorry, but I think Dad's got us cornered. Owen catches up, wrapping one arm around each of us as we slow to a stop. The familiar scent of his cologne mingles with the crisp rink air, and for a moment, I forget about everything else. The press, his parents, my book deal. Right now, we're just us. Just a family having fun together. That was awesome! Jackson's eyes shine with excitement. Can we do it again? Owen's arm stays around my waist and I don't pull away. What do you say, Maya? One more round? The joy in both their faces makes my heart swell. Race you both to the other end. Jackson zooms ahead, leaving Owen and me trailing behind. My skates catch on the ice, and I wobble, my muscles remembering a skill long forgotten. Easy there. Owen's steady hands catch my elbows. Been a while? That obvious? The ice feels less stable than I remember. Last time I skated was probably before Jackson was born. All those skating lessons I had as a kid, and now I look this clumsy. Here. He positions himself in front of me, skating backward with practiced ease. Take my hands. Show off. But I slip my gloved hands into his. The warmth of his grip steadies me. Bend your knees a little more. His voice drops lower. Just for me. That's it. Just take your time and get used to the whole thing again. My movements become smoother as he guides me, our bodies finding a natural rhythm together. Where'd you learn to skate backward like that? Remember that awful movie where I played an Olympic figure skater turned FBI agent? Oh, God. A laugh bubbles up. The one where you had to catch the serial killer during the competition? 3 months of skating lessons for 2 minutes of screen time. His thumbs trace circles on my palms. Worth it, though. The gentle motion of his hands sends tingles up my arms. We're gliding together now, and I realize I've stopped thinking about falling. The world narrows to just us, moving in sync across the ice. Look at you two, Jackson calls as he passes. Mom looks like a pro. She always was a quick study. Owen's eyes hold mine, and suddenly I'm aware of how close we are, how naturally we fit together. Want to go on your own again? Maybe in a minute. I tighten my grip on his hands. This is nice. His smile reaches his eyes, crinkling the corners. Yeah, it is. The warmth of the rink's cafe area wraps around us as we settle into a corner booth. Jackson's cheeks are still flushed from exertion, his eyes bright with excitement as he studies the ice cream menu. "Can I get the Super Sundae?" He points to a towering confection in the laminated menu. "Split it with me?" I offer, knowing full well that sugar crash is coming. I don't think I could finish one by myself. "Deal." Jackson scoots closer to me in the booth. "Dad, what are you getting?" Owen signals the server. "Hot chocolate for all of us, and one Super Sundae with 3 spoons. I didn't agree to share," I tease, but Owen just winks at me. You've never been able to resist my puppy dog eyes. The sundae arrives, a mountain of vanilla and chocolate ice cream drowned in hot fudge, crowned with whipped cream and cherries. 3 steaming mugs of hot chocolate complete the setup. "This is way better than Grandma's fancy dinner," Jackson declares, diving in with his spoon. "Hey, save some for us." Owen reaches across the table, stealing a particularly fudge-laden bite. "Your mom and I worked up an appetite chasing you around that rink." "You guys were pretty good out there." Jackson's voice is muffled around a mouthful of ice cream. "Even if Mom needed help at first." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, sweetheart." I ruffle his hair, then grab my own spoon to join the fray. We demolish the sundae together, trading bites and stories about our skating adventures. The tension from earlier melts away like the ice cream, replaced by easy laughter and warm conversation. "Next time? Can we try a triple axel?" Jackson asks, scraping the last bit of fudge from the bowl. "Let's master staying upright first," Owen suggests, sliding his untouched cherry onto Jackson's spoon. "But yeah, one of these times we'll give it a whirl." The words "next time" hang in the air between us, full of promise. I catch Owen's eye over our son's head and smile. Sometimes the simplest moments are the ones that heal the deepest wounds. The drive home feels shorter than usual, with Jackson recounting every moment on the ice until his excitement finally gives way to exhaustion. By the time we pull into the driveway, he's half asleep. "Come on, sport." Owen lifts him from the back seat with the same gentle strength I remember from years ago. "Time for bed." I follow them upstairs, my heart warming at the sight of Owen carrying our sleeping boy. He navigates the stairs like he's done it 1,000 times, though I know these moments are precious and few. I watch as Owen tucks Jackson in with practiced care, pulling the covers up just the way Jackson likes them, not too tight around his feet. Our son stirs just enough to mumble, "Best night ever." "Sleep tight, sweetheart." I kiss his forehead, breathing in that mix of hot chocolate and winter air that still clings to his hair. We slip out quietly, Owen reaching back to switch off the bedside lamp. In the hallway, Owen catches my hand before I can head downstairs. "Maya, wait." His fingers intertwine with mine and that familiar spark shoots up my arm. Damn him for still having this effect on me. "About what happened at dinner?" "It's okay." I squeeze his hand, trying to ignore how perfectly it still fits in mine. The skating made up for it. "No, it's not okay." He draws me closer, his free hand coming up to cut my cheek. "My mother had no right to treat you that way. I should have shut it down sooner." "You did stand up for me." The warmth of his palm against my skin makes it hard to focus. "That means something. I want you to know that nothing matters more to me than you and Jackson." His thumb traces along my jawline. "Not my career, not Hollywood, and definitely not my mother's opinions. Even with that big movie coming up, even then." He presses his forehead to mine. "I meant what I said before. We can make this work. Whatever you decide about Colorado, we'll figure it out together." The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tight. "You've changed." "Had to." His lips brush against mine. "Losing you once was enough to learn what really matters." I lean into him, letting myself believe in the possibility of us. Promise? cross my heart. He kisses me properly this time, slow and sweet. No more choosing career over family. No more listening to anyone else's opinions about our relationship. Just us, figuring it out together. Chapter 29. Maya. Owen's fingers intertwine with mine as we walk down the hallway, the warmth of his palm sending tingles up my arm. The house is quiet except for our soft footsteps and Jackson's distant snores. Remember when we used to sneak around like teenagers? Owen whispers, his thumb tracing circles on my hand. The familiar gesture sends shivers down my spine, just like it did all those years ago. Shh. I bump his shoulder with mine, fighting back a smile. You'll wake him. He sleeps like a rock. Gets that from you? His eyes sparkle with mischief in the dim hallway light. Me? You're the one who could sleep through an earthquake. I keep my voice low, remembering the time he dozed right through that magnitude 4.0 in Los Angeles. I distinctly remember having to throw a pillow at your head to wake you up. We reach my bedroom door and Owen tugs me closer, his free hand sliding to my waist. The heat of his touch burns through my thin t-shirt. I'm wide awake now. His voice drops an octave, rough with promise. My breath catches as he leans in, his lips meeting mine in a slow, deliberate kiss. The familiar scent of his cologne wraps around me as he deepens the kiss, backing me against the doorframe. His hands tangle in my hair, and mine grip his shoulders, pulling him closer. Maya, he breathes against my mouth. God, I've missed you. The intensity in his voice makes my knees weak. His kisses grow more urgent, passionate, and I respond in kind, letting myself get lost in the sensation of his touch, his taste, the solid warmth of his body pressed against mine. Inside, I manage between kisses, fumbling for the doorknob behind me. Before we wake Jackson, Owen's low chuckle vibrates against my neck, always the practical one. Someone has to be. I pull him through the doorway, my heart racing as he kicks the door shut behind us. We wake him up, and this isn't happening tonight. You know that? A low, throaty growl rips from his throat as his arms go around my waist. Well, we can't have that now, can we? His mouth claims mine in a delicious tangle of lips and tongue, causing a deep, aching desire to start burning in my core. I writhe against him, my fingers tangling in his hair and pulling him closer to me as we make our way across the room. He kisses me back with equal passion. His hands explore my body, pulling me closer. He tastes sweet like hot chocolate and something else. Something familiar and intoxicating. I can feel my heart beating faster, my blood rushing through my veins. We break the kiss for a moment, breathing heavily and looking into each other's eyes. I see desire and hunger there, and it mirrors my own. Are you sure Jax won't wake up? He asks, his voice husky. We have to muffle our screaming. I mumble against his lips. He scoffs, as if to say not possible. I can feel how much he wants me. His arousal is straining against his pants, and I feel heat radiating from it. The thought of it inside of me makes me breathless. Straddle me, he says. I can hear the smile in his voice. I'll carry you. No, I say. My voice is firm and commanding. Here. He smiles and pushes me against the wall. The hard, cold surface bites into my back as I tug at his belt. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 30. Owen. I wake before dawn, Maya's warmth still pressed against my side. The gentle rise and fall of her chest matches the rhythm of my thoughts. Tomorrow's Jackson's big day, his Christmas play, and Maya's deadline. My fingers trace idle patterns on her shoulder as I contemplate how to show her we belong together. The blockbuster role, my mother's schemes, the paparazzi. None of it matters compared to this, to them. "You're thinking too loud," Maya murmurs, nuzzling closer. Her hair tickles my chin, and I breathe in the familiar scent of her coconut shampoo. "Just planning something special for today." I press a kiss on her forehead, letting my lips linger there for a moment. Since tomorrow's going to be all about Jackson's debut. And damn if I'm not proud of that kid. She props herself up on an elbow, studying my face with those sharp brown eyes that see right through my crap. "Owen Blake, what are you up to?" Can't a man surprise his family? The word family feels right on my tongue. Natural, like it's been waiting there all along just for them. "The last time you said that, you bought Jackson a pony." Her voice carries that mix of exasperation and affection that I've grown to love. Hell, the pony had been worth every penny just to see the kid's face light up, which he loved. We lived in an apartment. I laugh, pulling her closer. "No ponies this time, promise. Not unless we actually have a place to put one this time." Maya's phone buzzes on the nightstand, the vibration cutting through our moment. We both know it's probably her agent. Third time she's called tonight. The deal's too big to ignore forever, but Maya doesn't reach for it. Damn, I love that about her. Maya. I turn to face her fully, my hands wrapping around her shoulders. The tension there speaks volumes. "I know what that publisher's offering. It's huge, but I need you to know. I'm not going anywhere this time. Whatever you decide, we'll make it work. Even if that means splitting time between Colorado and California." The words come easy because they're true. I've done the bi-coastal thing before for movies, but this would be different. Better. Worth it. Her eyes widen and there's that spark I fell for. "You do that?" The surprise in her voice hits me right in the gut, like she still can't quite believe I'm all in. In a heartbeat. I cup her face in my hands. "I lost you once because I couldn't see past my own ambitions. I'm not making that mistake again." The morning light catches the tears in her eyes. "When did you get so wise?" "Somewhere between losing everything that mattered and finding my way back here." She kisses me softly. "I haven't decided yet." "I know, and that's okay. Just know that wherever you go, I'm with you, both of you." After Maya drifts back to sleep, I slip out of bed and head to the kitchen. My first proposal to Maya had been pure Hollywood, renting out an entire restaurant, hiring an orchestra, and having fireworks spell out "Marry Me" in the sky. This time needs to be different, more genuine, more us. I pull up my phone and dial the theater's director. "Mr. Blake, everything all right with Jackson?" "Actually, I have a favor to ask." I pace the kitchen, keeping my voice low. "After tomorrow's show, I'd like a moment on stage." "Of course. We'd be honored to have you say a few words about—" I know it's last minute, but it's perfect. We'd be excited to have you, a seasoned actor on our stage. What better way to end it? Her enthusiasm makes me smile. "We can dim the lights after the final bow, spotlight you." "No spotlights." I grab a mug, filling it with coffee. Just something simple. I can't go into details now, just know it will be tasteful, trust me. Even better, simple and sweet. We work out the details, and by the time I hang up, I'm certain this is right. Maya doesn't need grand gestures anymore. She needs to know I'm choosing our family over everything else. My heart flutters in my chest at the mental picture of the two of us on stage, professing our love for all to see. Later, while Jackson's at school and Maya is working on her manuscript, I make an excuse to run errands and grab something for dinner. Instead, I pull up to Reading's most upscale jewelry store, Hartman & Sons. The bell chimes as I enter, and an elderly gentleman looks up from behind the counter. "Mr. Blake?" His eyebrows shoot up, and his mouth falls open slightly. "I didn't expect... what an honor to have you in our store. Please just call me Owen." I scan the displays, my eyes catching on the glitter of diamonds under the spotlights, already knowing I want something spectacular. I need an engagement ring. My heart races a little just saying those words out loud. Wow, of course. Something special for, no doubt, an amazing young lady. He hustles to pull out several velvet trays, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. We have some lovely pieces in the 5-figure range that would... "Your finest, please. Price isn't a concern." I wave off his suggestion. After all these years in Hollywood, money means nothing compared to getting this right. He pauses, studying me with that careful look retail workers get when they're trying to be tactful. "If I may, are you certain you wouldn't prefer something more subtle, given your public profile? The last time I proposed to Maya, I went for subtle, a simple band because we were young and broke." I lean against the counter, remembering that tiny jewelry shop where I'd emptied my savings account for a ring that probably wouldn't impress anyone now. This time I want her to have everything she deserves. Something I couldn't give her before. He nods and disappears into the back room, returning moments later with a single black velvet box. His hands cradle it like it's made of glass. Inside sits a stunning, oval-cut diamond ring, easily 4 carats, set in platinum with smaller diamonds cascading down the band like a waterfall of light. The craftsmanship is immaculate, exactly what I'd expect from a place like this. "This just came in last week. It's our most exclusive piece." His voice carries that hint of pride jewelers get when showing off their finest work. The clarity is exceptional. I pick it up, watching it catch the light from every angle. The stone throws rainbows across my palm, and I can already picture it on Maya's finger. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. How much? He names a figure that would make most people keel over. Hell, it's more than I made for my first few movies combined. But I barely blink. When it comes to Maya, money isn't even a consideration. Perfect. I'll take it. As he processes the sale, I can't help but smile. Maya's going to kill me for spending this much, but I don't care. This time, I'm doing everything right. The bell above the door chimes again as I'm signing the receipt. Eva strides in, her eyes sharp and knowing. Well. Fancy seeing Hollywood's golden boy in a jewelry store. She crosses her arms, giving me that same look she used to give me years ago when I'd show up late to pick up Maya for dates. "What are you doing here, Owen?" "Eva." I slide the black box into my jacket pocket. "What, are you following me now?" "Please. I was headed to the bank when I saw you duck in here. You're not half as stealthy as you think you are." She nods at my pocket. "That better be what I think it is." "Depends what you think it is." "Don't play coy with me, Owen Blake. Are you planning to propose to my best friend?" The jeweler suddenly becomes very interested in organizing his display case. I guide Eva toward the door, lowering my voice. "Yes, tomorrow night after Jackson's play." "About damn time." Her stern expression softens. "You better do right by her this time." "I will. Just keep it quiet. I want it to be a surprise." "Your secret's safe with me." She pats my arm. "But if you hurt her again, you'll poison my coffee, I know." "Oh, honey, you wouldn't make it to the coffee." She winks and heads for the door. Good luck, Owen. You're gonna need it. Eva catches my arm before I can leave the jewelry store. Hold up, Hollywood. Are you absolutely sure about this? The timing seems... She glances around, making sure we're alone. Maya's got that publishing deal to consider. That's exactly why I need to do this now. I pull the ring box from my pocket, opening it to show her. I want her to know she can take that deal without losing me. By proposing in front of an audience, Eva's eyebrows shoot up. After the play, you really think that's what she wants? Jackson will be there. The whole town she loves will be there. The paparazzi will be there too. She crosses her arms. You know how much she hates being in the spotlight. It won't be like last time. I snap the box shut. After the final bow, I'll ask for a moment. Simple, heartfelt. No cameras, no Hollywood glamour. Just us. And a theater full of people. Eva, I need to show her I'm serious, that I'll choose her and Jackson over everything else. My fingers tighten around the box. That includes my image, my career, all of it. And you think a public proposal is the way to prove that? She sighs, her expression softening. Look, I want you two crazy kids to work it out more than anyone, but Maya's not the same starry-eyed girl who fell for your charm the first time. I know, that's why this time has to be different. I meet her gaze. I'm different. Eva studies me for a long moment. You better be right about this. Trust me, it's going to be perfect.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 31. Maya. The community theater bustles with holiday energy as Owen and I make our way through the lobby. Garlands and twinkling lights frame the entryway, and the scent of pine mingles with popcorn from the concession stand. Let's grab our seats before, I start to say, but a teenage girl's squeal cuts me off. Oh my God, it's Owen Blake. Just like that, a crowd materializes around us. Phones appear, flashing as people clamor for selfies. Owen shifts into his movie star persona, all gleaming smile and easy charm. Sure, I'd love to take a photo, he says to someone. What's your name? I catch his apologetic glance, but I wave him off. I'll find our seats. The sound of excited chatter and Owen's practiced laugh follows me as I head into the auditorium. Strings of white lights crisscross the ceiling, casting a warm glow over the red velvet seats. I spot our reserved spots in the third row. Prime viewing for proud parents. Miss Thompson. The usher, Katie, greets me with a bright smile. Jackson was so excited during dress rehearsal. Thanks, Katie. He's been practicing nonstop. I survey the crowd, smoothing my dress and trying not to let Owen's absence bother me. Some things never change, him getting swept up in his fame, while I handle the practical matters. At least Jackson's backstage and doesn't have to see it. The murmur of the crowd grows as more parents file in. I hear whispers as people notice Owen's presence in the building, A few even point in my direction, probably wondering if the rumors about us are true. The excited chatter from the lobby grows louder, and I get a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, remembering all too well how this goes. In a few minutes, someone will spot me, then whisper to their friend, and soon enough phones will be pointed in my direction too. The joys of being Owen Blake's ex-wife. A woman standing near the orchestra pit keeps turning around to stare. I pretend to be absorbed in the playbill, though I've already memorized every word about Jackson's role. "Did you hear?" a voice carries from behind me. "Owen Blake is taking selfies in the lobby. I heard he's getting back together with his ex-wife." "No way! I thought he was dating Angelina." The whispers continue, each one hitting like a tiny needle. This is exactly why I left LA, to escape the constant scrutiny, the endless speculation about my personal life. Now here it is, invading even our small-town theater. My phone buzzes with a text from Owen. "Sorry, almost done." "Save me a seat?" I type back. "Already did. Hurry, it's starting soon." The house lights dim slightly, the 5-minute warning. More murmurs ripple through the crowd as Owen finally makes his way down the aisle. That movie star smile still plastered on his face. A few more phones appear, capturing his approach. Mr. Peterson, the theater owner, catches my arm as I navigate through the crowd. His silver hair catches the light from the holiday decorations, and his usual warm smile seems especially excited tonight. "Maya? Just the person I wanted to see. We've got the spotlight ready for Owen's big announcement after the show." My steps falter. "What announcement?" "Oh!" His eyes widen. Was it supposed to be a surprise? He called earlier to arrange everything, said he needed the stage right after the final bow. The familiar weight of dread settles in my stomach. Did he mention what kind of announcement? "No details, but we're happy to accommodate. It's not every day we have a Hollywood star wanting to use our stage." "Right." I force a smile. "Thanks for letting me know." I continue toward our seats, my mind racing. A public announcement, a grand gesture, just like when he proposed the first time, in front of thousands at the Hollywood Bowl, or when he tried to fix things by surprising me with a vacation to Paris, completely ignoring that I had a book deadline. The whispers around me fade into white noise as memories surface. Every time something went wrong, Owen would throw money and spectacle at the problem instead of actually talking to me. And now, here we are again. My stomach churns. Some things really don't change. "You okay?" a passing usher asks. "Fine," I say. But my voice comes out strained. Just pre-show jitters for my son. I sink into my seat, dreading whatever Owen has planned. He's probably thinking this will be romantic. Another perfect Hollywood moment. But all I can think is, here we go again. I slide into a seat next to Eva, her familiar presence calming my nerves slightly. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Mr. Peterson just told me Owen's planning some kind of announcement after the show." I lean closer, lowering my voice. "Please tell me you know what he's up to." Eva busies herself with her purse, avoiding my eyes. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. "Eva." I grab her arm. "You know something?" "I don't." "You're a terrible liar. Your left eye always twitches." She sighs, shoulders slumping. "He bought a ring today." My stomach drops. "A ring? Oh my God." "He's planning to propose. Right here, after the show." Eva takes my hand. "I tried to tell him it might not be the best idea, but you know how he gets when he's set on something." "Oh God." The room spins slightly. "In front of everyone? Again?" "Honey, breathe." Eva squeezes my hand. "You don't have to say yes. I can't believe he's doing this. After everything..." I press my fingers to my temples. He knows how I feel about public spectacles. Maybe he thinks... That's the problem. He doesn't think. He just acts. Makes these grand gestures without considering what I want. My voice cracks. Nothing's changed. Eva wraps an arm around my shoulders. What are you going to do? I don't know. I watch as more people file in, phones already out and pointed in our direction. But I can't go through this again. My throat tightens as I watch more people file into the theater, their phones already raised to capture Owen's eventual entrance. The soft holiday music playing through the speakers does nothing to calm my racing thoughts. This is exactly how it started last time. Owen, thinking the only way to show love was through grand gestures and public declarations. Our first proposal had been at the Hollywood Bowl, him pulling me on stage in front of thousands, complete with fireworks and a camera crew. I'd been so swept up in the romance of it all that I'd ignored how the moment wasn't really ours. It belonged to his fans, his image, his career. Just like our wedding became a media circus. Our pregnancy announcement turned into a magazine spread, every milestone twisted into content for his adoring public. The publisher's offer weighs heavy in my mind. A quiet estate in Colorado. Peace, privacy. Everything I'd wanted when I left LA. Everything Owen seems determined to strip away again. My fingers twist in my lap as more whispers ripple through the crowd. Someone a few rows back is already live streaming, probably hoping to catch Owen's entrance. The spotlight Mr. Peterson mentioned feels like it's already burning into my skin. Did you see his latest movie? A teenager behind me gushes. The scene where he proposes to his co-star was so romantic. I sink lower in my seat. Of course, Owen would think this is romantic. He spent years performing these moments for cameras. But I'm not a co-star. This isn't a movie. This is my life, and Jackson's life, and I won't let it become a spectacle again. The image of that Colorado estate fills my mind. Snow-capped mountains in the distance, a wraparound porch where I could write in peace, and most importantly, no paparazzi hiding in the bushes. Just the thought of it makes my shoulders relax. But then I picture Jackson's face when Owen helps him with his lines, that pure joy that lights up his features, the way they share the same crooked smile when they're excited about something. These past weeks have shown me glimpses of the family we could be. My fingers trace the program in my lap, Jackson's name printed in bold under the cast list. Lead role, Jackson Thompson. No mention of Owen Blake's son, just my boy getting to be himself. You're thinking too hard, Eva whispers, nudging my arm. I can hear the gears turning from here. I want both, I admit quietly. I want the quiet life where I can write and breathe, but I also want Owen? The Owen from these past weeks. The one who makes gingerbread houses and helps with homework. I watch another phone camera point in our direction. Not Hollywood Owen with his grand gestures and public spectacles. A burst of laughter erupts from the lobby. Owen's trademark charm still working the crowd. The sound makes my stomach twist. What if I'm being selfish? I whisper to Eva. Jackson's so happy having his father around. Baby girl, choosing your own happiness isn't selfish. Jackson needs a mother who's whole, not one who's constantly looking over her shoulder for cameras. The truth of her words settles heavy in my chest. I think of all the stories I want to write, the quiet life I've dreamed of. The publisher's offer isn't just about money. It's about finally putting myself first. Owen slides into the seat next to me, his arm brushing mine. The contact sends electricity through my skin, but I force myself to focus on the stage, where the curtain ripples with pre-show movement. Did I miss anything? He leans close, his breath warm against my ear. Just the 5-minute warning. I keep my voice light, practiced from years of pretending everything's fine for Jackson's sake. You okay? His fingers find mine in the darkness. You seem tense. Just excited for Jackson. The lie tastes bitter, but I manage a smile. He's been practicing so hard. Our boy's gonna steal the show. Owen's thumb traces circles on my hand, a gesture so familiar, so warm that it makes my chest ache. The house lights dim completely and a hush falls over the audience. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. For the next hour, I can just be Jackson's mom, not Owen Blake's ex-wife, not the woman he's planning to propose to in front of everyone. Just a mother watching her son perform. "Break a leg, kiddo," I whisper as the curtain begins to rise. Owen squeezes my hand, and for a moment, I let myself pretend we're just any other family on Christmas Eve, here to watch our sons play. The fantasy is almost perfect until I hear the distinct click of a camera phone behind us. But as Jackson steps onto the stage, his face glowing under the lights, everything else fades away. My son, my bright, beautiful boy, commands the stage with a confidence that makes my heart soar. This moment belongs to him, and I won't let anything, not Owen's impending proposal, not my publisher's offer, not the whispers and camera clicks, take that away from him.
Chapter 32. Owen. I lean forward in my seat as Jackson takes his final bow, my chest swelling with pride. The audience erupts in applause, and I catch Maya wiping away a tear beside me. My son, our son, just owned that stage like he was born for it. "That's our boy," I whisper, squeezing Maya's hand without thinking. She doesn't pull away. "He was incredible." Her voice catches. "Did you see how natural he was up there?" The curtain drops and rises again for another round of bows. Jackson's grin is visible even from here, and when he spots us, he waves enthusiastically. "Dad! Mom! Did you see?" Jackson calls out over the applause, breaking character completely. Several people in the audience chuckle warmly at his excitement. "We saw every minute, buddy," I call back, standing to applaud harder. The joy on his face makes my heart swell. Maya stands too, clapping and beaming. He remembered every single line. And that dance number in the second act? I shake my head in amazement. Kid's got rhythm. The cast takes one final bow together, and Jackson's practically bouncing with energy. The director comes out to thank everyone, and I feel the weight of the ring box in my pocket. Soon I'll be making my own appearance on that stage. Looking at Maya's radiant smile as she watches our son, I'm more certain than ever about what I'm about to do. "I've never been more proud," Maya says softly. "Me neither." I wrap an arm around her shoulders, savoring this perfect moment with my family. He's something else. The curtain falls for the final time, and the house lights come up. My heart starts racing as I realize what comes next. The theater manager's voice booms through the speakers. "And now, Hollywood star Owen Blake would like to make a special announcement." My heart pounds as the spotlight finds me. I stand, reaching for Maya's hand. "Come with me." "Owen, wait!" Maya's fingers tug at my sleeve. "We need to talk first." "It'll just take a minute." I guide her toward the stage steps, past the rows of eager faces. "Please," she whispers urgently. "This isn't... Trust me." The words come out more commanding than I intend. The weight of the ring box feels heavy in my pocket as we climb the steps. The stage lights hit us full force. Maya squints, trying to pull back, but I keep her hand firmly in mine. "Owen, seriously." "Ladies and gentlemen," the manager announces, "the one and only Owen Blake." Applause erupts. I hear scattered whoops and cheers. This is my element, the attention, the anticipation. Maya's resistance only makes me more determined to make this moment perfect. "Owen!" Maya's voice is barely audible over the crowd. "Stop. We need to discuss something." But I'm already leading her to center stage, where the spotlight creates a perfect circle of light around us. Just like in the movies. Just like it should be. "Really?" Maya tries one more time. We shouldn't. I squeeze her hand reassuringly. The audience waits with bated breath. This is going to be the grand gesture that fixes everything. I can feel it. I turn to face Maya under the bright stage lights, my heart pounding with anticipation. Camera flashes pop like stars around us, but I focus only on her. These past few weeks have shown me what I've been missing. My voice carries across the hushed theater. Being here with you and Jackson, doing simple things like decorating gingerbread houses and picking out Christmas trees. It's reminded me what really matters. Maya tries to pull her hand away, but I hold firm. Every movie I've made, every red carpet I've walked, none of it compares to the joy of being with my family. With you. More phones come out, recording this moment. Perfect. This is exactly the Hollywood ending we deserve. Our story is better than any script I've ever read. The movie star who fell for the romance author. And now, after all these years apart, we found our way back to each other. If that's not the romance of the century, I don't know what is. Excited whispers ripple through the crowd. Someone shouts, "Kiss her," followed by scattered applause. Maya Thompson, you're the only leading lady I want in my life. You and Jackson are everything to me. I reach into my pocket. Our love story deserves the perfect Hollywood ending, and I'm going to give it to us. The audience gasps as I drop to one knee, holding up the ring box. Camera flashes intensify, turning the theater into a paparazzi storm. Through it all, I keep my eyes locked on Maya's face, waiting for her answer with my most charming smile. Will you marry me? Again? The spotlight catches the tears in Maya's eyes, making them sparkle like diamonds, and my heart soars. This is it. This is our moment. I open the ring box, ready to slide the diamond onto her finger. Owen, stop! Her voice cracks. Please. The tremor in her words makes me pause. Something's wrong. The tears streaming down her cheeks aren't happy ones at all. Maya? My knee starts to ache against the hard stage floor, but I stay frozen in place. She pulls her hand from mine, wrapping her arms around herself. I can't do this. Not like this. Not again. What do you mean? The ring box suddenly feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds in my hand. I thought, that's the problem. She takes a step back, out of the spotlight's harsh glare. You didn't think. You just assumed. Just like always. The audience's excited whispers turn uncertain. Someone's phone flash goes off, capturing Maya's tears for tomorrow's tabloids. I tried to tell you. Her voice is barely a whisper, but in the theater's perfect acoustics, it carries. I tried to stop this before it became another spectacle. The truth hits me like a physical blow. She's right. She did try to tell me. Multiple times. But I was too caught up in my grand romantic gesture to listen. Maya takes another step back, her shoulders squared despite the tears. I don't want this, Owen. Any of this. She gestures at the cameras, the crowd, the spotlight. I had my Hollywood romance. It burned me once, and I won't let it happen again. Maya, please, we can make it different this time. The ring box trembles in my hand. I'll change. That's exactly what I don't want. Her voice grows stronger. I love my life now, my quiet mornings writing, taking Jackson to rehearsal without being ambushed by photographers, having coffee with Eva without ending up in some gossip column. The silence in the theater is deafening. Every phone is pointed at us, recording our private pain for public consumption, just like before. Maya wipes her tears away, squaring her shoulders. I have to think about that incredible offer from a publisher. They want my next series, and they're offering me everything I've ever dreamed of. My stomach drops. What do you mean? A quiet estate in Colorado, space to write, to breathe, no paparazzi stalking us at every corner. She glances at the phone, still recording us. Jackson can have a normal childhood, away from all This. You can't just take our son. I already accepted the deal. Her voice is firm but gentle. We're moving after New Year's. The ring box falls from my numb fingers, hitting the stage with a dull thud. Maya, please. We can work something out. I'll cut back on films, spend more time. That's not the point. She gestures at the crowd, the phones, the spotlight still burning down on us. This is who you are, Owen. The grand gestures, the public spectacles. It's in your blood. And that's okay. But it's not what I want anymore. It's not what Jackson needs. What Jackson needs is his father. My voice cracks. He'll always have you as his father. But he deserves a childhood where he can mess up without it ending up in the tabloids. Where he can perform in school plays without it becoming a media circus. She takes a shaky breath. Where he can just be a kid. The truth of her words hits me like a physical blow. Looking out at the sea of phones recording our private moment, I can't argue. I've done this. Again. Turned our lives into entertainment for the masses without considering what it would cost us. I love you, I whisper, knowing it's not enough. I know. She touches my cheek softly. But sometimes love isn't enough when you want different lives. Maya, wait. I stumble to my feet, my knees stiff from kneeling. We can figure this out. I'll cut back on films, spend more time. That's not what this is about. Maya's eyes lock with mine, and I see a strength there I'd forgotten she possessed. You're still thinking like a movie star, trying to negotiate terms. This isn't a contract, Owen. It's our life, our son's life. Then tell me what you want. My voice cracks. The spotlight feels like it's burning through my skin. Whatever it is, I'll give it to you. I want you to be real. She takes a step closer, lowering her voice. Not Owen Blake, the Hollywood heartthrob. Not the man who makes grand gestures for the cameras. Just you. The man who helped our son practice his lines. The father who made gingerbread houses from scratch. That's the man I fell in love with. I am that man. Then prove it. Not with rings or speeches or publicity stunts. Her hand brushes mine, sending electricity through my body. Show us who you really are, away from all this. Meet us on our terms. As a father, as a man who loves his family more than he loves the spotlight. The truth of her words hits harder than any critic's review ever has. I reach for her, but she's already turning away. You know where to find us, she says softly. When you're ready to be real. I watch helplessly as she walks off the stage, her head held high despite the dozens of phones still recording. The spotlight feels cold now, empty. For the first time in my career, I don't know how to play this scene. Chapter 33. Owen. The penthouse feels like a museum, all gleaming surfaces and perfect angles, but devoid of life. I toss my keys onto the marble counter, the sound echoing through the empty space. No excited footsteps running to greet me. No warm smile waiting. Just silence and the twinkling Los Angeles skyline beyond floor-to-ceiling windows that cost more than most people's homes. My phone buzzes. Another message from Mike about the Blockbuster role. Delete. One from Mom about damage control for the failed proposal. Delete. I wander into the pristine kitchen, remembering the mess we made baking gingerbread at Maya's. Here, everything's spotless. The cleaning service comes 3 times a week. The contrast between this sterile space and Maya's lived-in kitchen hits me hard. Opening the fridge, I find nothing but protein shakes and meal prep containers. No leftover mac and cheese with Jackson's bite marks in the cheese crust. No half-empty mugs of Maya's favorite tea scattered around. Screw this. The words bounce off marble and glass. I grab a bottle of scotch from the bar and sink into my Italian leather couch. The same couch where I used to practice lines, back when acting felt like creating art instead of maintaining an image. Now it's just another prop in the Owen Blake show. My gaze lands on the entertainment center. Behind its sleek doors sits every movie I've ever made, carefully arranged by my publicist for when magazines do home tours. I haven't watched a single one, but tucked in the corner, hidden from view, is an old DVD of my first B movie, the one I was filming when I met Maya. The memories hit harder than the scotch. Maya didn't care about my image back then. She loved me for the disaster I was, not the perfect leading man I pretended to be. Some leading man, I mutter, setting down the untouched scotch. Can't even get the happy ending right. A knock at the door pulls me from my brooding. Through the peephole I spot Angelina's concerned face. Great. Just what I need. Another reminder of everything Maya hates about my life. "You look like complete crap," Angelina says as I open the door. She pushes past me, designer heels clicking against marble floors. Thanks. Really needed that right now. I close the door, watching her survey my dark apartment. Saw the video? She drops her purse on the counter. It's trending on Twitter. #Owen Blake. Rejected. Fantastic. The scotch bottle catches my eye again. Want a drink? No, and neither do you. She snatches the bottle before I can reach it. This isn't you, Owen. The Owen I know would be fighting for what he wants, not drowning his sorrows in 12-year-old scotch. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think. I know you're still in love with Maya, and I know you're better than this whole Hollywood circus. She gestures at the pristine apartment. This isn't what you want. What I want doesn't matter. She made it clear that she wants the real you, not the movie star version. Angelina perches on the arm of the couch. When's the last time you felt like yourself, Owen? Really yourself? The answer comes instantly. Making gingerbread houses with Maya and Jackson. Then maybe that's where you should be. She stands, putting the scotch back on the shelf. But you won't get there sitting in this mausoleum, feeling sorry for yourself. I drop onto the couch, running my hands through my hair. That blockbuster Mike's been pushing. It could be the biggest thing of my career. The kind of role that wins awards. The kind of role that sets people up for life. And Angelina settles into the chair across from me, crossing her legs. And I've spent 15 years building this life. The premieres, the parties, the whole spectacle of it all. My fingers drum against the leather armrest. It's like breathing now. Sounds suffocating to me. That's the thing, it is. But it's also... I struggle to find the words. When I was in Reading, making those stupid gingerbread houses and watching Jackson rehearse, I felt more alive than I have in years. But then some kid would ask for an autograph or a camera would flash and... reality came crashing back? Yeah. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. Maya wants me to choose between that world and hers. But what if I can't? What if I don't know how to be anything else anymore? Bull. Angelina's voice cuts sharp. I've seen you with them. That's the real Owen Blake. The rest of this, she waves at the apartment, is just an act. And you're a good enough actor to know the difference. It's not that simple. No, it's exactly that simple. You're just scared. She leans forward, matching my posture, her dark eyes piercing right through my lies. What scares you more? Losing the spotlight or losing them? The question hits like a punch to the gut, knocking the air from my lungs. I stand abruptly, needing to move, to think. My feet carry me to the window while my mind races. Below, Los Angeles sparkles like a sea of stars, millions of lights stretching to the horizon. Beautiful, but cold, artificial. Nothing like the warm glow of Maya's kitchen, with its mismatched magnets on the fridge and the permanent smell of coffee in the air. That's real. That's home. And I've been too damn blind to see it. I'm scared, I admit, turning back to Angelina. Those weeks in Reading, watching cartoons with Jackson in the morning, helping him practice his lines, seeing Maya's face light up when she talked about her books. That's called being happy, Owen. Angelina's voice softens. When's the last time you felt that here? I sink back onto the couch, memories washing over me. Jackson has this way of looking at me, like I'm his hero. Not because I'm Owen Blake, the movie star, but just because I'm his dad. And Maya... My throat tightens. The way she'd catch my eye across the room, or how she'd lean into me when we walked together. But I've spent 15 years becoming this person. I gesture at the magazine covers lining my walls. The premieres, the interviews, the whole circus. It's like breathing now. What if I can't just... stop? Maybe you don't have to stop completely. Angelina leans forward. But you could choose what matters more. My phone buzzes again. Another message from Mike about the blockbuster. The thought of another year of press tours and premieres makes my stomach turn. Then I think about Jackson's face when we made those crooked gingerbread houses, and Maya's quiet laugh in the kitchen late at night. I miss them, I whisper. Every second I'm here, I miss them so damn much it hurts. Look at this place. Angelina's voice cuts through my brooding as she gestures around the penthouse. Every inch screams, movie star Owen Blake. But where's the real you in all this? I rub my temples, trying to ease the building tension. I've worked like hell to get here. And now you've got it all. She leans forward, her expression serious. The fame, the fortune, the fancy apartment. But in 30 years, when you're looking back on your life, will any of this matter? The question hits harder than I expected. I close my eyes and two images flash through my mind. Walking the red carpet at the Oscars, and helping Jackson build that crooked gingerbread house while Maya laughed at our attempts. Think about it, Angelina continues. When you're old and gray, what memories do you want to look back on? Another blockbuster premiere, or watching your son grow up? It's not that simple. It is that simple. You're just making it complicated. She stands up, grabbing her purse. The Owen Blake I know isn't afraid to go after what he wants. So what do you want? Really want? I think about Jackson's face when he saw me in the audience at his play, about Maya's quiet smile over morning coffee, about how alive I felt just being myself, not the polished version I present to cameras. I want my family back, I whisper, the truth of it settling in my chest like a weight being lifted. And stop hiding behind all this. Angelina waves at the magazine covers on the wall. And go get them. I push off the couch, energy surging through me for the first time since leaving Reading. You're right. Damn it, you're so right. Finally, he gets it. Angelina's smile carries none of her usual Hollywood polish, just genuine warmth. I've been such an idiot. I run my hands through my hair, pacing the room. All this time, I've been trying to have it both ways. Being the movie star for the cameras and pretending I could just switch it off when I was with them. And now I know what matters. I stop pacing and face her. Maya was right. If I want them in my life, it has to be on their terms. No cameras, no publicity stunts, no grand gestures. Damn, I can't believe it took me this long to figure out something so simple. There's the Owen I know. She picks up her purse, that knowing smile still playing on her lips. The one who actually deserves them. The one who's more than just another pretty face on a movie poster. Thank you. I pull her into a quick hug, genuine gratitude washing over me. For knocking some sense into me. And for being a real friend, not just a co-star the tabloids want to pair me with. You've always seen through the crap, even when I couldn't. Please, you're not my type. She steps back, adjusting her designer jacket. Besides, someone had to tell you to get your head out of your backside. Yeah, well, I needed to hear it. I glance around at my perfect, soulless apartment. I've got some calls to make. Starting with Mike, and ending with a realtor in Colorado. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. Time to write my own ending. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 34. Maya. The mountain air fills my lungs as I step out of the moving truck, taking in the sprawling estate before me. Snow blankets the ground pristine and untouched, stretching toward the dense forest that borders the property. The 2-story rustic mansion stands proud against the backdrop of snow-capped peaks. Mom, this place is huge. Jackson bounces beside me, his breath visible in the crisp air. Can I pick my room first? Let's at least get some boxes inside before you go claiming territory. I pull my coat tighter, watching the movers unload our life into this new beginning. Jackson tugs at my sleeve. But what if I get stuck with a bad room? In this place? I don't think there are any bad rooms. The wraparound porch creaks under my boots as I unlock the front door. The interior smells of cedar and possibility. Whoa! Jackson's voice echoes in the empty great room. Is this really all ours? All ours. I run my hand along the stone fireplace. Perfect setting for writing about my mountain romance heroines, don't you think? Can we build a fort in here? He's already mapping out territory, his footsteps thundering up the wooden staircase. After we unpack, I call after him, but he's already disappeared down the upstairs hallway. Mom, this room has a window seat and look at the view. His excitement carries through the house. I can see forever from up here. I follow his voice, finding him pressed against a large bay window. Below us, the property stretches out, dotted with pine trees and what looks like a small pond, now frozen over. Think we made the right choice? I ask, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. He leans into me, quiet for a moment. Yeah, but I still miss Dad. My heart twinges. I know, sweetie, but this is our fresh start, our very own adventure. Like in your books? Exactly like in my books. I squeeze his shoulder. Now, how about we start making this place feel like home? The first box of books sits unpacked on my new writing desk, but I can't bring myself to start arranging them. Instead, I find myself drawn to the window, watching snowflakes dance in the fading afternoon light. The view is straight out of my novels. Pristine wilderness stretching as far as the eye can see, untouched by Hollywood's chaos. My phone buzzes. Another message from my agent raving about how perfect this location is for my next series. He's right. This mountain estate has everything I dreamed of while plotting my stories. Mom! Jackson's voice echoes from downstairs. I found the box with the Christmas decorations. Coming! I call back, but my feet remain rooted. On the windowsill, a thin layer of frost creates delicate patterns that remind me of the ice rink, where Owen held my hand just weeks ago. The sound of cardboard scraping against hardwood pulls me from my thoughts. Jackson appears in the doorway, struggling with an oversized box. Where should we put them? I smile at my growing boy, so much like his father. We don't have to have those out for a while, son. Let's put them in one of the back bedrooms till we need them. Come on, Christmas will be here again before we know it. Jackson beams, but his smile falters. I wish Dad could see this place. My throat tightens. Me too, sweetie. The room suddenly feels too big, too empty. This house has everything I've written about in my romance novels, the cozy nooks, the rustic charm, the breathtaking views, but unlike my fictional endings, my story feels unfinished. There's an Owen-shaped hole in this perfect picture that no amount of mountain scenery can fill. Jackson sets the box of Christmas decorations down with a soft thud, his fingers trailing over the cardboard edges. Remember when Dad tried to hang those icicle lights last year? He kept getting them tangled. And somehow managed to wrap himself up instead of the tree, I say, settling into the leather armchair beside him. The study still smells of fresh paint and new beginnings, but memories of Owen threaten to overwhelm me. He made it work, though. Jackson pulls his knees up to his chest. Like that time he taught me how to ice skate. I kept falling, but he'd catch me every time. My throat constricts. Your father always did have good reflexes. And when he helped me practice for the play, Jackson's voice grows quiet. He did all the voices perfectly, even Mrs. Cratchit's. The memory of Owen and Jackson rehearsing lines in our living room hits me like a physical ache. The way Owen would dramatically swoop around, making Jackson laugh while still helping him nail every scene. Do you think he misses us too? Jackson's question hangs in the air between us. I reach over and squeeze his hand. I'm sure he does, sweetie. Then why isn't he here? Why didn't he come with us when we decided to move here? The question pierces straight through my heart. I feel the familiar pressure building behind my eyes, that suffocating tightness in my chest that comes whenever I think about never seeing Owen smile again, never hearing his laugh echo through our home. Sometimes I start, but my voice catches. I clear my throat and try again. Sometimes people can love each other very much, but still need different things in life. Jackson traces patterns in the dust on the box. I just wish different things didn't have to mean different places. I pull him close, pressing a kiss to his forehead. The familiar scent of him mingles with the mountain air, drifting through the window, and I wonder if I've made the biggest mistake of my life. The doorbell echoes through our half-unpacked house, making me jump. Jackson drops the book he's sorting and then races to answer it. I'll get it. Wait! I call after him, but he's already yanking the door open. Dad! My heart stops. Owen stands in the doorway, snowflakes catching in his dark hair. He's traded his designer suits for worn jeans and a thick sweater. His face is unshaven like he's been driving for days. Hey, buddy. Owen scoops Jackson into a bear hug. Miss me. I grip the edge of a moving box, steadying myself. Owen, what are you doing here? I quit. He sets Jackson down, his eyes finding mine. Turned down the Blockbuster. Told my mother to find a new client. I'm done with Hollywood. I stare at Owen standing in our doorway, snowflakes melting in his hair. The mountain air whips around him, carrying the scent of pine and his familiar cologne into our new home. I don't understand. The box slips from my grasp, landing with a soft thud. What about your career? The Blockbuster? None of it matters. Owen steps inside, shaking snow from his boots. His eyes lock with mine, intense and sure. I spent the last week trying to imagine my life without you and Jackson. Couldn't do it. All those fancy parties, red carpets, magazine covers, they're just empty moments without you two there. Jackson bounces between us. You're staying. For real? If your mom will have me. Owen's voice softens. I know I've screwed up before, Maya, but this time a part showed me what really matters. Not the fame, not the money, just this. United States, being a family. But Hollywood, I start, can kiss my butt. He runs a hand through his snow-dampened hair. I talk to my agent. There are plenty of independent films being shot in Colorado. And if not, well, I hear they need a drama teacher at the local high school. Jackson gasps. You teach drama? Why not? I learned from the best. Owen winks at our son. Besides, someone needs to help you practice your lines. The certainty in his voice, the way he's already planning a future here, it makes my heart race, but I've been burned before. How do I know this isn't just another grand gesture? I wrap my arms around myself. Another big production that fades when reality sets in. Because this time, I'm meeting you where you are. Owen takes a step closer. No cameras, no press, no Hollywood. Just me, choosing you, both of you, every single day. My knees weaken as Owen's words sink in. He's actually here, choosing us over everything else. You really left it all behind? My voice trembles. The glamour, the spotlight, all of it? Every last red carpet. Owen steps closer, his familiar scent of sandalwood mixing with the crisp mountain air. Turns out none of it means a damn thing without you two. Jackson tugs at Owen's sleeve. But what about your big movies? Some other pretty boy can have them. Owen ruffles Jackson's hair. I'd rather help direct the next elementary school play. Heard they've got a rising star in their midst. Dad. Jackson launches himself at Owen, wrapping his arms around his waist. Owen catches him easily, lifting him up like he used to when Jackson was smaller. Besides, this view beats any Hollywood set I've ever seen. Mine eyes blur with tears as I watch them together. This is all I ever wanted. Owen choosing us. Choosing this simple life over the glitz and glamour. Come here. Owen extends his free arm to me. This family hug needs its leading lady. I step into his embrace, feeling his strong arm wrap around me as Jackson squeezes between us. The warmth of their bodies against mine. The sound of their breathing, the perfect rightness of this moment. It overwhelms me. I promise, Owen whispers against my hair. I'm never letting either of you go again. No more missed birthdays. No more choosing premieres over family dinners. You're stuck with me now. Good, Jackson mumbles into Owen's sweater, because I already told everyone at school my dad's moving here. Owen's chest rumbles with laughter. That right? And what did they say about that? They didn't believe me. Jackson grins up at him. Wait till they see you at parent-teacher night. I laugh through my tears, tightening my hold on both of them. This is real. This is happening. Owen Blake, Hollywood's golden boy, standing in our mountain home, choosing family over fame.
Chapter 35. Owen. I carry another box into what will become my home office, breathing in the crisp mountain air through the open window. The view of snow-capped peaks still takes my breath away. What a change from the smog-filled LA skyline. Dad, look what I found. Jackson rushes in, holding up an old photo album, his eyes bright with excitement. It's from when I was a baby. Let me see that, buddy. I set down the box and crouch beside him as he flips through the pages, his small fingers tracing each photograph with wonder. There's one of Maya holding newborn Jackson in the hospital, both of them glowing. My chest tightens at how much I almost lost. Those days after his birth, when I was too caught up in my own crap to be there. It still haunts me. Your mom looks beautiful there, I say softly, meaning every damn word. Even exhausted from labor, she'd been stunning. I heard that. Maya appears in the doorway, carrying a box labeled kitchen. Her eyebrow arches knowingly at me. Trying to sweet-talk your way into getting out of unpacking? Because these boxes aren't going to move themselves, Hollywood. Never. Though I wouldn't mind another kiss for motivation. I give her my best puppy dog eyes, the ones that used to make directors cave to my requests for script changes. She rolls her eyes but comes over anyway, pressing her lips to mine in a way that makes my heart race like I'm some damn teenager. There, now back to work, movie star. Ex-movie star, I correct her, loving how right it feels to say those words. Now I'm just dad and... I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her close against me, breathing in the vanilla scent of her shampoo. Yours! Gross, Jackson declares, but he's grinning as he darts out of the room, his footsteps thundering down the hallway like a miniature stampede. Maya laughs, the sound echoing off the bare walls of our new home, filling the empty space with promise. This place needs a lot of work. Good thing we've got plenty of time. I survey the room, already planning where everything will go. The oversized couch, where we'll cuddle during movie nights. The family photos that'll make this house feel like home. No more rushing off to premieres or press junkets. Just us, building our life together. And hell, if that doesn't sound better than any script I've ever read. You really don't miss it? The only thing I miss is all the time I wasted not being here with you both. I pick up a framed photo from one of the boxes. It's from Jackson's 3rd birthday, the last one we were all together before the divorce. This is where I belong. Where I've always belonged. A sharp knock cuts through our unpacking rhythm. Maya shoots me a questioning look. We weren't expecting visitors, especially not this far out in the countryside. I open the door to find my mother standing there in her designer suit, looking completely out of place against the rustic backdrop. Her lips are pressed into a thin line, and I can practically feel the fury radiating off her. Have you completely lost your mind? She pushes past me into the house. I had to hear from Mike that you've turned down the blockbuster. Do you have any idea what you're throwing away? Hello to you too, Mom. I close the door, keeping my voice steady. I made my choice. Your choice? She spits the words out. You're throwing away everything we've built. 20 years of carefully crafted image gone because you want to play house in the middle of nowhere. I'm not playing anything. This is my life now. If you don't come back to LA right now, I'll make sure every contact I have knows what an unreliable, unprofessional mess you've become. Her voice rises. I don't think you'll see a penny of your inheritance. Are you really threatening me? The old anger bubbles up, but I push it down. I don't need your money or your contacts. I have everything I need right here. You ungrateful. Is everything okay? Maya appears in the hallway, her presence immediately steadying me. My mother's expression twists. Of course. The reason for all this madness. That's enough. Steel enters my voice. You can either accept my decision and be part of our lives, or you can leave. But I won't let you threaten me or insult my family. My mother's perfectly manicured nails dig into her designer handbag as she takes a step closer. You think this little fantasy will last? That playing house in the mountains will fulfill you? Her voice drips with condescension. What happens when the money runs out? When you're forgotten? You'll have nothing. I'll have my family. I stand my ground, doing my best to suppress the anger bubbling up inside me. Family? She laughs, but there's no warmth in it. The same family that left you once before. Wake up, Owen. You're throwing away everything we've built. Your father and I didn't sacrifice everything just to watch you become. She waves her hand dismissively at our half-unpacked boxes. I'm not becoming anything, Mom. I'm finally being who I am. You're being a fool. She adjusts her silk scarf, a nervous habit I recognize from countless press conferences. When this all falls apart, and it will, don't come crawling back expecting me to fix it. I won't be able to salvage your career after this. I don't need you to salvage anything. You will. Her eyes narrow. One day you'll wake up and realize what you've given up, and by then it'll be too late. The industry doesn't forgive, Owen. You know that. Maya's eyes narrow as she steps forward, positioning herself between my mother and me. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. You don't get to come into our home and make threats, Maya says, her voice steady but sharp. Your home? My mother's laugh is brittle. This glorified cabin in the middle of nowhere? Yes, our home. I move to stand beside Maya, our shoulders touching. And I'm happier here than I ever was in that soulless penthouse in L.A. You can't be serious. I am. The words come easily now, years of pent-up frustration finally breaking free. You know what I regret, Mom? Not the movies I'm turning down, not the fame or the fortune. I regret letting you convince me that image was more important than my family. I regret missing Jackson's birthdays for premieres. I regret letting Maya slip away because I was too caught up in being Owen Blake movie star to be a husband and father. Owen? No! My hand finds Maya's, our fingers intertwining. I'm done living my life for the cameras. The only audience I care about now is right here in this house. You're making a mistake, my mother insists, but there's a hint of uncertainty in her voice now. The only mistake I made was waiting this long to choose what really matters. I squeeze Maya's hand. Now, unless you're here to support our family, I think it's time for you to leave. My mother's face contorts with rage as she rounds on Maya. This is all your fault. You've always been jealous of his success, haven't you? Couldn't stand that he was meant for greater things than playing house with you. Mom, that's enough. I start, but she's on a roll now. You never understood what it takes to make it in Hollywood. Owen needed someone who could match his star power, someone like Angelina. That's why I made sure the press caught wind of their chemistry on set. The room goes deadly quiet. Maya's hand tightens in mine as the implications of my mother's words sink in. What did you just say? My voice comes out low and dangerous. My mother's eyes widen as she realizes what she's admitted. She takes a step back, smoothing her blazer with trembling hands. I simply gave the press what they wanted to see. A beautiful power couple. It would have been better for everyone if... If what? Maya's voice cuts through the air like a knife. If Owen had left me for Angelina? Is that why you fed those affair rumors to the tabloids? You deliberately tried to break up my marriage? The betrayal burns in my chest. All those arguments with Maya about the affair rumors, all her fears and insecurities. My own mother had orchestrated it all. I did what was necessary for your career. My mother lifts her chin defiantly. Angelina would have been the perfect match. Together you could have... White-hot rage burns through my veins as I step toward my mother. Those rumors nearly destroyed us. Maya thought I was cheating on her. Do you have any idea what that did to our marriage? What you did to me? I was protecting you, she starts, but Maya cuts her off. Get out. Maya's voice trembles with fury. Get out of our house right now. You can't speak to me that way. I'm still his mother. No. I move between them, my voice hard as steel. You stopped being my mother the moment you tried to destroy my family. Get out. Don't ever contact us again. Owen, be reasonable. Reasonable. I bark out a laugh. You fed lies to the press about your own son. You tried to manufacture an affair just to boost my image. There's nothing reasonable about that. My mother's perfectly manicured hand clutches at her throat. Everything I did was for you. No, everything you did was for yourself. I stride to the door and wrench it open. Now leave before I call the police. She straightens her spine, that familiar mask of superiority sliding into place. You'll regret this. Both of you. The door slams behind her, and suddenly the house feels lighter, like a shadow I've been carrying for years has finally lifted. Maya's hand slips into mine. "Are you okay?" I turn to her, drawing her close. Better than okay. I finally see everything clearly. My fingers trace her cheek. "I choose you. I'll always choose you." When our lips meet, it feels like coming home. Chapter 36. Owen. Sunlight streams through the kitchen windows of our Colorado estate, painting golden patterns across the wooden countertops. The sizzle of bacon fills the air as I flip another piece in the cast iron skillet. "Dad, can you make the pancakes into dinosaurs again?" Jackson perches on a stool at the kitchen island, his legs swinging beneath him. "Sure thing, buddy." I pour the batter carefully, creating what I hope resembles a T-Rex, though last time you said my Stegosaurus looked more like a sick camel. Maya laughs from where she's cutting fresh strawberries. He's not wrong. Everyone's a critic. I slide the spatula under the pancake. I'd like to see you do better. "Oh no!" Maya holds up her hands. "I know my limitations. That's why I stick to fruit duty." Jackson leans over the counter, watching the pancake bubble. Mom's pancakes always stick to the ceiling when she flips them. "That was one time." Maya points her knife at us playfully, and I maintain the pan was defective. I catch her around the waist as she passes behind me, pulling her close. "Sure it was, baby." "Less kissing, more pancakes," Jackson protests. "I'm starving." "Can't argue with that logic." I release Maya with a quick kiss to her temple, though I notice you're not complaining about kisses when it means extra dessert. "That's different," Jackson says with all the wisdom of his 9 years. "Dessert is important." Maya sets a bowl of fruit on the table. "More important than breakfast?" "Everything's important when it comes to food," I say, plating up the somewhat lopsided dinosaur pancake. We settle around the kitchen table, passing plates and stealing bites from each other's servings. The morning sun warms my back, and Maya's foot finds mine under the table. 6 months ago, I never would have imagined this kind of contentment was possible. Maya reaches for her laptop in between bites of pancake, but I snag it first, holding it above my head. "Nope, no writing today." "Owen!" She makes a grab for it. "I have a deadline." "When's the deadline?" I keep the laptop out of reach. 2 weeks. "And how far ahead are you?" She crosses her arms. 3 chapters. "Then you can take 1 day off." I set the laptop on top of the refrigerator. "Right, Jackson?" "Yeah." Jackson's eyes light up. "We could go horseback riding. There's that stable down the road." Maya's expression softens. "I haven't been riding in years." "Or we could drive up to that lake everyone keeps talking about," I suggest. "Pack a picnic, do some hiking." "The one with the waterfall?" Jackson bounces in his seat. "Can we swim there?" "It's December, buddy." Maya ruffles his hair. "But we could still explore." "Oh, what about that winter festival in town?" I grab my phone, scrolling through local events. Says they've got ice sculptures, sleigh rides, hot chocolate, and a petting zoo with real reindeer. Jackson reads over my shoulder. Maya bites her lip, but I can see her resolve cracking. I really should work on... The book will still be there tomorrow. I take her hand, running my thumb across her knuckles. "Come play hooky with us." "Please, Mom." Jackson deploys his best puppy dog eyes. "We can do all of it. The horses and the lake and the festival." That's quite an ambitious schedule. Maya laughs, squeezing my hand. "But I suppose the book can wait 1 day. Let's start with the hike and see what happens from there, huh?" I stack the last plate in the dishwasher while Maya wipes down the counter. Jackson thunders up and then down the stairs, somehow miraculously dressed in his hiking boots and winter coat. "I packed emergency supplies." He drops his backpack on the floor with a thud. "Emergency supplies?" Maya peers inside. 3 candy bars and your Nintendo Switch isn't exactly survival gear, honey. The Switch is for if we get trapped in an avalanche. Jackson's logic is impeccable. We might get bored waiting for rescue. In that case, we better pack some actual supplies, too. I grab our proper hiking backpack from the mudroom. Water, first aid kit, trail mix. Boring! Jackson groans. Tell that to your stomach when we're halfway up the mountain. Maya tosses him an apple. Go fill your water bottle while we get changed. I follow Maya upstairs to our bedroom. She pulls on her thermal base layer while I dig through the closet for my hiking boots. You know there won't actually be an avalanche, right? Maya tugs a sweater over her head. With our luck? I laugh. Better pack the Switch just in case. At least he's prepared for something. She throws my fleece at my face. Unlike someone who still hasn't found his boots. They're here somewhere. Push aside a row of hangers. Unless the boot fairy took them. The boot fairy who keeps telling you to put them back in their spot by the door? That's the one. I emerge victorious with my boots. Found them. Mom! Dad! Jackson calls from downstairs. Can we go now? 5 minutes. Maya grabs her coat. And don't forget to use the bathroom first. Already did. Then do it again! We both shout in unison, sharing a knowing look. Nothing ruins a hike faster than a bathroom emergency, 20 minutes in. The mountain trail crunches under our boots, fresh powder coating the path like confectioner's sugar. Jackson bounds ahead, stopping every few feet to inspect animal tracks or interesting rocks. Look! Wolf prints! He points excitedly at indentations in the snow. Maya peers over his shoulder. Those are deer tracks, honey. See how they're split in the middle? Still cool, though. I ruffle his hair. Keep your eyes open and we might spot one. The air is crisp, carrying the sharp scent of pine needles. My breath forms little clouds with each exhale, and Maya's cheeks are bright from the cold. She catches me staring and smiles. What? Just thinking how much better this is than a Hollywood premiere. Jackson interrupts before she can respond. Dad, race you to that big tree. No running on the trail, Maya calls out, but I'm already chasing after our son. We weave between snow-laden pines until the path opens to a clearing. The frozen waterfall towers before us, massive ice columns catching the winter sunlight like crystal. Whoa. Jackson's jaw drops. It's like something from Frozen. Better. Maya wraps an arm around his shoulders. This is real. The ice formations create natural prisms, scattering rainbow light across the snow. I pull out my phone to take a picture, but Maya stops me. Let's just enjoy it. No cameras. She's right. I slip the phone back in my pocket and pull them both close instead. The quiet is broken only by the occasional crack of ice and distant bird calls. Can we build a snowman? Jackson's already gathering snow. After we eat, Maya says. I packed those sandwiches you like. We find a relatively dry fallen log to sit on while we eat. Jackson tells us about the play his drama class is planning for spring, complete with dramatic reenactments of his favorite scenes. Maya and I exchange fond looks over his head, both thinking the same thing. This moment, right here, is perfect. After the beautiful day together, we head back to the warmth of a fire and a quiet dinner together. Jackson tugs on my sleeve while Maya loads the dishwasher. Can we do it now, Dad? Yeah, buddy. I pat my pocket where the ring box sits. This one's different from the gaudy piece I'd picked out for the theater proposal. A delicate vintage sapphire that reminded me of the night sky Maya loves to ride under. You remember the plan? He nods solemnly. Operation Perfect Proposal is go. Maya, I call out. Jackson wants to show us something in the living room. Just a sec. Water runs in the kitchen. Done. What's up? Jackson leads us to the fireplace where he's already built a nest of blankets and pillows. The flames cast dancing shadows across the walls, and through the window, snow falls in lazy spirals. The whole setup is perfect, cozy and intimate, just like I'd imagined when Jackson and I planned this. "Sit here, Mom." Jackson pats the cushions, practically bouncing with excitement. Dad and I practice something. His eyes dart to me, and I give him a subtle thumbs up. Maya settles into the blankets, pulling one around her shoulders. The firelight catches the gold highlights in her dark curls, making my heart skip. Damn, she's beautiful. "Oh, what kind of something?" She looks between us, curiosity written all over her face. Jackson pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket, clearing his throat with all the gravitas of a presidential address. "Dear Mom, Dad wanted to ask you something super important, but he was being weird about it." "Thanks, kid." I ruffle his hair, fighting back a laugh. Leave it to my son to call me out in the middle of the biggest moment of my life. "So I helped him write this." Jackson continues reading. "We love you lots, and we want to be a real family forever. Also, can we get a dog?" Maya laughs, the sound mixing with the crackling fire. "Did you add that last part yourself?" "Maybe," Jackson grins. "Dad, your turn." I kneel in front of Maya, taking her hands in mine. Her fingers are trembling slightly, and I squeeze them gently to steady her. No cameras, no audience, no grand gestures. Just us. The way it should have been the first time. My heart pounds as I pull out the ring box, the velvet soft against my calloused palm. Marry me again. Maya's eyes shine in the firelight, tears gathering at the corners. "Yes." She pulls me close, her arms wrapping around my neck. "1,000 times, yes." Her voice cracks with emotion, and I can feel her heart racing against my chest. The ring slides perfectly onto her finger, the pristine stones catching the warm glow of the fire, and Jackson launches himself at us both with the force of a tiny linebacker. "Does this mean we can get the dog?" His hopeful voice makes us both laugh, and I wrap one arm around him while keeping the other firmly around Maya's waist. At this point, Jax, anything is possible.
Chapter 37. Maya. I sit across from Owen, the soft glow of the fireplace illuminating his handsome face. Jackson is finally asleep upstairs, and we have the entire mansion to ourselves. It feels so warm and cozy in here tonight. The kind of night where you just want to curl up next to the person you love and never let go. And that's exactly what I want to do. Hold Owen close and feel the warmth of his embrace. "What a wonderful day, baby," I say, taking a sip from my glass of wine. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and I feel a familiar spark of heat ignite between us. Owen's deep blue eyes meet mine, and I see a mixture of emotions in their depths: desire, love, and a hint of uncertainty. Yeah, it was. It's not easy finding moments like these with a curious 9-year-old around. He smiles, his dimples appearing briefly, making me weak in the knees. "I'm glad we have this time together. I love you so much, Maya." My heart flutters at his words. What a roller coaster this has been. From our penny-pinching days to walking the red carpet and managing Hollywood stress, we've been through so much together. The stress of careers, the challenges of parenthood, and the daily grind had taken a toll on our relationship. I can't believe we're lucky enough to be back here again, rebuilding what we both dreamed we could be. "I've missed you too," I whisper, setting my wine glass aside. It's crazy how life works. I thought for sure we were done, but I'm so glad you fought for us, Owen. He nodded, his gaze intense. It's like the universe knew we needed to find our way back. And I'm determined to make it work this time, Maya. I love you, and I want to spend the rest of my life proving it to you. My breath catches in my throat as his words sink in. I believe him. I can see the sincerity in his eyes. The love we share has matured, deepened over the years, and I always knew we could build something even more beautiful than before. I moved closer to him, the soft rug tickling my bare feet. I love you too, Owen. Reaching up, I caress his cheek, and he responds with a throaty growl as his hands go around my waist, pulling me in closer. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. What do you want right now, lady? I laugh softly, feeling a rush of excitement. Pretty sure you know what I want. We can't wake Jackson, so we'll have to be quiet. But that just makes it more of a challenge, doesn't it? Owen's eyes darken with desire as he takes my hand, his touch sending shivers down my spine. You know me. I love a good challenge. And I promise, I'll make sure you enjoy every moment. I lean forward, my lips brushing against his, a gentle tease. Game on, baby. I like the way you think, Mrs. Almost Blake, soon to be again. He chuckles, his warm breath caressing my cheek. I giggle, feeling playful and alive. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Mr. Impatient. One step at a time. Hand in hand, we make our way upstairs, the sound of our footsteps muffled by the plush carpet. As we enter the master suite, I feel a sense of delicious anticipation building between us. The room is spacious, with a large bed draped in silk sheets and a private balcony overlooking the snow-capped mountains. Owen closes the door behind us, locking it with a soft click. The act itself is a turn-on, knowing we're sealing ourselves away from the world, creating our own private sanctuary. I can't get over how beautiful it is here, I remark, walking towards the balcony. The night air is crisp, and the moon bathes the mountains in a soft, ethereal light. Owen joins me near the bed, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind. I can feel his growing desire digging into the middle of my back. It is, and it's all ours for now. We can do whatever we want, go wherever we please. His warm breath tickles my ear as he speaks, sending a pleasant shiver down my spine. Do whomever we want. I lean back into his embrace, feeling his hardness press against my backside. And just what do you want to do, Owen? I ask, my voice low and sultry. His touch is igniting a fire within my own belly, an ache that only he can quench. I want to make love to you, he whispers, his lips brushing my neck, sending tingles down my body. But first, I'm going to explore every inch of you. I've dreamed about this moment, Maya. I want to taste you, touch you, and make you come till you pass out with pleasure. His words are like a flame to the kindling of my desire. I turn in his arms, my hands roaming over his broad chest, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath his shirt. Less talk, more action. He smiles, a devilish glint in his eyes, and then his lips are on mine, soft and tender at first, but quickly growing more passionate. His kiss is like a drug, and I am addicted to the sensation. His hands travel down my back, cupping my butt, pulling me closer, grinding our bodies together. I can feel his erection, hard and insistent, pressing against my pelvis. I'm already hot and wet, begging for more. I moan into his mouth, my hands tugging at his shirt, eager to feel his skin beneath my fingers. He obliges, lifting his arms as I pull the fabric over his head, revealing his toned torso. The fire in the bedroom fireplace dances across his muscles, casting shadows and highlighting his chiseled form. You're so damn hot, I breathe, running my hands over his chest, feeling the ridges of his abs, the smoothness of his skin. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 38. Maya. Sunlight streams through the window, reflecting off the pristine snow outside. I stretch and admire how the mountains frame our bedroom view perfectly. Today's the day. Our wedding day. Eva taps on my door. Rise and shine, bride-to-be. Time to get this show on the road. I'm up. I swing my legs out of bed, already feeling butterflies dancing in my stomach. Is Jackson ready? Your son's been up since dawn, practicing his ring-bearer duties. Eva hands me a steaming cup of coffee, the rich aroma filling my senses. And your man is sequestered in the guest house, going crazy not being able to see you. I swear he's worn a path in the carpet from pacing. My phone buzzes with a text from Owen. Missing you already. Can't wait to make you mine. Again and forever. He's such a sap, I say, showing Eva the message. The corners of my mouth lift into a smile I can't contain. After everything we've been through, all the years apart, it still amazes me how he can make my heart skip with just a few words. Girl, you love it. Ava starts laying out my makeup supplies. And this time, it's just us. No cameras, no press, no Hollywood drama. I look out at our property, transformed into a winter wonderland. White lights twinkle in the trees, and wooden benches are arranged in neat rows, dusted with fresh powder. Simple, intimate, perfect. The way the snow catches the glow of the fairy lights makes everything sparkle like diamonds. It's exactly what I didn't know I wanted. You know what's funny? I take a sip of coffee, letting the warmth seep into my hands through the ceramic mug. Our first wedding was this huge production with hundreds of guests I didn't even know. Some studio exec's third cousin, twice removed, even showed up. I shake my head at the memory. But this, I gesture to the serene scene outside, where a cardinal just landed on one of the benches. This feels more special. More us. No paparazzi hiding in the bushes. No entertainment reporters trying to get the scoop. Just the people who matter. Because it's real, Ava says, patting my shoulder with a knowing smile. Now come on, let's get you ready before your man decides to storm the castle. You know how impatient he gets. As if on cue, Jackson bursts in, his winter boots tracking snow across the floor. Mom, Dad's trying to sneak over here. He keeps saying he needs to make sure you haven't changed your mind. Tell him if he ruins this. I'm calling the whole thing off. I laugh, shaking my head. Leave it to Owen to try and break tradition, even for our second wedding. I heard that. Owen's voice carries from outside, full of that playful charm that still makes my heart skip. Can't blame a guy for trying. You're worth breaking all the rules for, baby. I lean out the window to see him being dragged back to the guest house by his brother. Owen's designer shoes slipping in the snow as he tries to resist. God, he's still as handsome as ever, even acting like a lovesick teenager. Patience, movie star. Some things are worth the wait. His answering grin, that $1 million smile that's graced countless magazine covers, makes my heart skip like I'm that same starstruck woman who first met him years ago. Love you. Love you too, I call back. Unable to hide my own smile. Now scram. And don't you dare try sneaking back here again, or I swear I'll make you wait another 10 years. Eva smooths the velvet along my shoulders as I adjust my pillbox hat in the mirror. The fabric whispers against my skin. Nothing like the beaded monstrosity I wore at my first wedding. That dress had been all flash and sparkle, just like the life I thought I wanted back then. "You're going to freeze out there," my mother says, fussing with my gloves. She's been in full mama bear mode since dawn, making sure every detail is perfect. "The ceremony's only 15 minutes, Mom. I'll survive." I check my reflection one last time. The clean lines of the dress suit me perfectly, sophisticated without being showy. Winter white against my dark skin, classic and timeless. This is exactly what I wanted. Ava dabs at her eyes with a tissue. "Look at you." A far cry from that nervous bride I knew back then. Her hands shake a little as she fixes an invisible wrinkle in my skirt. After everything we've been through together, she's more than just my best friend. She's family. I'm still nervous, I admit, touching the simple pearl necklace at my throat. Just a good nervous this time. The butterflies in my stomach aren't from doubt or fear, but from knowing that this time, everything is exactly as it should be. "Because this time it's real," Eva says, squeezing my hand. "No cameras, no Hollywood circus. Just you and that man who'd move heaven and earth to be with you." A soft knock at the door makes us all turn. Jackson pokes his head in, already dressed in his little suit. "Mom." His eyes go wide. "You look like a snow queen, like from those books you read me when I was little." I crouch down, careful not to wrinkle the dress. "Come here, baby." He runs into my arms and I hold him close, breathing in the familiar scent of his shampoo, mixed with the pine and snow from outside. "You really do look beautiful," he whispers. "Dad's gonna cry when he sees you." "You think so?" "Uh-huh. He always gets that mushy look when he talks about you anyway." I laugh, straightening his bow tie. "Well, we better not keep him waiting then, huh?" "Nope." Jackson grins. "He's already tried to sneak over here 3 more times. I'm gonna go sit by Grandpa now. Love you." Just a short hour later, the soft crunch of snow under my feet marks each step down our makeshift aisle. Jackson walks ahead of me, his small hands carefully balancing the rings on their velvet pillow. His face beams with pride as he performs his duties, taking measured steps just like we practiced. My heart skips as I catch sight of Owen waiting for me. He stands tall against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains, his broad shoulders filling out his tuxedo perfectly. But his usual movie star composure cracks the moment our eyes meet across the blanket of pristine white snow. A tear slides down his cheek as he watches me approach, and damn if that doesn't make my own eyes water. After everything we've been through, seeing him this vulnerable breaks down my last defenses. "You're crying," I whisper when I reach him, my voice trembling slightly as Jackson takes his place beside his father. "Can't help it." He takes my hands in his warm fingers wrapping around mine with gentle strength. The touch sends electricity racing up my arms. "You're more beautiful than any scene I've ever filmed." His voice is rough with emotion. A far cry from the polished actor America knows and loves. This is my Owen, raw, real, and completely unscripted. The officiant begins speaking, but I barely hear the words. The winter breeze carries the scent of pine needles and wood smoke from the nearby fire pits. No camera flashes blind me. No reporters shout questions. Just our closest friends and family gathered in intimate silence. Jackson tugs on Owen's sleeve to present the rings, drawing quiet laughter from our guests. Owen ruffles our son's hair before taking the rings. "I've memorized hundreds of scripts," Owen says during his vows, his voice rough with emotion. "But nothing I've ever said on camera means half as much as this. I choose you, Maya. Not for the cameras, not for show. Just us, just like this, forever." The metal of my ring warms against my skin as he slides it on. So different from the gaudy diamond he gave me at our first wedding. This simple band holds more meaning, more truth. "I choose you too," I say. "The real you." The man who'd leave everything behind just to build snowmen with his son. The one who brings me tea when I'm writing late at night. That's the only Hollywood ending I need. The officiant smiles widely as he presents us to our audience. You may now kiss your bride. Owen cups my face in his hands and kisses me with such tenderness, my knees go weak. Our small gathering erupts in cheers and whistles, Jackson's voice the loudest among them. Inside the mansion, soft jazz fills the air as servers weave through the crowd with champagne and hors d'oeuvres. The intimate space glows with candlelight, crystal chandeliers casting warm shadows across hardwood floors. May I have this dance? Owen extends his hand with an exaggerated bow. Always so dramatic. I take his hand, letting him pull me close as we sway to the music. Jackson darts between guests, snagging appetizers and showing off his dance moves. Dad, Mom, watch this spin. Careful with those moves, buddy, Owen calls out. Save some energy for our family dance later. Ava appears at my elbow with 2 glasses of champagne. Here's to second chances done right. And to no paparazzi, I add, clinking my glass against hers. Speaking of which, Owen nods toward the window where snow continues to fall. Think anyone noticed I'm not at that big premiere tonight? Who cares? I lean my head against his chest. This is the only spotlight that matters. Jackson runs up and wedges himself between us. Can we do the family dance now? Please. What do you say, Mrs. Blake? Owen's eyes sparkle with joy. Ready to show our boy how it's done? I grab Jackson's hand. Let's show your father how real dancers move. The 3 of us spin across the floor, Jackson's laughter echoing off the walls as Owen lifts him high in the air. This is everything I never knew I needed. Just us, our closest friends, in the promise of forever stretching out before us like fresh snow, waiting for our footprints.
Chapter 39. Owen, the ocean waves lap at the shore, a rhythmic sound that matches the beating of my heart as I hold Maya close. The setting sun paints streaks of gold and purple across the horizon, casting a warm glow on her radiant face. Think Jackson's driving your parents crazy yet? I ask, running my fingers through her hair. Maya laughs, the sound carrying on the sea breeze. Mom's probably spoiling him rotten with cookies. You know how she gets. Better her than my mother. I pull her closer, breathing in the sweet coconut scent of her hair, grateful for how everything fell into place. Did you see his face when we said our vows? I've never seen him so happy. I thought he was going to tackle us both right there at the altar. He was practically bouncing. Maya traces lazy patterns on my chest, her touch sending sparks through my body, even through my shirt. This is perfect, you know? Just us, the beach. No cameras or press. No one trying to get the exclusive on Hollywood's bad boy finally settling down. No agent calls, no scripts to read. I kiss her temple, savoring the peaceful moment. Something I never thought I'd have again. Though I bet you're already plotting your next bestseller in that beautiful mind of yours. My fingers trail down her spine, and I can feel her smile against my chest. Maybe this time the leading man won't be such a jerk. Maybe. She tilts her head up, eyes sparkling with mischief. A romance about a dashing ex-movie star who gives up fame for love? Though I might need to do some more hands-on research first. Sounds familiar. Does he sweep the brilliant author off her feet? My hand slides up to cup her face, thumb stroking her jaw. The ocean breeze carries the salt spray around us, but all I can focus on is her. He might... Maya's lips brush against mine. If he plays his cards right. Her fingers curl into my shirt, and I can feel her heart racing against my chest. Damn, I'd give up 1,000 red carpets for moments like this. The kiss deepens, and I pull her closer, tasting the salt air on her lips. My hands slide down her back as the waves continue their endless dance with the shore. The last rays of sunlight fade, but I barely notice, lost in the warmth of her embrace. This moment, right here, is worth more than any Hollywood premiere. The stars begin to peek out as I lead Maya back to our suite, her fingers intertwined with mine. The ocean breeze follows us, carrying the salt spray scent that mingles with her perfume. "You're shivering," I whisper, pulling her closer as we walk down the torch-lit path. "Maybe I just want you to hold me tighter." Her voice carries that playful tone that drives me wild. I unlock our door, guiding her inside. The suite opens to a view of the moonlit ocean through floor-to-ceiling windows. Maya gasps at the rose petals scattered across the bed, a surprise I arranged earlier. "When did you—" She turns to me, eyes sparkling in the dim light. I have my ways. My hands find her waist, drawing her against me. Though I think I forgot how sneaky you can be, too. That thing you said during the vows about me being your muse? All true. Her fingers trace the buttons of my shirt. "You've always inspired my best work." "Yeah?" I back her slowly toward the bed. "Show me how much." She pulls me down for a kiss that steals my breath. "I love you," she whispers against my lips. "No cameras, no spotlight, just us." "Just us," I agree, trailing kisses down her neck. "And I'm never letting you go again." The moonlight streams through the windows, painting silver streaks across her skin as we lose ourselves in each other's touch. "Aren't you going to do me?" she asks innocently. "You have no idea," I growl. "But first I'm going to tease you to death." She moans at the thought, and I feel myself growing harder by the second. Her eyes darken as he turns towards me, motioning for me to come closer. My eyes feast on her as they roam up and down her body, naked except for a low-cut lace robe she's wearing. "You're beautiful," I whisper, almost reverently, before bending down to kiss her lightly. "I'm going to enjoy claiming you." I move the robe off one of her shoulders and slowly trail kisses down her neck, following the path with my hands until they reach her waist. Maya utters a gasp of surprise as I lift her abruptly, plopping her backward on the bed and eliciting a giggle from both of us. Our playful moment is overshadowed quickly by desire once again as she reaches for me, begging for more. "I can't believe we're really here," she whispers, tracing patterns on my chest. "Together again?" I pull her closer, dropping a kiss on her forehead. "Believe it, you're stuck with me this time." "Promise?" Her voice holds a hint of vulnerability that makes my heart ache. "More than promise." I shift to face her, needing her to see the truth in my eyes. "I'm building my life around you and Jackson now. No more Hollywood crap getting in the way." Maya props herself up on an elbow, studying my face. "You really don't miss it? The spotlight, the premieres?" "Hell no." I laugh, tucking a strand of her dark, curly hair behind her ear. The silky texture against my fingers reminds me how lucky I am to be here. Give me quiet nights with you and weekend adventures with our kid any day, though I might need some pointers on being a regular dad. Last time I tried making breakfast, I nearly burned down the kitchen. You're already great at it. Her smile lights up the dim room, and damn if it doesn't make my heart skip like some lovesick teenager. Did you see how proud Jackson was today? Telling everyone his dad was there to see him get married? He wouldn't stop talking about it at dinner. Our boy's something else. Pride swells in my chest at the memory of his beaming face in that tiny tux. He'd stolen the whole damn show. Speaking of which, what do you say we take him camping next weekend? Show him there's more to life than theater rehearsals. I know this perfect spot by the lake where we can teach him to fish. Look who's already planning family outings. Maya's eyes sparkle with amusement. But yes, he'd love that. Just promise me one thing. Anything. No more grand gestures. Just be here with us. That's all we need. I pull her into a deep kiss. That's all I want. All I'll want from here on out.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 40. Owen. Through the frosted windows of our Colorado estate, snow drifts down in lazy spirals, coating everything in pristine white. The crackling fireplace fills our living room with warmth and the scent of burning pine, mixing with the aroma of Maya's famous hot chocolate simmering on the stove. Dad, can you lift me up? I can't reach the top of the tree. Jackson bounces on his toes, carefully holding the silver star we picked out together. Coming, buddy. I scoop him up, and he stretches toward the highest branch. Careful there. Almost got it. His tongue pokes out in concentration as he positions the star. There. Perfect. Maya walks in from the kitchen, 3 steaming mugs balanced on a tray. It really is perfect. Both the star and you too. Hot chocolate! Jackson scrambles down from my arms and races over. Careful, it's hot, Maya warns, but she's smiling as she hands him a mug topped with mini marshmallows. I wrap an arm around her waist as we admire our handiwork. The tree sparkles with white lights and the ornaments we picked out together. A mix of classic baubles and the handmade ones Jackson created at school. Garland drapes across the mantel, and stockings hang below, including the new one Maya embroidered for me. You know what would make this even better? Jackson pipes up, chocolate mustache already forming. Christmas music! On it, Chief. I grab the remote and cue up some holiday classics. Maya snuggles closer into my side. This beats any Hollywood party I've ever been to. No contest. I press a kiss to her temple. The simple joy of being here with my family fills me with a contentment I never found in the spotlight. Jackson starts dancing around the room, careful not to spill his cocoa. Can we open one present tonight, please? That's up to your mom, I say, sharing a conspiratorial wink with Maya. Dinner first, Maya calls out, and the scent of roasted chicken and herbs fills the air. Everyone helped make this feast, so let's enjoy it together. I guide Jackson to the dining room table, where our collaborative efforts shine. The golden brown chicken we seasoned together sits center stage, surrounded by the garlic mashed potatoes Jackson insisted on mashing himself, and the honey-glazed carrots Maya perfected. Remember when we first moved here and tried to cook? I laugh, pulling out Maya's chair. That smoke alarm got quite the workout. Hey, you're the one who burned the toast 3 times in a row, Maya teases, passing the potatoes to Jackson. The toaster settings were impossible to figure out. I defend myself, loading my plate. But look at us now. Master chefs. Jackson scoops up a forkful of potatoes. We're all doing better now, right? We could enter a Master Chef's competition. Well, that would certainly be a surprise, wouldn't it? I wink at him. Who knows what's going to happen in the next year? Speaking of surprises, I get up and head to the kitchen, returning with the chocolate soufflé. I may have been practicing this while you two were at Jackson's rehearsal yesterday. Maya's eyes widen. What? You made this? YouTube tutorials are magical things. The soufflé isn't perfect. It's slightly lopsided, but the pride in their faces makes it worth every failed attempt. This beats craft services any day, I say, cutting into the warm dessert. The chocolate center flows out exactly as planned. Dad, you're amazing! Jackson dives in with his spoon. Maya reaches for my hand under the table, giving it a squeeze. You really are. Later, with the dishes all done, the fire casts dancing shadows across our living room as we settle in with fresh mugs of cocoa. Through the window, snowflakes drift like tiny stars against the darkening sky. Jackson squirms in his spot between Maya and me on the couch, practically vibrating with excitement. I made something for both of you. He reaches behind one of the throw pillows and pulls out 2 carefully wrapped packages. Can you open them now? Of course, baby. Maya accepts hers with a smile. I tear into mine, careful not to damage whatever's inside. The wrapping falls away to reveal a wooden frame, and my breath catches. Inside is a detailed pencil drawing of the 3 of us at the ice rink from last week. Jackson captured every detail, from Maya's graceful pose to my steadying hand on her waist, to his own figure zipping ahead of us. Jackson, this is... My voice breaks. You did this yourself? Miss Peterson helped me with the framing, but I drew it all by myself. He beams. Do you like it? Maya's already wiping tears from her eyes as she studies her own portrait. The 3 of us decorating our first Christmas tree together. Baby, this is beautiful. You captured everything so perfectly. I want to draw more, Jackson declares. One for every new memory we make. That way we'll never forget any of them. I pull him close, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. I'd love that, buddy. We're going to need a lot of wall space. Now it's my turn. Jackson bounces on his toes next to the Christmas tree, eyeing the massive package wrapped in silver paper. Can I open this one? Please? Go for it, buddy. I share an amused look with Maya as our son tears into the wrapping paper like a tiny tornado. The moment he sees the metallic blue of the Razor scooter, his eyes go wide. No way! This is awesome! He runs his hands over the handlebars. Can we try it now? Please, please, please. The basement would be perfect for that, Maya says, already heading for the stairs. Just watch out for the support beams. I grab the scooter while Jackson practically flies down the stairs ahead of us. The basement's polished concrete floor stretches out before us, creating a perfect indoor track. Maya flips on the overhead lights, illuminating the space. Okay, safety first. I adjust the helmet that came with the scooter onto Jackson's head. There you go, champ. Dad, I know how to put on a helmet. He fidgets impatiently. Let me show you how to work the brake. I demonstrate the mechanism. See? Just press down with your back foot. Got it! He hops on and immediately zooms off, leaving Maya and me scrambling to clear his path. The kid's got natural agility, I'll give him that. Careful around the corner, Maya calls out as he makes a sharp turn around a support beam. Her hands are clasped together, caught between motherly concern and not wanting to dampen his excitement. Jackson's laughter echoes off the walls as he weaves between the columns, his helmet slightly askew. This is so cool. Look how fast I can go! Maybe not quite that fast, I suggest, but can't help grinning at his enthusiasm. The joy radiating from him makes my heart swell. It reminds me of when I was his age, fearless and ready to take on the world. Watch this! He attempts what looks like a spin move, wobbling slightly, but managing to stay upright. My hands instinctively reach out, ready to catch him if needed, but the little daredevil recovers like a pro. Maya shoots me a look that's half amused, half terrified. Maya grabs my arm. Oh God, I can't watch! He's got this! I squeeze her hand. Plus, that's what the helmet's for. Watching Jackson zip around on his scooter, my chest tightens with a happiness I never found on any movie set. The bright overhead lights catch Maya's smile as she watches our son, and I'm struck by how perfect this moment is. No cameras, no press, no carefully crafted image. Just us. Remember when you used to practice stunts with your stunt double? Maya nudges me with her elbow. Now look at you. Nervous dad watching his kid on a scooter. Hey, those stunts were choreographed. This is pure chaos. I pull her closer, breathing in her scent as if it were the first time. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. Dad! Mom, look at this new trick! Jackson calls out, attempting what appears to be a hop-turn combination. His tongue sticks out in concentration as he positions his feet just right on the scooter. My heart jumps to my throat, but I force myself to stay calm. Every protective instinct screams at me to rush over there, but I know I need to let him learn. Looking good, buddy! Just remember what I said about the break. I squeeze Maya's hand, channeling my anxiety into that small gesture. The sound of his laughter echoes off the basement walls, pure and uninhibited. It's so different from the polite chuckles I used to give at Hollywood parties or the practiced laughs during interviews. Here, everything is real. No scripts, no marks to hit, no directors calling the shots. Just my son showing off his latest accomplishment while my wife watches with that knowing smile of hers. Damn, I've never felt more like myself than I do right now. You know, I whisper to Maya, I used to think making it big was everything. Having my name in lights, being on every magazine cover. And now I know the best role I'll ever have is being his dad. I gesture toward Jackson as he makes another loop around the basement. And being your husband. Everything else was just rehearsal for the real thing. Maya squeezes my hand, and the simple gesture means more than any standing ovation I've ever received. You're doing pretty well in both roles. Can we have hot chocolate again? Jackson skids to a stop in front of us, slightly out of breath, but grinning from ear to ear. Race you upstairs, I challenge, already knowing he'll win. This is what matters, not the awards on my shelf in storage or the millions I made from blockbusters. Just these simple moments with my family, building a life that's worth more than any movie contract. A very blessed man.